Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first day of Division 2 for the Spring Tour here in the Chinese region. Denog, all the regions are done. Every region have completed their Division 1 games, and now we move over to Division 2. Firstly, though, of course, we've always got to ask the question. I'm intrigued. Everyone's intrigued. How are you doing today?
I don't know if everyone's intrigued, but I'm doing quite well.
Come on.
You know, I had a nice walk in the morning. It's some good weather here, so really enjoying some of that sunshine. And how about yourself? I very rarely ask. I just realized the other day, how are you doing?
Yeah, man, honestly, thank you for asking. It makes me upset when you don't ask. I always ask you at the start of at least 90% of the cast, and I never get the question back. So finally, you asked me to do that. That made my day. That made my day. I didn't even need to say how I'm doing. I'm so happy now.
Okay, so you're doing well. That's the thing that we have to come from this, and you're gonna do even better, right? Because we got some China Div 2 coming through, and it's pretty exciting considering everything that's gone on within the region in the past few months, right?
Yeah, definitely. We get to see some new teams, some new faces, some new players. So there's a lot that we're still yet to see in store for us, and we get to learn about these new players over this tour now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they just got so many chances. Of course, for those that have been out of the loop, you had this situation where, unfortunately, there was a little bit of instances of, bans that went out for some of the players that were playing in Div 2, even some of the ones that were in Div 1. So a bunch of extra Div 2 teams got moved up. You also had some extra slots open up. So we had open qualifiers where they had a Swiss system. It was crazy. But basically, what that means is that there's going to be a lot of new blood. And these aren't just some throwaway teams, right? You had a team that comprised of Burning, D-Stones, CTY, Old 11 that didn't even make it through. So the ones that did are going to be a pretty rough matchup, I would have to say, for a lot of these teams. Of course, for those familiar with what happened last season, Meteor Gaming and Poke Gaming, they were both in the season last time. And Piggy Killer, well, they're actually 3/5 of the old outsiders from China. But Bright Supernova, of course, everyone knows about IG Vitality, Lonely Rock and Roll, LRNR, and Cactus making things up with the 8 teams. So, we got some new names here, but as well as some old ones.
Yes, that's the important thing. The old blood to be able to help kind of the new guard enter the scene. And there's also been a lot of talk as well with how the region's going in regards to their server, where we're starting to see a lot more of the China players playing on Southeast Asia, which is maybe hindering some of the growth that we're seeing, because through a decent chunk of, I think, Dota's history, China's always had a very, very strong up-and-coming scene, because we've seen a lot of the, Invictus Gaming, for example, RNG, all those top teams, they have an academy team. Aster with an academy team as well. Now Extreme with an academy team with YBB. And it's like you said, this is going to be the new blood coming through. I think in particular for this tour, it's just going to be about improvement. How can you learn, get the reps down, and can you put yourself in a position to enter Division 1?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose we can use a reference point from Western Europe for that, right? Uridu Thunders, obviously a bunch of newish players where it was really only inexperience that stopped them from going to the major. They were so close, literally split seconds away, just these micro decisions that ended up being their downfall. They're still, of course, in Div 1 over in Western Europe, but it just goes to show how close Dota is these days. And, with what you were talking about with a lot of the China players playing on SEA, for example, maybe they're just wanting to play against me. I don't know, but it could also... Yes. I mean, I wonder if that means that a team like IG Vitality is going to be a little bit further ahead, right? Because you've got the players that are going over and playing on the C servers despite being located in China, but they've also got their main team to scrim against, right? Where they can take learnings from, what's going on within China, because obviously China tends to have a bit of its own meta. Keen to see if, being exposed to both C and China still is going to be the big benefit for them.
Yeah, because that's what we've even heard as well recently from some seed teams, they're disclosing that they're scrimming Chinese teams. We've heard like Boom previously when they're in kind of their strong form that they'd like to scrim Chinese teams as well. So if they're able to kind of get the ideas from China and from C and then mix them together. But we'll see. We'll see what we have in store for us. We should definitely take a look at the schedule for our first day of the games as well. So we get a little bit of an idea of how everything is going to be situated. Of course, our first series, Poke versus Cactus. We saw Poke in the previous tour. They had tiebreakers for 5th and 7th place. Same with Media Gaming as well. So those were two of the teams that were in the tiebreakers in the last tour, and we get to see them in our first day.
We do indeed. Something old and something new with both of them. So some old Div 2 teams as well as some new blood coming through. So I'm keen to see it. I'm pretty sure that cactus logo is something like Final Fantasy related as well. So, the little cactus man, it's always cute to see what the teams are able to come up with. I mean, you and I were always big fans of the Mongolian team Lil Gun, just with their old logo. I think it's still one of the best that's ever existed. As we go ahead and have a look at the prize pool, of course, these teams are playing for the prestige of going up to Div 1, as of course to win. A lot of these guys are competitive as well, but there's a lot of dollary dues on the board.
That there is indeed. Like you said, really, you're looking at that first, second place to be promoted. But of course, there is 75,000 overall here for the prize pool with these 8 teams battling it out. So, let's get down to the nitty gritty though. Let's take a look at really how our first series is going to be panning out here with Poke up against Cactus. Poke, they've made 0 changes with their previous roster in Tour 1. So they still have the full 5-man, and then their opponents in Cactus, we've got some boys that we saw in the last tour as well in Division 2. You've got Butterfly Effect and you've got TZY. Butterfly Effect being on that Team Cloud, and TZY now is passing me on what team he was previously on. I will get that up.
That's all right. While you look that up, you've always been a bit of a Butterfly Effect fan, haven't you?
Yes.
Like, what is it about him that really sets him apart for you?
I think, what sets him apart? I think the big thing for me is just that when I kind of first entered the scene, I was doing a lot of really, really small Chinese tournaments and saw Butterfly Effect a lot. And just to see, like, if you take a look at his Liquipedia, all you see is IG Vitality. I mean, this man was on IG Vitality for years after year after year, and he's just grinding it out, trying to get his chance. I think played maybe a couple of games on the main roster on Invictus Gaming, but I was always impressed with his mid performance. We saw the likes of, his Death Prophet always shines, his Templar Assassin, his Lina. He's someone who can take the game over in that mid lane. We saw it a couple times in the previous tour as well. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to get them over the top though.
Yeah, I think he is one of those mid laners that you can say, like, with confidence that this guy has the potential to carry a game. He's not like a role player. He is someone that realizes that if this is the game for it, if I'm given the reins to do it, I can be the reason we win this game. I'm not just because, these days in a lot of the games, you can't get away with like 2 or 3 real carries. You're just going to get run over because it's a little bit too greedy. So a lot of the times it's like the mid laner making space for the position 1 to end the game. But Butterfly Effect definitely is one of the ones that can just stomp the game so hard that you don't even need to put it all onto the carry.
Yeah, well, we see what's happening right now with teams that like to play that kind of slow-paced Dota in a way. Over in Europe, there is a lot of talk about kind of Entity being slow-paced. OG went 3 Midases in one of their games versus Entity because they kind of like just to sit on high ground wards. You've got even over in Southeast Asia with Blacklist. I mean, they have 3 very, very greedy cores, and right now, the meta doesn't really play off the back of that. You need your heroes to be able to get involved early on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Execration, right? They're picking a Luna position 5 just because of how much it enables you to just ball up and go. Like, every chance that they got, it was Visage, Luna, Marcy, just because of how strong that tempo is. Not even just like, 10 minutes onwards with the siege creep. As soon as it hits nighttime and as soon as that Visage hits level 6, they're like, all right, bam, go. Let's try and make something happen right now, because a lot of the time you're not going to have the response to it.
So speaking a little bit about the meta in other regions, but China in particular, are we more than likely expecting the meta from Division 1 to kind of trickle down to Division 2 as well? Or could we see some teams with their own identity pulling out some other strategies?
I think it's just going to be their own identity. The thing with Div 2 is you don't necessarily subscribe to the meta quite as much. I mean, the reason that these teams are in Div 2 is most of the time they're not able to execute it quite as well as Div 1. So a lot of the stuff that ends up working in Div 1 just doesn't quite come together because you're even as little as 5 seconds off can mean the biggest deal, right? With the timings, because it allows teams to set up against you. You're a lot more punishable. So we'll see what they're able to do. I mean, Faceless Void isn't really picked up a lot, but I know the carry from Poke loves to play it. L'enfer c'est les autres. So I'm keen to see what he's able to do. Any chance that I get to break out the French, man, I'll do it.
I get it. You know, I definitely will not be able to replicate how well you say his name. I'll stick to the first name.
Unfair, that's it. Unfair. Very simple.
Unfair. That's it. That's all you need to know. How long did you learn French again? I always forget. It was just.
So I started when I was 10 and I stopped when I was 17. But I learned it for 5 years when I was in Canada, and they do like slightly elevated French. So, you know, just in case you need to go to the French part.
Okay. What do you mean slightly elevated?
Like if you're in grade 5, you do grade 7 French, you know,
sure,
just because
okay.
you need to be slightly better.
So they think they're better than...
No, it's because it's more of a necessity. Like,
okay.
When in Australia do you need to know
know
French? Okay, yeah. Actually, that is kind of a stereotype of French people, a bit of arrogance coming through. So we'll go with it.
I can tell there's some arrogance coming off as well as soon as you say L'Enfer's name. I can hear it off your accent. Like you said, any excuse to be able to say his name. So yeah, we get to see how he is able to.
Do you remember what that means, by the way? Come on, it's actually a quote by a philosopher.
No.
Okay, it's a quote by Sartre. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, Sartre. But it means hell is other people, which basically means like most of the time, if you're just left to yourself and your own devices, you're going to be happy. But it's other people that end up bringing you down. And that's not just like Dota related. That's like, you know, these days in like social media and all that, people see people's best lives on Instagram, for example, and they end up thinking so much worse for themselves. So, I mean, the man, even before Instagram and TikTok and all these social media was out, he was making some pretty bold claims and he was being right about it.
Damn, Denog, the philosopher, giving us all the information, the vital information we need. Yes, of course. So, yeah, enough of that. Let's stop speaking about some crazy philosophies. We should have a draft getting underway pretty shortly here with Cactus up against Poke. I know you were just mentioning before about Cactus's logo. We get to see it a little bit, you know, with a close up. It's I don't mind it. I like it. I mean, that's got to give you bonus points, right? Surely, like plus Star 1 points in damage for everyone. Oh, okay,
absolutely.
No, it's kind of, well, it's not really pay to win. It's
designed to win.
Sure, designed to win. We can go with that.
All right, so I do like the fact that Cactus have gotten rid of the Broodmother. I think if it was the other way around, Poke aren't going to ban the Broodmother just because it's something that they like to play, whereas Cactus never pick it. So I think this is a very value ban for them. Centaur first phase, though, is certainly a little bit different, especially when it's into an Undying. So maybe they're planning on doing like a position 5 Centaur, something that we've seen a little bit in some of the other regions. But certainly if they're just going to go the traditional route, it seems quite odd.
Yeah, odd is definitely one way to put it.
How would you put it?
That's how I would put it. I
Say what you mean. Say what you really think.
I think this is, I don't like it. It's Undying.
There we go.
This is not good.
You think it's trash. You think it's garbage. You think they're in the bin.
I think this is one of his worst lane matchups.
Yeah, a little bit. Because it even just stops what Double Edge does as well a little bit, right?
Sure, yeah. A lot of the damage coming out from the strength. You don't have as much strength on all your damage. So, yeah, I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe there's some flex potential to a 5. I know Puppy was attempting that for a couple of games, and it honestly looked not too bad. We haven't really seen it in quite some time, though. So I hope there's some flex potential for Poke, but if it's not, the 3 is going to be very difficult to play for the Centaur. Regardless, though, Cactus with the 8th, they're just going to look to pick up Butterfly effects here early on. You got the Ember, now you can look to protect it. Storm and the Shadow Fiend now banned out.
I mean, they played it... Where did they play it last time? Did They play it mid? No.
What's this?
That can't be right. The Centaur.
Who?
No, they played it in the offlane. Twice, last season. Poke.
Okay. I was going to say
I'm a little
mid
confused
Centaur.
between Killer and
Like-
KK. A lot of Ks there, so I got a little
A lot
confused.
of Ks. Mid Centaur, that's, I don't know about that one.
I mean, you think about it in the context of like, you know, the task and all that sort of stuff, right? If you're able to scale up, you can do some pretty big damage early on, but yeah, most of the times off lane, the way to go. It's probably going to be a position 5 Mirana coming through here, although we have seen teams play it mid. We have seen teams do it in the position 1 role as well. I don't think Poke was one of them though. I mean, what are they going to do with this off lane? I guess Rubik just needs to go boots, right? And then just pull the wave as much as possible because you are not laning into a undying Ursa.
Do you think it might even be Miranda in that lane?
Do you want a Rubik 5?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think you got to keep the Rubik there just because you're going to be a little bit more greedy. And if they do go for some dives, because, you know, it's a freaking undying Ursa, you could probably go for like some tier 1 dives. It's a lot easier to get a telekinesis into Stomp versus like arrow into Stomp or something like that.
Well, draft is progressing pretty far through though. Cactus with the Ursa Snapfire in the second phase, so you've got a very strong safe lane. And then your position 4 with a little bit of teamfight AoE damage. Poke, they're going to go for the Tiny at the 18th. A hero that we don't see a lot anymore played as a 2. We're still getting a decent chunk of like Tiny 4s, but in regards to the position 2, it has fallen a little bit out of favor.
I wonder what they're going to do with Poke with their position 1, right? Like, are they going to go something that's a real lane dominator? Because if they do that, then the Snapfire doesn't necessarily have the luxury, unless it's going to be a Snapfire 3, who knows, right? Of rotating towards the mid lane to be able to help out with this. Because you know Undying is probably going to stay in that lane, right? That's why you pick Undying, is to dominate the lane and then be that frontline smoke breaker once the mid game and late game breaks out. So I think the Tiny is actually set up for a decent amount of success, right? Avatos combo allows arrows to happen, so I think this game is really going to be on the Mirana/Rubik in my eyes, right? Like, if you're able to make a rotation towards that Ember Spirit before he gets level 6, you can probably get some kills and set up the Tiny, but you're certainly playing from behind the 8 ball, just with how the lanes are going to be set up. Not necessarily mid, but the other ones certainly.
Well, is that not a concern though? Because traditionally, if you have second pick, your lanes are usually a little bit stronger than the other team.
Yeah. That's a little bit of a conundrum for sure. I'm wondering if they're going to even consider going like Underlord on Cactus, just because it's really good against Mirana. It's really good against these beefy strength heroes. And if Poke Gaming goes something else that, again, is like that lane dominator style, let's say, I don't know, a Chaos Knight, for example, Underlord crushes Chaos Knight unless you like really focus him and prevent him from having an early game. I'm just thinking like why they're so adamant on this Centaur as well. Like, what is it that needs to like stay on top of a hero? Like, Ursa is already gone. You weren't picking it against like, you know, the stuff that you need to run away from at that time. So it's, I don't know, it's really weird to me. I'm just trying to think of what exactly they want to tie together with this.
I think right now what we're looking for Cactus, I mean, you mentioned the Underlord. I just overall like a hero that gives them a little bit of control, because they are kind of lacking that with the Ursa. You'd love to have a team fight where Tombstone lay it down and then Poke just can't disengage off the back of Stampede. So that's where kind of the Underlord with the pit can come into play. Is
These
there anyone
bans
else
kind of suggest it as well, don't they? Like, you get rid of a Lifestealer and a Slark, those are heroes, and you've got the Ursa. Monkey King is in the pool, and not much else, honestly. So I'm thinking they're looking to try and pick up an Underlord or maybe a Tide Hunter, but I'm a little less solid about the Tide.
Is there anything else that we could be missing that can provide a similar role to
Mars.
what we're hoping the Underlord will? Mars, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you've got the Snapfire set up, right? It prevents you from just running away with Stampede as well if you drop the arena. So, and it's China, right? They love Mars, even though Mars has certainly fallen off in a lot of other regions. There we go.
Very good call. I like that as well. It just seems like you've got a big team fight advantage, a pretty much instant response from Poke, and they're going to go down the Troll Warlord route. So this is a carry that we do not see often at all. This is still a very, very strong lane and carry, but your prowess as a position one is just not there when you compare it to someone like the Ursa.
I don't hate it because it is going to be enabled by the Centaur, right? That there is that, and you've got a lot of stuns, so he's going to be able to lock in onto these targets. If you get onto the Ember Spirit, right, plus all the stuns that you've got, Root's pretty easily going to be coming out here. And even against the Ursa, right, most people hate man fighting against an Ursa, but if you're able to get that battle trance off, you actually don't mind it that much. So I'm not a big fan of their draft overall, but I can see why the Troll Warlord might have some pretty good value here.
Is it just the Battle Fury build that we're expecting out of the Troll? Nothing crazy in this game in particular?
What is he even going to go? Is it going to be like... yeah, I think Battle Fury is fine. Like, Battle Fury into... How aggressive can you get? That's really all I'm tossing up. Like, do you go Battle Fury, BKB, Blink? Like, because I think you need to lock in onto these targets that are going to have a hard time running away. And I think you don't want to necessarily use the Stampede as an aggressive tool all the time. You need to have that as a bit of a counter-initiator. A disengage. That's the word I'm looking for.
Okay. Which can be difficult, though, because if you use Stampede as a disengage, then you've got the Mars that can jump in with Arena. I mean, that was the big reason why you were looking to bring up the Mars. So... we'll see. We'll see how we get. So we do have a quick pause as well, just so everyone is aware why we are not in just yet. But for our first game, Drafts or Stet, it's still the same lineup here for Poke, but Cactus, it's a new 5-man for these boys. How are we feeling about our first draft, though, of the tour?
I mean, you gotta support an Ursa on the Radiant side with an Undying who should hopefully be setting him up for success against this Centaur. I'm probably leaning a little bit more towards Cactus, but again, we haven't really seen as much of them. We've seen Poke, we've seen what they're capable of. They were 5th to 7th last tour, so I'm banking on the new guys. Let's see if some of the new blood are able to pick up a W.
Banking on the new guys, all right. I'm a follow suit as well. I think we're both just very hesitant with how the Poke offlane in particular is able to set themselves up. I was even maybe thinking they might actually look to try and swap the lanes, like avoid the Centaur into the Undying Ursa matchup. But it looks like Killer has gone wand and triple branches to start. So
okay,
they're actually
definitely Cactus. Okay. He needs boots. He needs boots. You need to pull this lane. And if you have a look at Undying, I know we're not in game yet, right? But he's got a Windlace. So he's going to have more movement speed than this Rubik. He's going to be chasing you. He's going to be decaying you. He's going to be potentially killing you early on because Rubik doesn't want to go telekinesis level 1. And I feel like you need to be pulling that second wave as quickly as possible.
Oh, here we go. Back underway for our first game of the Spring Tour. And I mean, you were just mentioning the boots before as well. I don't particularly mind if Killer doesn't go to start, but I think you need your support to go boots in. Because then Aaron can fulfill that role of pulling. But at least at the moment, they feel like they can maybe man fight this lane. They've got a bunch of stats between the Rubik and the Centaur, so...
Could be going for first blood as well, with this triple stun potentially. Probably double stun.
See the 4-man already from Poke. No one's going to be able to scout out. Oh, will they guess smoke does pop? Maybe they might drop a sentry.
They might have a quick look at the inventory and just see, right, who has the observer wards right now, because you're not going to give both to mid, right? So if one's gone, they're going to ping out the fact that that's warded. Let's stay away from there for now. We know that they're roaming around to fight. This is really good play. There we go. Look at it. Look at Jumi. He's like, yoink, I'll be taking that, but he's got to be quick. He is. It probably gives away the fact that he's got it warded, though, and yeah, we can see that instantly the counter ward happens. So, I mean, I would say as an Undying, getting that solo experience is pretty important relative to splitting it 4 ways and avoiding the gank. So that's a win in my eyes for Cactus.
The battle begins.
Looks like they should be able to secure both the bounty runes as well up top. So we're going to have a double split here. There's some nice early damage, though, from Poke. Got that hoof stomp along with the Fade Bolt. Yumi already down to a pretty low health pool. So I wonder if this is what they can look to play off the back of Poke. I mean, they will have Centaur and Rubik has a very, very strong level 2 timing with that nuke out of the Fade Bolt and double edge being in the arsenal. So do you feel like that's something that maybe Cactus have to be concerned about?
I think they're going to be concerned about it for sure, but I think they're just going to try and get the Rubik Centaur combination low enough that they're not actually scared about that, where they might be able to make some sort of a turnaround happen or make them too scared to go for that kill attempt. I'm a little surprised as well that Summer went for the magic stick at the start instead of the Orb of Venom. We can see he's got it queued up now, but if this is the lane, then, I mean, they could have essentially gotten a first blood at that very start, right? Like, Ursa was right on top of the Centaur. Oh, Aaron at least able to block up the small camp there on the bottom side.
9 tangos from Aaron. Jesus.
He's going to be giving those over to Killer as much. Like Killer's just like, let's try and live as much as possible, right?
Is this 33? Killer 5 branches.
It's most stat effective item in the game, bro.
It's a lot of branches. That's a lot of branches, dude. Still only got 1 armor. 4 Centaur. 1 agi gain. Is a tough life. Off to a good start, at least early on in the lane, which is important. We'll see if that's going to be able to continue for them down bottom as we take a look at how our mid lane's shaping up with small KK on the Tiny versus Butterfly effect on the Ember. Do we feel like this is...
Bottom lane? A little bit. I mean, Double Edge is coming up again.
All right, Summer trying to cut his way through the tree line. He does have Yumi looking to move on over back towards the lane. So it looks like with the Undying having his presence back down bottom, they might actually turn to the Undying instead, but they're okay. Some nice harassment early out from Poke. That's at level 2.
It is, but I mean, it really should be happening. Like, Jimmy walked back to place a sentry ward down next to the small camp, which was never blocked in the first place. Aaron just body blocked it. And with that time spent away, Summer gets gone on. They haven't made any use out of this All of Venom. They haven't gone for any kills despite the Ursa being level 2. So it just feels like a little bit of a missed opportunity for mine. Good play by Poke, though, to enable that.
Yes. Yeah, great start for them. As looks like Butterfly Effect is he's going for the
might get
ones
this kill.
in this. Oh, back. All right, aggression continuing. Killer. First blood picked up for Yumi, and now Aaron might be in some trouble as well. The Undying doesn't have mana to play with to continue to chase Aaron down. So happy about securing that first blood, though. This should be able to offset some of that early advantage that Dai was starting to pick up bottom.
It had to happen, right? Because he had just come out, run out of regen as well. So honestly, the fact that it's the Undying that gets the first blood isn't even that bad. It means that he's going to be able to pick up a lot of this regen for himself. He's got the boots coming out to him. It's going to enable him to go for that chase down style, which I like. And yeah, a couple more mangoes I'm expecting him to pick up as well.
Well, top lane, Poker able to find their first kill of the game as well. Beautifully done. Ramfu was able to leap away from that cookie combo. And they've got the creep wave in a great position here for the side of Poke. Next towards the tier 1 tower, you've got pretty much a full creep wave against the half of Dai. So Radiant, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to be able to reset the equilibrium to help the Mars out.
At least they're able to give the bottle over to Butterfly Effect. So gets a bit of a refill happening in mid lane. I'm assuming that Snapfire is going to stay for the next 5 or so seconds just to deny that water rune away from small KK. And then Butterfly Effect's going to get the bottom side. Even dragging the creeps away so that there's no potential for the Tiny to deny it, realizing how important it is, of course, for him to be able to get those last hits underneath the tower. So nice little plays coming through from Cactus here.
Prize is mine.
Keeping tabs down on this bottom lane, seeing if it's going to progress any different. Very cute use of the telekinesis from Aaron. Do you see that?
I didn't see exactly what happened, but I saw that it was literally mid-cast of the tombstone as well. So Aaron really just getting in there in the nick of time. And like I said, it's those split-second decisions that might be the difference maker.
Very impressive. Telekinesis that creep to get the stun onto the Undying, and then the Centaur was able to get the follow-up post stomp. So, I mean, this is kind of that nuke potential that we were bringing up bottom lane. I didn't think they'd get to this stage, but I mean, now that the Ursa's going to be trouble under the tower as well. Double Edge is back up. Summer plays with some stick charges, but it's not enough health to repair the damage as Poke. They've got 3 kills down at this bottom lane. They are off to a great start in a lane that we were very hesitant about.
really shouldn't be happening, right? Like, this is unexpected to the extreme. I guess the Undying just didn't have the TP because he recently made that teleport back after buying the boots, getting the first blood. So, yeah, really good recognition there by Poke to be able to punish it accordingly.
Mid lane, small KK should be killed off here. Butterfly effect. He continue the chase down. Combo's actually going to hold him back, so looks like Tiny's going to be okay for the moment. Even the Undying looking to swing on over to maybe get that clean up.
He's going to back up in time. Jumi, I'm assuming he's going to stick around for a little bit. Oh, no, he's placed down the ward, right? So you're going to know where the power runes are spawning, so I don't think Snapfire needs to be here either. Oh, that sentry is just out of range of the observer ward on the left side of the river, I think. Unfortunate. Ooh, DD. And he's got the Orb of Corrosion as well. Yeah, this is a big spike for Butterfly Effect. Although, I mean, he's only got Orb of Corrosion. There's no boots. There's no even beginning towards the other phase there.
See if Aaron's going to be in some trouble. Yeah, they should be able to get the kill. A lot of damage coming out from the combo, and it's going to be Butterfly Effect that is rewarded for it. So, I mean, we already see that Cactus are doing their best to enable the Ember. This is multiple times now that the supports have looked to rotate mid to help secure these runes.
Small KK is very deep here.
He's got the grow, though. I mean, with that level 6 coming out.
Oh, the arrow!
Arrow's going to connect, but the Tiny's already used the combo, so won't be any more damage follow-up from him. But with that bonus grow armor, we see Butterfly Effect isn't able to do as much damage now as what he was prior.
And they are really, we were talking about it before, right? This Ember, Butterfly Effect has the potential to be your game winner. And, well, they're banking on it for sure. Giving him over a tango, even though he goes back to the base, picks up the boots of speed. But they just know that with how well this Centaur has done in the lane, that Jumi's got to get back down here ASAP. At least Summer's level 6 now, so they don't have that potential to go for the kill. He's going to have the Enrage to be able to block up a lot of that damage. And he's got the Ring of Health as well, so things looking a little better for them. They might even look to go for a kill once this Boots of Speed gets delivered on the Courier as well, so look out for that in the next 15 or so seconds.
And meanwhile, the counterpart with Lonfero up top here with the Troll Wall atop of the net worth. So he is off to an incredible start. He's got one component of the
just
Battle Fury with the Ring of Health. Just troll things. As we kind of brought up in the draft, actually. Hold that thought in the river, small KK. It's going to be in some trouble with the Tombstone. Lay it down. The supports are starting to move over. He gets the kill before he's going to be sent to the grave, so at least he's happy about that, getting some golden experience. But now the supports might be in some trouble as Butterfly Effect. Remnants on over the top. He's able to get the kill onto Ranfu with the help of the Snapfire. He's up to level 5 now.
He might go for a dive here onto Aaron. I mean, he's just got the Fire Remnant back up. He's popped the regen rune. Flame Guard's used. So I think with that, Aaron should look to back off. I mean, you can see he wants to, like, get a Fade Bolt off just to keep the wave pushed away from the tower. And, well, it doesn't look like they'll be able to go for it anyway.
No.
Instead, bottom, maybe?
Summer's the target here. Stampede to close the distance, but the instant use of the Enrage, that's going to allow the TPs to come out, and they can react now. Stampede used aggressively means that they won't be able to disengage.
Nice
and with the cookie onto 2, the damage, it's not solely onto one member at the moment, so Poke, they're going to be able to reset their position, and no one will go down.
Had some pretty good cookies so far coming through from the Snapfire. One of them, of course, was into an arrow that ended up working out. Yeah, there we go. Butterfly Effect. He just is way too scary at this point of the game for either of the supports. Getting that solo kill in the mid lane. So got to be careful about spending too much time away here on small KK. He's in two minds as to whether to go back mid or try and continue making a play bottom. But
again, man.
Yeah.
You just mentioned in that cookie play onto Aaron, Killer was considering about looking to step in and provide some assistance, but so supports are able to get a kill themselves. Again, some much needed experience as well for these two members. Be really nice if Snapfire is going to be able to pick up that level 6 without even needing the tome.
Oh, for sure. We certainly weren't expecting the Ursa to be at the bottom of the net worth, though, at this stage of the game. That's for sure.
No, but we have seen, like, in the past couple of minutes, he's recovering. Like, his lane's going much better. Level 7, and he's actually getting aggressive onto Killer. Plenty of stacks up here with the Fury swipes. He should be able to close the distance thanks to the Orb of Venom slow. And, well, then his lane seems well and truly recovered now.
A little bit. I mean, he's still 600 gold behind. He's going to get this creep wave. He's going to be able to go back to the lane. But that's how I was expecting the whole lane to go, not just the 10-minute mark, right?
But now at least that he's found that levels and is a presence down bottom, and you can see the supports, they'll start to rotate. Yumi's gone to top, you've got Butterfly Effect here as well, and a perfect timing. It's that catapult wave with the Meteor Hammer that TZY is gone for, so this tower's going to go down. It'll be the first one of the game.
Yeah, I wonder what in Summer's mind is going to be like, right? Because he's not afraid of going up against this Centaur one-on-one. He's probably not afraid if the Mirana's there as well. It's really, where's the Rubik, where's the Tiny? Those are the two that are going to be able to set up to potentially get a kill onto him. So with Eren showing on the bottom side of the map, he's just saying, you know what? It sucks to potentially give up this tower, but they've got kill threat with the Rubik there, with the telekinesis.
On mid lane, they're considering about small KK. Butterfly Effect with the double damage room was starting to pivot his attention over. He's got a 2-level advantage over the Tiny. Look at this,
they can go
all
for this.
5 members.
Yeah.
This is a heavy commitment from Cactus, but with the arena layered down, there will be no escape for small KK, and they can look to transition this into their second tower.
It's important for any Ursa lineup to do this, right? Because Summer, he wants that Roshan, and he wants it ASAP. Is he even going to consider going for it now? I think he's possibly a little bit too early. He's still looking to go into that Battle Fury first and foremost. But yeah, you got to make sure that the next team fight that you win, you're able to transition straight into that one there. And it's enabled by this Observer Ward combo that was above the bottom tier 1 tower as well. So they knew that there were 3 heroes on Poke that weren't going to join this team fight.
Look at this play bottom lane, Cactus. Are they going to be fast enough? They were starting to smoke bottom, but then they turned their attention back to top, so they'll be forced to TP down to try and keep TZY alive, but they're a little bit too late. So they'll get the kill onto the Mars, but Radiant, they're starting to move down. They've got the ultimate kisses.
Nothing to hold him in place, though, without that Mars.
Yeah, that's a concern. Kill was always ready with the Stampede. In fact, it's going to be ran through that will reset with the Moonlight. There is a sentry layered down in the lane, so Butterfly Effect, with the help of the Snapfire, is able to get the kill onto the Rubik. So that's that first kisses of the game.
Could be better, could be worse. I think it's just a little bit of nothing. But the big concern for mine is that you're letting this troll get way too far ahead. Like, he's a full, what is that now, 2 items ahead of the Ursa? So he's a lot closer to that Battle Fury than the Ursa is. And because of that, his net worth is going to grow exponentially faster than what Ursa's is.
And what a exceptional Battle Fury timing it's going to be for Lonfer. It's not a naked Battle Fury at all. You got the Wraith Band, Magic Stick. He's gone Phase Boots as well. So very early farming accelerant here for the Troll.
Mm-hmm. They don't even need the Troll to be part of the lineup as well for them to be able to push any sort of towers. You've got TZY going for that Meteor Hammer build. Of course, anything that lasts over 2.5 seconds, you're always going to be able to land the stun combination on it, but it's also great for pushing towers as well. So that's a big reason behind why they were able to take top and mid so easily.
Now, do we feel like Cactus want to continue to try and play aggressively here with kind of the 5 heroes that they have, or are you looking just to make as much space as possible for Summer?
I think I want to see them playing between mid and top, right? Wherever they feel is going to enable them to win a fight. Nice use of the Stampede there to get the Rubik away. They don't want to lose out on any individual hero.
TZY. Toss it in the middle, and now the Troll's actually going to look to get involved, but he's got to be cautious because early on, the control to hold him down inside the battle trance means that Lonfer can just get no damage out. So there's your top of the net worth hero trying to get active, but it's a hefty consequence to pay, and not Dire. They might even lose more heroes as well. Smolka K is going to be okay with Eren. And act as that deterrent.
I'm a little surprised that he didn't continue to go for that dive there. Butterfly Effect still had all of his fire remnants available, maybe just respecting the damage that the Tiny's able to output. But I mean, they had the kisses up in 5 seconds. He could have potentially held him into place. Instead, I guess just wanting to enable the Ursa to continue farming. And if one of them died, that would have not happened. I don't know. That's a big deal, the Troll Warlord going down there. Yep. I mean, he had a very, very big net worth lead. Obviously, that takes away a bunch of the unreliable gold. It's time not spent farming with the Battle Fury, so bit of a mistake coming there from Poke, and, well, they're going to look to go for another attempt here, but I'm not exactly... because he's got the Blink Dagger up on Killer, so that plus the arrow, plus the Rubik combination. He's stolen the Flesh Golem, so I'm sure he's going to be hunting for something else. But look at Jumi, great positioning around the ward.
He's got some members playing behind him as well with a cookie. Can help reset his positioning, so the arrow's going to be off the mark. Now, Tiny did get his blink delivered, so they've got to be cautious about his location, but it just doesn't matter. Mortimer Kiss just rains down the damage for Quiet, and now with these 2 deaths, it might enable Cactus to look to try and get Roche.
I think it will indeed. Not quite level 10 on Snapfire, so it doesn't have the little shredder, but I mean, you've got an Ursa, and you also got no Flesh Golem on the Undying, but they're going to have plenty of damage to be able to take this one down. Dropping the Tombstone to help him out a little bit there.
Bottom lane, TZY is going to be in some trouble. Unfair actually looking to use the Battle Trance. And oh.
Right. Sure.
I was going to say, nice that Aaron stole Arena, and then, yeah, it drops to my bad. Unfortunately, it doesn't get too much out of it.
The prize is mine.
Aaron's normally used to fighting Titans within the walls, but not this time around. Sorry, that's an anime reference. I know you probably don't understand.
Yes, I zero idea what you said. But hey, at least some of the viewers might know. It's okay.
It's just one of the biggest animes currently. It's all right.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Guess I got to pick up my game. How dare I?
You do, really. Attack on Titan's a great anime, bro.
I'm not saying it's not. I'm nothing against it. I'm not saying it's not. Please don't come for me. For you weebs out there. So there's a endearing weeb. It's okay. You guys are cool. No, they're not. What do you?
No, you just sound like a dad being like, I love your little hobby.
Yeah, it's a cool hobby, you know. You're just sitting by watching anime, eating food, playing games sometimes. I like the hobby, killer. I thought he jumped on the Ember. Butterfly effect, so chill.
Took a lot of damage from that Maelstrom, though. The Fairy's Trinket's really doing work, too.
It's only going to continue as well with the game that he's had. 2-0-8 for Butterfly Effect. 10 kill involvement out of the 13. And I had a big queued up. He's actually going to change his mind for the Kaya here on the Ember.
Don't hate it. I mean, Rubik looking to try and get the most use out of the...
They're here, though. TZY with his own counter arena. All holding every single member into place, and now they can look to get the cleanup. The Troll's going to try and activate the Battle Trance. He can stand toe-to-toe, but as soon as it expires, there's going to be nowhere for him to run. As Butterfly Effect, he'll turn back for the juicier member onto Poke. Got to be cautious, though. Killer with the jump in.
Fuzzy Wuzz is
coming.
coming.
There's no damage follow-up. Small KK is nowhere to be seen. They needed the Tiny for the cleanup, but without him there, it's going to be Cactus that comes out on top.
Yeah, Ares' love interest, Butterfly Effect, is really taking over this game. I mean, he is involved in 14 out of the 17 kills. I mean, this is why you pick the man one of his favorite heroes. So I was thinking the Kaya as well, like, going up against this Troll Warlord, if he locks in onto someone, you can look to go down, like, it's kind of crazy, but an E-Blade route, just to be like, all right, well, we're just going to pop Ghost Scepter on someone, and then what is a Troll Warlord going to do? Probably not, to be honest, but, you know, I'm just theory crafting. Oh, he's got it queued. Let's go.
Was he? Oh, no. I hate
thought I was arrogant before.
KK. Back live at the bottom outpost. They're trying to set up here for the Tiny. TZY is going to be able to get the combo, but do they have the damage with just these 2 members? Some of the dire supports are close to potentially protect Small KK. It looks like they're going to back off here from that attempt on Cactus, maybe needing an extra member to bring him down.
So talk about how I was right again?
No, never. Well, it doesn't need to be brought up a second time.
I agree, it probably doesn't. My ego couldn't handle it.
It only happens rarely, so we'll let it. You know, we'll say congratulations once, and then that's it.
We'll forget about it forever. I understand. Yes. I mean, it happens often enough, so we'll have another reason to congratulate me again soon.
Okay, that's not what I said, but that's okay. That's not what I said. You know, Summer's top of the net worth, Thenog. This is it's going to be a bit of a concern.
I don't think he's died. Yeah, he's just the one death, so of course he hasn't died after that point. His team's been doing a great job of making space for him, as well as probably a few, I like to call them unforced errors, right, that Poke have made, especially around the Troll Warlord joining into fights that he probably didn't have to. You know, they haven't used the Stampede in combination with the Troll Warlord yet. I feel like he really needed to play a more selfish game, at least until he gets into that BKB for himself. And then once that happens, then he can look to join these fights.
Well, I don't think any fight will be joined pretty shortly here from Poke. With the Stampede on cooldown, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and protect this tier 2 tower. What a great ability. Overpower on Aaron. Gotta be cautious, man. TZY is ready.
They'll see that that's where the hammer's coming from, though. I wonder if they're going to go for like a Blink Stomp here.
TZY? Oh, it's super awkward now. Oh, Tombstone. Oh, okay. Killer jumps out to the left. He's going to try and TP, but...
Okay, bro.
Very ambitious TP. So, Centaur goes down. T2 Tower is going to follow as well. And with that being said, Dire, they're farming out of the map. Small KK is working towards his BKB. You got Lonfer as well, very close to his last component being the recipe. So, it's not the worst for Dire.
No, it's not. And I'm just going to... I'm going to go into bat for Killer on his Centaur there, right? Because by doing that, he A, gets damage in onto the tower, B, you know where all of Cactus are, C, they use the Mortimer's Kisses and the Arena and the Flesh Golem as well to be able to get that kill, right? So that's a lot of abilities that now you're not going to be able to use to get in onto Small KK and Lonfer. Yep. So it gives them a ton of space. Lonfer's nearly got his level 18, he's nearly got his BKB. So not the worst, especially considering you know that Roshan, which is the big thing that Cactus are playing for, it's not going to be up for at least 2 minutes. So you're going to have time to be able to get into this next item.
So are we wanting them to fight at the moment with everything on cooldown, or you're just avoiding fights, get those items, and then take a big team fight when Roche is up?
Get those items. Like, again, they haven't used those couple of things in combination yet, and that's really what they need.
They have to be a bit worried about this ward placement. Radiant, a lot of vision for them to work with across the map. They're even going to drop the Tombstone as well.
I don't know if that's what you need to be on
back up. Lonfer is in some trouble. The BKB does just get delivered, so he's got the protection now to work with his Killer. He's going to turn off to the left side as well. They're going to try and target down with the Undying, but it will put Centaur in a compromised position. So 1-for-1 exchange, but the Troll, he goes down without even activating BKB, and now Small KK, he's caught out in the river as well as Cactus. They didn't even need the Mortimer Kisses. Arena came back up at a perfect timing, and they'll find a 3-for-1 exchange in a beautiful location to take that fight with their ward advantage.
Yeah, I mean, a few things just once again, not using the Stampede together with a lot of these other abilities. So I just avoid the arrow there. You also had the no ward up on the high ground, so you didn't exactly know when this this stun combination was coming for the Troll Warlord. Of course, you never want to pop the BKB too early, right? Otherwise, they're just going to be able to run away from you. But yeah, not able to pop the Battle Trance. He got chain stunned. It just doesn't feel like they're on the same page right now on Poke.
Which would you say is a bit of a concern, considering this is a team who's already stuck it out for a full tour, and then Cactus, I mean, this is a newly formed team.
I guess so. I mean, maybe it's just around their shot caller as opposed to their actual cohesion, right? Maybe it's a case of too many cooks in the kitchen where they're just like, everyone's saying something, and as a result of that, nothing happens. They're actually going to go for a smoke, but it's right before this creep wave hits the tower. So at least Lonfer's there to be able to pick it up and not make this movement too obvious, or they're going to be able to get that quick kill. That's really important, right before Roche.
They might get more as well. Snapfire looks to jump in to protect the Undying, but without a doubt, he was going to be killed off regardless. So, double kill for Dire. Look to be able to transition this.
Relatively short death timers.
Butterfly effect. He's looking for a bit of a style play onto Ranfu, but be able to
wasn't
blow him
in the
up.
pit at the time that Roshan respawned those, so neither team knows that it's up right now. Getting some very important vision down though is Ranfu. And they're actually looking to continue some pressure into this tier 2 tower. Really don't hate that, especially considering they'd used the glyph previously. So that's a tier 2 tower going down.
Okay.
One of them is going to move to take away the outpost, but again, really feels like top is the area that they want to be fighting right now.
They have any wards to place up top as well? Looks like Ranfu does have one at the moment. He's hopefully going to try and deward that Observer on the high ground as well. This is a vital ward for Radiant to play with this fight breaking out surely around the pit. And yeah, looks like Ranfu is going to get rid of it.
They didn't have any sentry of their own down, did they? No, but they obviously would have seen him walk up and place the ops. But Roche is up, and well, I was about to say the one with all the vision is Poke, but they actually got rid of the one that they had, and they know where their vision is as well. So TZY, as long as he is good with his pathing, he should know to step out beyond that tree. I think Butterfly Effect just did, though, so they know they're in the region.
This is huge, though. Summer just hit level 20, and he got Basher. So a gigantic spike in a pivotal team fight. We need a way to address the Ursa. Killer's going to try and jump in or land the combo with the 4-star Summer. He's okay. He's on the other side of the pit. He can turn to beat onto Lonfer, but the damage isn't enough at the moment. Now with the Troll, he's starting to get the further stacks going. That's where the E-Blade's able to come into play, but it just sets up for the nuke. As the Ursa gets blown up, they're going to look to try and chain into another member. Lonfer doesn't get connected to the wall, and no, he'll
straight into the bin.
Yeah, why not? All right, you put me here. I'm happy to go for the Roche. Gonna be cautious,
no battle trance, though.
But the battle trance on cooldown with the Mortar of Kisses just burns him away. And now this should be the opening that Cactus have been waiting for. There's nothing that Butterfly Effect needs to be worried about. Just dancing from one member to the next. That's all it is. Summer goes down, and Cactus, they'll reap the rewards of that second Roche.
I was really thinking like, oh man, what's Small KK doing? He's really just sitting back for the longest time, but we saw exactly what we were talking about, right? Troll Warlord locks in onto the Ursa with the battle transfused. E-Blade gets put out. Who's the hero that loves that the most? It's the Tiny. Avalanche toss combo onto the Ursa, takes him out of the fight, but by that point, they'd used everything. And yeah, Cactus able to pick the bones from the corpse.
And it feels like there's going to be more corpses as this game goes on as well. Now 6-0 and 15 for Butterfly Effect. Again, continued to have a stellar performance, and is going to be working into the BKB. I actually thought he was going to go Scepter. He did have it queued up, considering he actually bought the Ag Shard for himself, but wanting a little bit of a magic immunity considering all the spells that are being channeled from Poke. But
gives over the shard to the Ursa as well.
Lovely, lovely, lovely.
So you just have to tell the tale of this game. Again, Butterfly Effect 21 out of 25 kills, Small KK 4 out of 13. So
wow,
this really isn't what you were expecting from the Tiny mid laner. Like, you're playing this with a Centaur, with a Mirana, heroes that you can set up these like unreliable stuns for off the back of your Blink Dagger, and he just hasn't been able to do it. Like, of course, yes, he was able to kill the Ursa in that previous fight, but that was all you got out of it.
And with the Centaur as well, off the back of the laning stage, we saw Killer maybe like 10 minutes in. He was second in net worth behind that Troll. Had a great start. This is just item progression has not continued so far. Bottom of the net worth out of all the cores. And
who's he planning to have hitch a ride with him? The Troll? And just bring him around and battle tranced? I don't know. I'm not sure I see the point of this. Unless it's like hitching a ride of someone that's stuck to a Mars wall and then you drag them away. I don't know.
Yeah, because they have a decent amount of AoE damage. I mean, if Mortimer Kisses is there, the Ember as well, but it will stop the Ursa from doing any damage to the person that is in the car.
Yeah, but
I don't think that's enough. I'm just, I don't think that warrants a 4200 item. Is TZY? Oh, they see Lonfer, and well, instant use of the BKB. He's just going to look to try and disengage. It will. The rest of the members, they've got to get out. It's Small KK. He just stuck around for a little bit too long. He too is in a position where he has to use his own BKB to look to escape. But TZY, he's actually able to clip him. Maybe that God's Rebuke slow is enough, but the blink just escapes. Oh my lord, that was so close. Meanwhile, for the right hand of Butterfly Effect. What's this man doing here? E-Blade to stop Lonfer from continuing to right-click. Butterfly Effect just is able to narrowly escape.
A just makes you do crazy things, man, and you know, he was feeling unkillable. He's also got the BKB now picked up as well. I think he just sold his magic stick, so going to be able to go in even deep. You've still got 2 minutes left on that Aegis, and level 22.
Yeah, and what a ward to play with as well here from Radiant. This deep observer on the cliff down by Dire's triangle, and they should have an idea. Yeah, Aaron at least pings out one. You're probably going to put a sentry in a location that'll scout out the cliff and where he dropped the observer ward ping, so that looks like it doesn't even matter though. Tier 2 is going to go down. There'll be no contest.
throw that Meteor Hammer onto the high ground. Why not? If you're TZY and they just walk on away. They're still playing around so much of their own vision though, right? It's not like they necessarily need to be on this bottom side of the map. Aaron's trying to push it in just using the Fade Bolt for a little bit of that ghost push, but that creep wave is still much, much stronger. And well, wisely enough, Cactus, they're sticking together. There's no real reason for them to continue splitting up. This is their timing right now. This is where their lineup feels strongest.
What? I don't know how they knew Tiny was there, but Small KK again is going to have to BKB TP out. Obviously, they got a glimpse of this Tiny farming aggressively, and now they see Killer as well over their own triangle. So what can you... Blink on it, snap, and look to stampede out. So again, it seems like they're just in this position where they have to use their items and abilities defensively just to try and help them stall this game out.
So...
Ah, he got the choreo, okay.
From Lonfair, I really want to see him not buy this Basher. I want to see him go Nullifier right now because it's going to get rid of that E-Blade, it's going to get rid of the Ghost Scepter that the Snapfire is going for, it's going to get rid of the Overpower that you've got to be able to play around with the Ursa, so you're much more capable of man fighting. I just feel like it's got so many facets to benefit this lineup, and well, Basher just seems like a bit of a last month's news, basically. Still gets it though.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Last out of tower, soon to be claimed. Summer. Got the refresher queued up as well here for the Ursa, so we're seeing he has been a little bit weak without BK being enraged sometimes, but into that refresher orb is going to give him double protection. They're going to look to smoke just a cross smoke play here from Cactus. They're going to look to sweep over to their own triangle.
Dire are scanning.
It's the first point of contact though. Lonfair inside the river. Don't... Oh.
Smoke didn't break, brothers. So they end up giving away their position.
And now Spear's on cooldown as well for TZY. He's going to be a bit cautious here. Lonfair's going to try and turn to hit him from the back. Unable to do so. Now Summer off to the left side. A huge kill onto the Tiny. Mars is at least able to get the arena down. It will be stolen from Aaron, so it's going to be difficult for Radiant to enter inside the river, but Aaron just tosses Summer into the middle. So I was like, all right, thank you. That's exactly where I want to be.
And they're going to look for more as well. You know, once again, the Tiny just not able to layer in the damage that he truly needs. He still needs to rely on that Daedalus to be up for himself. And honestly, when you're defending on the high ground, maybe it's time you look to consider the Aghanim Scepter at this point, right? He's got some crit with that Chrysalis coming through. I wonder if that's the route that he wants to go down. Well, Lonfair wasn't able to get usage out of the Basher in that fight. At least now he's going the Nullify. He's identified that they're kiting them around way too much. It's going to get rid of, what, 1, 2 Force Staffs, a Flame Guard, the Overpower,
Old and sweet.
the
And even
the Ghost
potentially
Scepter.
E-Blade.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's a lot. There's a lot that it's going to be able to provide. Of course, Nullify was buffed up as well with the cost being reduced. I cannot remember. It was a decent chunk, right?
Like 450.
Yeah, which is, I mean, we see what Radiance is doing right now with everyone buying it. Everyone and their goddamn mothers. Does not matter who you are.
Oh, we got the Hitch a Ride though, and something that I love in the recent change. Now it gives you, it's now a 30-second cooldown instead of 45. That's always good. But also it just gives you the Stampede buff whenever you're using it for 8 seconds. So quite useful. I don't know if it's going to be enough. I'm not really seeing a target. It's not like you've got a Shadow Fiend or a Drow or a Sniper or a Lina that you're able to just pop in there and you're able to stay attacking from range. Yes, Troll can do it, but Troll wants to be in melee range. He wants to be on top of you, getting those root procs, getting those bash procs.
Well, maybe we can see it in this fight as Killer. Look at the jump in on the Snapfire, great start, but look at just the discipline from Cactus. They see Snapfire gets jumped on, no way for them to protect him. They're just going to look to back on up. Let's chill out, not blow any more of our members.
Yeah, you'd hate to see that. But I wonder where they're going to go next with this. Because, I mean, for me, it's all just about getting more of the map for you to be able to play around with for this Troll. He's going into the Silver Edge now. I'm really not seeing it. Like, he hasn't
Tiny as
unqueued
well.
the Nullifier. Tiny, I don't hate as much because he's already got the Chrysalis picked up for himself. So if it's between a Daedalus and that, I'm like, yeah, okay, maybe. Maybe they're just really wanting to try and 100-0 somebody, but is that really what you want? I don't know.
Radiant are scanning.
To me, it just seems like they feel like then this is maybe a different way to address the Ursa in their books. Whether it's gonna be enough for Poke, I mean, we'll have to find out with this double Silver's Edge coming up shortly. But I mean, for Summer, he's just got a big item with Refresh. He will have some mana issues. I think you've got a Greaves at least on the Snap File to maybe offset some of that, but
some of that.
Dire are scanning.
Not funny.
You said it.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
You said it.
Diny? So KK's gonna get the jump killer with a great follow-up as well. Look the damage! Oh my lord, they just get blown up.
And remember, someone just bought out.
He's not down just yet, but look to turn it back around. TZY is gonna be able to land the combo that'll help Summer reposition off to the higher ground, and they're on full retreat. TZY though, can he escape? The damage continuing to be rained on down. Blink up in a couple of seconds though, and once again, Cactus, all they lose is one member. This time, it is a vital member in the Ember, and Roche is up as well. So Poke, finally, they're able to catch a break.
I mean, it's off the back of that Observer Ward, right? It revealed everything. They were able to move on forward. I believe, was that under the cover of the Shadow Blades that they were able to make that jump? I think it might have been, right? Especially on Small KK. He just got a great stun that allowed them to combo together with the Mirana. And I mean, that's really what I was expecting this Tiny to do from 12 minutes onwards. And well, it's taken them until 36, but what a time to do it right before that third Roshan.
I mean, that's huge. 3,000 net worth lead. I mean, off the back of this, they're probably going to be able to get the advantage with all the map they can farm, Ages on the Troll, Cheese on the Centaur. He's got Refresher Shot as well, and importantly, just a lot of the experience that gets split between the members on Poke. You just got the
be careful,
level 20
though.
talents, actually, killer bottom lane. It's going to be some of that can start, and there's just way too much follow-up as well with the chain control.
Doesn't have
They are
buyback.
considering about maybe making an attempt.
I
Trying
don't
to
know,
cover
not
the Shadow
solo
Blade,
long
trying to
there.
scout out Summer. They do have a sentry though, so they will see him. Ooh, Spear's going to be off the mark. Cookie on over the top with instant reaction out along third with the BKB. It's going to be no follow-up response as Cactus once again going to be forced to cut their losses.
Good quick connection coming through from the supports there to be able to back him up. Ooh. Even had the Arcane Rune still popped as well, so that that Battle Trance not going to have the longest cooldown. They're just looking to make even further play. Small KK. Oh, he's going to get baited by a Rune. Not quite, but again, they're in this.
Ooh. All right.
We've got a game.
I mean, the status, we definitely have a game. Incredibly even. A probability slightly favoring Cactus, 52% at the moment, but would you agree with that? 38 minutes in with what we're starting to see out of Poke, who do you feel kind of has the momentum right now?
I don't think either team has the momentum, to be honest. I think it's a crappy couple of fights that Cactus have taken. It might have rocked their confidence a little bit, but to me, it's just like, all right, well, they want to get Ursa into that level 25, and they want to make sure that they get the jump for a change. I think that's really been the thing that set these past few fights apart for Poke. They've been able to be the ones to set up. As long as you get the BKB off on the Ursa, like early, without losing the rest of your team around you, I think you're generally okay with things.
It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to find that initiation though. They lost both the gems, and that's going to force the Undying to once again go into his own gem. So we got 3 gems out of the map. Ranfu's holding one, Aaron's got the other, and well, now with Yuumi picking that up, hopefully it's going to be able to help out a little bit with that vision advantage that they've been lacking through the past previous fights.
They're not wanting them to get into this next item though on Poke. They want to try and make a jump while they still can.
And they might get TZY. Look at his positioning. Very aggressive. Great reactions, though. So just a little bit too slow with that hoof stomp, but his high ground. Gotta be cautious, though, with the multi-shots out from the tower in combination here with the arena. It's a lot of damage being rained down from the Snapfire. They're gonna have a way to address it. So Poke, how can you protect the troll off the back of the respawn? One fair, he's gonna stand strong. He's got the BKB to try and help disengage. A great use of the telekinesis as well as Summer is gonna jump over the top. They'll just turn their attention to the supports. The easier targets will be ripped apart as Cactus What an incredible defense from them. That was really all set up just from that one reaction out of TZY. Was able to blink away when Poke jumped the high ground, and then we just saw Cactus. All of a sudden, all their members showed up instantly.
He was able to do that, but I kind of feel like that's off the back of Troll just walking up into the high ground, right? Like, he had vision that this was coming, so he had time to be able to react to it. I think this is very different if you perhaps lead with the Centaur instead, right? And you're able to get that. It was a blind stun, but it's something that I think you had to go for. Maybe you look to set up some high ground ward on the top side of the tower beforehand. But yeah, well, we see that just walking up into it allows him to back off, and it's really this arena that sets everything up, right? It prevents the escape, it prevents the effectiveness of the Stampede. Even if he was able to get it off, Centaur doesn't have a BKB, so he would have been locked in place as well, and they're losing heroes back to back.
And it's not been the first time, has it, that we've seen TZY be able to land a incredible arena, and he's very close to Refresher, so his team fight involvement is soon to be even more enabled with this big item.
Yeah, even just with that high ground defense, right? On the respawn, he knows that the Troll Wallet is going to BKB. He's not going to take the chance. So he didn't throw the spear right on that respawn. He made sure to save it, and that allowed them to clean up the Mirana as well.
Oh, did they lose both gems on Dire? Surely not. There's no way they were holding two.
I would hope not.
I see one on the Rubik's body.
Oh, yeah, if there's two on the ground. Yeah,
well, because there was three on the map.
Yeah, and what's it still has one? Ember.
Oh no, there was two there.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, can't be doing that.
No. And that's been. Oh, they're leaving one. So Kari's coming for it.
Mission Impossible.
Can
Rubik. Look at him go. Dun, 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 dun. There we go. He's laughing. He's like, all right, we'll take this network.
It's a small thing, but a big thing. Because again, you were mentioning the fights that have been successful for Poke. It's been off the back of their vision and them starting fights. So the fact that they're at least able to recover a gem is huge to help
Probably
that out.
The best place for them to start a fight as well, right? On their high ground, right in front of their tower. All of that true side, of course, given from the tier 3 tower. And Butterfly Effect, he's almost level 25 as well. So he's going to have that refresher all picked up soon. He's going to have that double slide of fist charge as well. So, I mean, we keep talking him up, but you haven't seen nothing yet. He's almost ready to reach his next form. About to go Super Saiyan, my man.
You know, his counterpart as well, like Small Kickers, I'm surprised at how much he's been able to keep up in net worth. You know, even with the Ember Spirit, he's got a Swift Blink. He now changed his mind into a Assault Cuirass, so continuing to avoid the Scepter for the Tiny.
I don't hate it. The AC's fine, right? It's going to enable that Troll Warlord to actually get effectiveness out of the aggressive jumps. Strong Dispel.
They got a glimpse of them.
Nice.
This is huge. The vision that they're able to find. They're going to see the Tiny running up over the high ground. Look at the chaos that Butterfly Effect is just putting out onto the map. And now Summer, they close their distance. An incredible arena from TZY, but the damage follow-up, it's not there at the moment. Dire, they're able to activate their BKBs and stand strong for the moment. Small KKs in with a combo onto two, just assassinates the supports without a hesitation. But off to the right side, though, Butterfly Effect, he's looking for the cleanup, but he's out of mana. And now on fair, he's able to lock onto his target. Battle Trance activator, plenty of attack speed to melt apart the Ember Spirit without a hesitation. Butterfly Effect, he's back into this game. TZY is going to be able to land the combo. They need someone to provide the damage. Ursa's going to be able to jump into the middle, but can they catch up the killer? Another round of the Stampede to get back towards the high ground, but Butterfly Effect once again will follow them up. All the buybacks are coming out. Poke, can they turn this around deep inside their base?
Buybacks
or can Radiant look to reset as Summer? He's in trouble. Refreshes up in a couple seconds. If he can stay alive long enough, it might actually catch Dire off guard. There we go, Refresher activated. Another use of the Enrage as well, as Summer's okay for the moment. Dire, they need to get something out of this. They invested way too many buybacks. Looks like all they'll get is the Snapfire in the tree line. Small KK's hunting, but a little bit too late to catch TZY off the back of the TP out.
Sheesh, that's a lot going on
everyone?
there. Let's have a quick
Who didn't
look.
buy back?
Tiny didn't
disappointed.
buy back,
Ursa,
Ursa didn't
what
buy
the
back, and
hell?
Undying and Mars. So six buyback. That's still a lot, though. I really want to see a replay, if we can, of that arena where Troll Warlord gets caught, because he landed the hitcher ride and then it just stopped. Like it went on cooldown. So I'm not sure exactly what happened. If the bounce from the arena stopped it, it's not exactly a combination that I'm used to seeing. So we'll see if we get a chance to have a look at it.
So what do you want the replay to start with a fight
All
like
right,
that?
this is fine. This is what I want. So they
Okay.
land the arena, Killer makes the blink onto the top side, and he hits hitch a ride there, and it just stops. I don't know what happens. I'm not sure if, you know, the bounce back from the wall stops it. I'm not sure if there wasn't any kind of taunt or anything. That tends to stop hitch a rides from happening. So, or like fears and taunts stop hitch a ride and things of that nature from happening. But I didn't really see any of that. So maybe the Mars bounce acts in the same sort of way.
That's the only thing that I really saw that makes me think like that's how it works. So
maybe they're just like, shit, this is what we bought it for and it doesn't even work, you know? So we'll
already Stampede
see.
versus Arena is not the greatest, and you go for a 4,200 gold item, and
yeah.
Arena even counters that one a little bit as well. And this game, I mean, it was 7,000 net worth lead off the back of those buybacks. I have no idea, but now it's 2K. So I don't know.
There were 3 on each, I think, so it's fine.
Yeah, but after the fight, they were up 7K. We'll see, though. You know, they're going to look to smoke again from
Gems help
Cactus.
swing things back and forth, you know. They're going to use Lonfer as bait. Of course, he's got the level 25, so Battle Trance Strong Dispel.
He's going to show himself as well.
They're really looking to play around that Roche pit, but still
It's a
1.5
huge
minutes away. They're playing around the ward, yeah. And it seems to be like they're looking to try and perhaps make a few more aggressive moves. Push out that top side of the map, make them have to defend even. On Poke would be good, but, well, Poke, they're going to do the same with the mid lane. They're like, we know you won't want to leave your little sanctuary up on this top side, so let's make it as hard as possible for you to come into here.
Wouldn't hate to see them cut this next top wave.
Wouldn't hate to see him finish buying the... I don't know. I kind of feel like you're banking on winning the next fight, right? And what's going to enable you to do that is a Swift Blink on the Ursa, because you've still got no... No, wait, he doesn't have buyback. My bad. I was looking at the career death timer and thinking that was buyback for some reason. Because, like, if you're banking on winning the next fight, you're going to have the Aegis, right? To be able to play off the back of. So, you know, good for him. Good for him on saving that. Don't listen to me.
Okay. Cactus once again going to look to try and smoke up. There's an Arcane Rune inside the river. You know the Ember Spirit
They know
wants
it's
that.
there.
Butterfly effect just a little bit too late, but the Koro's going to scout them out as Summon's able to blink away, but TZY, he blinks in. But the
Oh,
Mars
double.
lands an incredible spear onto two. Now with the multiple kisses. Two heroes just blown away from the face of the earth. Now the Troll Warlord's in trouble as well as Summer stands toe-to-toe. 3 down. They're all diebacks.
Oh,
Small
as
KK
Roche
against the
respawns.
world, but what does he do, man? He's going to try and blow up the Mars, but TZY, instant pop of the BKB,
Bash.
small KK. Summer used the refresher to activate the Abyssal Blade, making sure it wasn't still on cooldown. That's a 5-man wipe, and that's our first game of the tour going towards the way of Cactus.
Woo. Comes down to a... would you say it was anticlimactic? I'd say a little bit, right? I was really waiting for this big Rorschach fight, but they just ran into the meat grinder, and it was TZY that enabled it to happen, right? Great Arena catching onto 3, forces a defensive blink away, lands a 2-man stun. Of course, he's level 20 as well, so he's got that extra 0.8 seconds on the spear duration. Plenty of time for the Meteor Hammer to go off, and then it's just a matter of Ursa coming in and cleaning up the rest of it. Really nicely done by Cactus, taking advantage of all of those dieback timers and picking up that game 1 victory.
What a back and forth game 1 though we had. I mean, we saw Poke through the early game. Their lanes went a lot better than what we were expecting. Then we saw the Ember Spirit really started to take over the early game, and kind of to be expected considering Cactus put a lot of emphasis on rotating to secure the Ember's power rune. And throughout the end, I mean, Ember, he definitely paid that off in miles. 11, 2, and 23 from Butterfly Effect.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, how many kills did they have? They had 40. So he was involved in 34 out of 40. Quick maths, a lot of kills, a lot of percentage. But I don't know. The lack of nullifier, I don't like it. You know, I still am a huge advocate for this item. I think with what you were going up against, it was such a waste for them to not go for it. And it's not like they weren't thinking about it as well. Lonfair had that queued up, but he went for the Basher instead. He went for a Silver Edge even after that. And I think that was just a step too far.
Yeah, so we did see signs of life though for Pope, which was very encouraging considering how the early game was shaping up. I mean, well, the net worth got about to a little over 10,000. We saw it drop down off the back of a couple of really solid team fights from them. So it just felt like pretty much the mid game was a lot down to the shot calling and the placement that the fights were occurring. When Poke were the first ones initiating off the back of their vision advantage, the fights looked great for them.
Yeah. Who would you give the MVP to? I know you're going to say Butterfly Effect, but if it wasn't Butterfly Effect, who would you give it to?
I think TZY had a very good game on the Mars.
I agree.
I was quite impressed with his arena placements. Maybe there was a couple of fights where he got one person in the arena, but regardless, a majority of them were huge. I
think he only gave it up once. Like he used Bulwark every single time, so you were never able to get that great steal that Eren was looking for. He was landing multi-man stuns very frequently. He used the Meteor Hammer to make space around the map by taking those early towers, and I mean, we just saw in that last fight, right? Double spear into the Meteor Hammer, into all the damage that they had. For me, it was between Butterfly Effect and TZY.
I'm pretty happy with giving it to TZY. 1, 5, and 24. Doesn't matter about kind of the kill deaths with what the Mars was able to do inside the team fights. And that's a hero you asked for as well in the draft. You brought up the Underlord, you brought up the Tide, then you mentioned the Mars, and you said that was a China staple. And we saw how it was able to synergize with the lineup on Cactus. It's a staple for them. You got this Mars, you got this Snapfire, just a combo that has been tested ever since Snapfire was introduced into the competitive scene. And not only that, but we've spoken a lot about how it was able to really limit the effectiveness out of the center with being able to disengage with that Stampede and then, that Scepter as well. So,
it forces
I'm very impressed
something
with
always, right? The arena. It forces something to happen, and they don't exactly have the greatest defensive tools outside of that Stampede. Rubik Lift with the Shard, not going to do anything. You pop the BKB on the Troll or the Tiny, and then you're all in, right? But it's not like the team can continue to go all in. So you have to pop them to defend, and then suddenly it's like, well, okay, we can't do anything for the next 90 seconds. So I really liked it.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily care, right, if the Troll activates BKB and Battle Trance on the Mars. You've got Bulwark. Like, you're okay with jumping. If you trade Arena, maybe get an extra member and Troll uses those abilities, because as soon as BKB and Battle Trance is not available, your fight just crumbles. And this is really being the big issue with the hero for quite some time. You have to win the team fight in 8 seconds with those two key kind of items and abilities. If you don't do that, this hero just really struggles afterwards. You continue to get kited, so it doesn't matter in the end if the Mars is getting beaten down by the Troll Lord. But regardless, an incredible start to our second tour here for the boys on Cactus. A newly formed team as well, looking incredibly strong. Can they continue with this in our second game? We'll find out after the break. Oh, we're back here with some Division 2 action. Cactus up against Poke, and that Ogre was a good start here for Cactus. I mean, of course, we've seen a couple of their members previously in the last tour for Division 2, and now with this newly formed roster, they're impressing me so far with their style. How are you feeling about these boys?
They perform to expectation for mine. Can I say that? I thought their lane against the Centaur would have gone better than it did, but other than that, they seemed all on the same page, which I like to see. They really enabled who I think is their star player in Butterfly Effect. So let's see if they can do it again, because consistently is oftentimes the thing that holds a lot of these Div 2 teams back.
Yeah, that's always the one thing in question, as we'll get ourselves underway pretty shortly here between these two teams. Are we expecting anything different in regards to the first phase, though, before we do get the draft done?
Not really. Like, I think, were these the same bans as last time? I know at least 3 of the 4 are. I'm not sure if the Nature's Prophet was removed phase 1 of the bans, but sorry if this is a bit of a spoiler, by the way. We're into the draft. But we're probably not going to see a Broodmother again. I would be really surprised if we see a Centaur in response to an Undying once more. So we'll have to wait and see.
We will indeed have to wait and see. So it's interesting, I suppose, with how we can see them look to address what they've done previously here for. I mean, it's just game 1. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves. It's the first series overall for Poke. Just go back for a similar identity for them, and it looks like it's not too much different. The Rubik into the Beastmaster here at the 8th, so something that we saw. I know Liquid really like this opener. Saw Gaming do it a couple times as well with the Rubik Beastmaster. I think I even heard Quinn say that Liquid kind of stole their opener in some of their series. So Poke, it's nice. You pick the Beast at the 8th, you can look to then protect it. I guess you've already more than likely playing into your lane matchup though in the Shadow Fiend and the Chain Protector.
Maybe. We know Butterfly Effect plays a good Shadow Fiend, though. So, could be mid. But I think they need to protect against it being a potential 1 as well. Although, you just go axes, right, on the Beastmaster, and then it's not too bad. You're going to cut down a lot of the trees that Treant's going to be able to play around with. You're against a high agi hero who will potentially have living armor, so you get rid of that aspect as well. So yeah, I feel like if that's the case, you just go the axes build and you'll be just fine. But yeah, you certainly have to take away some of the bigger threats in my eyes for the Beast. Do you get rid of Night Stalker? In my eyes, Night Stalker is still by far the #1 counter to Beastmaster, but a lot of pro players don't seem to agree with that, so we'll see.
5 seconds remaining.
Does it even have to be played as a 1? Because I do more than likely think this is tree safe lane.
Yep.
There is some flex, but do you feel like you can still put the Night Stalker as a 3 to counter the Beastmaster, or is it better in that 1?
It can be either. You certainly don't want to run a Night Stalker Treant lane. It feels like a little bit of a do-nothing lane, right? So, I don't know. Like, I think Cactus, they just run this as their preferred, like, comfort, as opposed to, like, Drow Treant or Drow Undying, which are, like, the lanes in this current meta. But Shadow Fiend Treant is totally fine too. So I think it's just what they prefer, and it leaves them with that tiny bit of flex. Of course, you have to remember that they have second pick, so they're going to be the ones that decide what their lanes are actually going to be. Do you play around this mid lane as being your win condition once again?
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ending too, but do you know what the Englishified version of the position 4 on Cactus's name is?
No, but you're about to tell me, and it's about to be something good. I hope
Fish
so.
King. I love it.
Fish King.
Fish King. Give me that Fish King. Unfortunately, there's no fishy type of POS 4 heroes really out there, right? Maybe Lion
Slark
with
plus
the...
4 is pretty dope. Hang on a second. Come on,
okay,
don't come on now.
Your 1K pubs don't count, all right?
What the hell?
We don't need any of that coming into Pro Dota, that's for sure. Maybe the Lion with the cosmetic, where you turn them into the fish instead, could work.
That's probably the best one you'll get. Definitely better than my Slark position 4 with just go get
Naga,
the Aga shot.
maybe? Naga 4? She's kind of a fish.
I guess. I mean, is sirens fishes? I don't know. Sure, they swim. They're aquatic.
Team pick. Radiant
Sven 4? He's actually half fish. He's half like
No, he's
merman.
not.
Yes,
No,
he is.
is he?
He's human and merman. Yep.
I can't even.
Are
be
you
bothered
really
checking it out.
debating me on lore?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to. Let's see.
That's what I thought.
10 seconds.
Ooh, Longfair gets his faceless void. So they actually have a really high win rate with this. I think it's like 80% over 5 games. So even though they came in 5th or 6th place in the last tour, this was a hero that they were frequently winning on. So I'm glad to see that he's picked it up. It's pretty good combination together with the Phoenix in terms of damage. They need a little bit more to go into the Chronosphere for sure. But you can go for Manta style to be able to get rid of the overgrowth. You can use the Beastmaster Hawk to be able to scout out for a lot of these Chronospheres as well. So I really don't hate it.
I think their safe lane is a little bit vulnerable though. Like Phoenix is not the greatest laning 5, and Faceless Void definitely has a lot more tricky matchups. Is there like a?
I mean, they've picked the Snapfire as well, so it's like you can deal with the egg too, I guess. What do they go now? I mean, do they just Mars again?
I think it's banned. Yeah, it's banned.
Dire team
Second phase from Poke.
Legion Commander.
I'll see.
Okay. Well, you address the raw, which is nice. I look. I think if this is solely they just feel like they're going to win the lane off the back of this, I'm fine with that. I literally do not care because I really think Poke. I'm quite concerned about their off lane with the Beastmaster Rubik into the Shadowfiend Tree Protector. I think that can be a very volatile lane where if Shadowfiend Tree get a couple kills early, then Beastmaster's timing is going to be slowed down. And we know, like we just mentioned, like Faces Void and Phoenix, they can have some difficulties in their lanes. So this could just be another game where early on Cactus have a very big advantage.
Could be. Now the real question that I'm asking you is, I've been inspired by Snare. Who out of these 5 have the best drip?
Well, I can't see Fish King, and I can't really see TZY or.
Oh, he heard you.
Jim.
He's sitting up.
I can't. I don't. You're gonna call me a simp. I kind of like Butterfly Effects.
I do too.
So.
I do too. All right. There's no need to try and. All right. And how about here? How about for for Poke?
Well, not
sorry.
Ran Fu because he has a filthy Yankees jacket. So despicable.
I mean, Aaron's
of
kind of
them.
got that K-pop look going.
Dire team pick.
Is that drip though?
Radiant team pick.
Wow, the man just completely
Oh.
disrespecting the drip. Sniper, okay. Don't hate it. I mean, the thing is, for Cactus right now, they only have the LC to frontline. No one else wants to frontline on this lineup. So I think they're basically saying, you need an initiator, and you need to essentially go on 2 different units, because this is a lineup that's effectively has 2 carries. Like Sniper into the Shadow Fiend, probably one of the best matchups, and I think they're banking on the fact that they can still run this into the SF and feel fine. So maybe now you run the SF in the safe lane, and you look to put, again, like who is it that goes forwards? Is it the Storm? Doesn't have a great time against the Sniper. Puck's banned. Venge?
What the hell?
It's a chrono save, but if you're playing it as a POS 1, are you really wanting to do that?
Whoa, 1 Venge?
Yeah. I mean, are you really wanting to run mid-Venge?
I thought they were gonna like snap core or something when the Venge was picked.
Nah.
So
I don't think you
what
can
do
run
you-
that into the Sniper. I think you just run, like, because a lot of supports, like traditional supports, actually scale fairly well these days, right? Like, Rubik, we know, can infinitely scale because of what the other team has. Phoenix, great scaling percent. Venge scales quite well too, not just because of the swap, which is probably the worst of the displacement spells despite being her ultimate, but you get the second life, and with a Shadow Fiend buffing you up, you're going to have this this vengeance aura, right? Just to be able to give them more and more damage. So this is once again them just backing Butterfly Effect, and I like it.
Yep.
You know, if you've got a star on your team, do it. And they're going to be able to do it with more minus armor. They've already got Snapfire, Venge, Shadow Fiends that give minus armor. So despite the fact that you're going up against these two Agi cores, you can still look to do a decent amount of damage into them, although I'm expecting them to go on to the Beastmaster first every single time.
So it's a
What's
very
up?
interesting draft. I'm trying to. I like both drafts. I feel like my
Do you?
concerns are Poke. Well,
Do you
okay.
like both drafts?
Your Legion's DC'd friends. There we go.
Yeah, there we
Right,
go.
so once again, we do have a quick pause before we get underway. Okay, I think Poke, their mid lane should go very well. Snapfire versus the Shadow Fiend, Sniper versus the Shadow Fiend. I think Sniper's going to have a great time. You pretty much win a lot of your matchups. I'm quite concerned about the other side lanes on how they're going to be able to shape up, and I think that's one thing that Cactus can look to use to their advantage, where you're going to play around grouping up early, this level 15 talent from the Shadow Fiend off the back of your one lane. You can just control the map against the greedy lineup that Dai have with the Snapfire, Beastmaster, and the Faceless Void core. So I think Cactus, I think they will win this game just off the back of winning the side lanes, and because Dai don't have a mid lane to be able to make plays to offset that. But I think if Poke somehow can get towards the mid game and they don't have a large deficit, I think they will win in the end because their lineup scales very well and they have good team fight. I do
they've got
not
two
think it's going to
actual
get there
cores.
though. Yeah, and you've got great synergy, like two cores that have perfect use out of the Inner Beast. You love the attack speed on the Sniper and the Void, and the combo inside the
Chrono
the
enables
is
you to
great.
right-click on Sniper, yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think they're going to get there though, because I really think the safe lane and the off lane from Cactus is very, very strong.
Yeah, I think
I
mid's
like
probably going
this.
to break even.
I like
Oh.
this a lot. Look at this. Radiant, their level 1 is incredibly
it's coming.
strong, and they're going to look to use it to their advantage. Just kill up in a hell of a lot of trouble. As unfortunately, it's going to be Fish King that finds first blood, but regardless,
The
you're able to
Fish
get
King
that bounty.
disrespect, man, and
What?
Aaron doesn't want any part of it. He's just like, I'm DC'd out of this game. You give up first blood, I'm going to go record another Smash K-pop hit.
So do you kind of agree with... Well, what do you think? What's kind of your thought process on the two drafts that we have at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, if it gets super late, I think Poke are going to win. I don't know if it's going to get to that stage. They've got good synergy, but it's all around the Chronosphere, right? Because in a similar way that they don't really have anyone to go first outside of the LC on Cactus, you need Chronosphere, really, to go first on Poke until you get like a Blink Dagger maybe on the Beastmaster. So it feels to me like Poke are playing a little... Sorry, the more I look at these drafts, they're very similar, aren't they? In terms of like...
Are they?
They have one person that can go, but they have decent reactionary tactics, is what I'm essentially saying, right? Like, you've got the swap to get yourself out of Chronosphere, but you've also got like the overgrowth to be able to stop some aggressive moves. And then on Poke's side, you might be able to get the jump with like a Blink Duel, but then you've got, you know, the Fiery Spirits and the Sun Ray to be able to survive that. You've got, you know, the Faceless Void who can potentially use the Chrono as that turnaround tool. More fighting around this mid lane. Another Observer Ward battle that just doesn't go either team's way.
Okay, I can see how you're saying there are very similar attributes between either side. Just see, for me, it all comes down to the lanes. That's just, if somehow Poke are able to win these lanes, then you're in a pretty solid position, but I do not think that's going to be the case.
I don't either. I think their lanes are set up for not a ton of success. I think they should be ahead based off of that, but I think it's really going to come down to team fights once again, right? Like similar to last game. It was pretty even for most of it until like those initiations started happening and they're actually going to look to go on to Aaron once again. No Orb of Venom though on Jumi. looking to just build up that ring of protection, realizing that he doesn't really have those trees to be able to play around with, so he might be taking a few right clicks here and there. Some are actually with 0 regen. Hopefully he's got a little bit coming out to him now. Yeah, just the one set of tangos. And I like the fact that killers go on that level 1 wild axes, right? A, you want to stay as far away as possible from the treant. B, you're going up against a couple of agi heroes, right? So they're always going to be able to give you some decent value where you're not worrying about that high armor, all that magic damage. Really useful.
One kind of interesting thing is that Small KK started out with the shrapnel. I know Thompson kind of likes a no shrapnel build. We've seen Nisha as well go down that route early on. So Small KK just trying to secure his early couple of waves, 6 and 2 compared to the 8 and 0. So Butterfly Effect is off to a great start here for the Shadow Fiend.
I don't hate him going the shrapnel to be able to begin with. He actually gets 2 points into it as well. Just because you're going up against a Shadow Fiend, he is a lane dominator, right? And he is going to shove that lane out, and Sniper notoriously has pretty terrible right-click damage, at least to begin the game with, right? You're really relying on those headshot procs to be able to get a lot of those last hits, so you got to make sure that the lane is somewhat pushed out towards the enemy side so that it can't be pushed back under your tower. He's doing a really good job, though. Like I think he just got 3 CS and a couple of denies in the SF's face, so Small KK doing real well.
I wonder if even more points in shrapnel early on can help out with some of the early chronos. If you kind of max out your headshot and take aim, then you might be lacking a little bit of early damage to pumping. You could just use shrapnel and then look to run away. But
I'm really not seeing the Faceless Void and the Sniper playing too much in tandem early on, right? I think you're going to need the at least level 7 on the Phoenix, I would say, before you're looking to get any sort of that stuff happening. It's really just playing around the Beastmaster as much as possible. I think that's where a few of these early rotations might start to happen. And it might even be on the back of the power runes, although Sniper, not exactly the greatest user of them when you compare it to like a Spirit Hero or a Tiny.
Nor really is the Shadow Fiend, to be honest, as well, and especially maybe with how we see this draft set up. It looks like they're really trying to enable Butterfly Effect, so maybe he's going to play more for his own game instead of rotating like we saw previously with that Ember Spirit. Bottom lane, Yumi's in a lot of trouble. He's going to look to go to the north instead, but they won't find that last right click, so finally Poke going to be able to hit their board.
Killer's going to be a little careful here. He's dropping a little low on the old HP. Of course, going up against this Vengeful Spirit, every time he uses the Wave of Terror, it brings you down to 0 armor, so that Treant, if he's able to get those right clicks off as he just attempted to, is going to really start to chunk down your HP. They're trying to get in onto Aaron here, and I'm sure that's what he's trying to say. Use the Wave of Terror onto this Rubik. He is squishy as hell. But that's just a little bit too late. Obviously, as Avenge, you don't exactly have the most Avenge Treant lane, especially the most reliable tools to be able to secure a lot of these range creeps or even the Beastmaster boss. So, sacrificing kill potential for creep secure Jumi.
Who's going to be able to get the kill first? Jumi trying to play around with that second point in the leech seed. Orphea 1-for-1 exchange. Summer, he's got plenty of one charges. Can Summer turn, surely? 2 points up with the Wave of Terror with the help of the minus Summer. Uses it a little bit too late to get that bonus damage with the right click. Regardless, Killer will be able to move on back.
He's got the Helm of Iron Will now, he's fine. The more important thing is that you killed that Treant Protector after he just TP'd out to that lane. So now you know you've got a 2v1 situation. You can see Aaron positioning himself very aggressively, looking to try and harass him out. And it means that Summer needs to back off entirely. Won't be able to stop Killer from getting this next wave right next to his tower. That's exactly where he wants it to be. So good priorities there from Pope. Really looked at this top lane much, have we?
Yeah. Just taking a look at Fish King and TZY trying to take the double small camp, I believe it was. Don't think it was a triple, so very nicely done. It's going to stop them from able to drag the wave back. It's already in a pretty decent position, and you know, Lonfez having a pretty good start as well, 23-6 compared to the 27-5 for TZY on top.
Again, it is another one of his comfort heroes, right? So you expect him to be able to get out of this lane in a fairly decent spot. TZY, he knows he doesn't need to go this big like
Butterfly Effect. Well, they even glyphed the creep wave on Die to try and run through, but the Shrapnel wasn't in the greatest position to hold down the Shadow Fiend.
Love the raindrops as well on small KK. Just stops a lot of that harassment from coming through.
Has been killed.
I wonder if he's going to just get the 1 point into the assassinate as well on small KK. A lot of the times teams completely ignore it, but I feel like that mini stun is really effective, especially just the early point, right? To get that that kill threat on the board. 320 damage at level 6 is a lot.
See what's happening though as soon as the support leaves this lane up top. TZY is able to start to bully out Lonfair. Meanwhile, bottom lane as well, Killer, he's in some trouble. Someone's already used the combo Killer. Be okay, especially with Aaron showing up as well, but does leave the side lanes a little bit vulnerable for a wave or two.
I mean, you're very happy leaving this Legion commander up here next to the Faceless Void. He doesn't have the Time Walk available for about 5 seconds, but time dilation going to push them away long enough. Do you go for this aggressive move, Lonfair? I think that's a little bit of an odd choice. I mean, you really want to leave this LC up here solo if you can. Get up into that level 6 ASAP, because you know that you're going to be able to secure some kills.
Would you need an extra support to rotate with the Jewel, or are they going to have enough damage between the Snapfire and the Legion Commander, maybe once Fish King gets an extra level?
I think they're going to have plenty, just because Faceless Void's going to be low enough by having to face up against this LC in the lane anyway. And, you know, if you go on to the Phoenix, very little armor, so...
On mid lane, Butterfly Effect, yeah. First rotation out of Aaron. Butterfly Effect, though, a defensive use of the Requiem's able to land a couple of raises afterwards that'll send small KK away. So, there's a very early level low up the Requiem.
Oh, will Fish King be able to bait round Fu into coming through here? Looks like
So they got the short raise. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, Venge gets solo killed by the Beastmaster, and back inside the river, Fish King, he's gonna go down as well. So now this bottom lane is completely open for Killer to get a decent chunk of damage onto the tower. That'll give him enough gold for the Helmet Dominator as well. So these lanes are going much better once again for Poke.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not really sure what the Snapfire was doing, making that sort of movement through. It wasn't a power rune that he needed to contest. You had SF just happily farming away at those neutral camps, and Legion Commander was very close to picking up the level 6. He actually went for the duel attempt onto the Faceless Void, but because Snap wasn't there, you didn't have that extra follow-up damage. I think, yeah, Snap LC is plenty.
Ooh, nice TP out. From the Rubik, meanwhile, mid lane, small KK is getting a little bit of damage into the tower. They've got a great cliff ward as well that's able to scout out. Once again, the support, back-to-back games, we see them just looking to hold hands here with Butterfly Effect. It's leaving bottom a little bit vulnerable as Ranfu's going to look to rotate down. Killer's got the Roar up again. Actually looks to use it onto Summer, wanting to hold the Venge into place to help enable them to get the kill onto the Treant Protector.
Absolutely no one wants to come up towards this top lane, though. They're really just saying, I think you got to let this one go against the LC. He is the one hero that you're really scared about at this stage of the game, just because of how he's able to break apart. He's gone a very single target focus game, maxing out the press the attack, getting a couple in the moment of courage. He doesn't need to go the overwhelming odds. He knew if they did that in lane, then Faceless Void would just time walk it off. Speaking of Void, gets a kill onto a Snapfire, who once again is just roaming perhaps a little bit too far. Fish King out of his depth.
He had a ward scouting up the Void farming, but didn't know that there was a cliff ward for Dire. Sniper was in a great position to be able to combine with the Void, so there wasn't even a Chronosphere needed to get the kill. So it's going to keep that jungle free, bottom lane, tower goes down as well. So this is great signs for Poke's early game. Killer might be in some trouble, but just...
They're just thinking, we don't have this damage.
So we've got to be looking at Jewel and first Mortimer Kisses, right? For Cactus.
Top lane. Sniper's here.
Here we go. All right. Chrono out. Small KK. Level 8. They're going to need no one else. With the maxed out Shrapnel, TZY is going to try off the black, try and play off the back of the press the attack, but that one is not enough. So great first use of the Chronosphere, and We just see what they're getting out of the map for Poke. I'm so surprised that they're getting away with this. You're getting kills up top, bottom lane, 3 heroes from Cactus. They're not even getting everything out of, putting all these resources down here. So Poke, with how they've started, they are so happy.
They really just have no playmakers outside of the Legion Commander for the first, let's say 18 minutes of the game, probably longer, right? Because the Venge, speaking of Venge, might be in a bit of trouble on this bottom side. Not just the Venge either.
Someone's going to try and TP out. Looks like he's actually going to be able to make it. A little bit of damage reduction, I believe, still there with the nether swaps. But it's him not farming. Bottom of the net worth out of the Venge. And Denog, I know we haven't seen this hero as a core in quite some time, but you are a non-factor without the Scepter.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Kind of similar to, in my opinion, the way a lot of teams play the Earthshaker. You got to give it farm. As a position 1, you're going to, but he certainly doesn't have enough. You need to play a really selfish game in this first little bit, and then play selfless once you've picked up that Aghanim's Scepter beyond that. But who then makes the plays, right? It really feels to me like TZY needs to be playing with this Snapfire a lot more than he currently is. And while he's just playing solo up here, he's going to be the consistent target of a lot of this aggression that's coming through from Poke.
TZY is going to go down. Maybe one fur. Will he actually go down? Phase Boots, he's pretty speedy and he's out. He's got the blink now getting delivered. A little bit low on the resources, but you need to start bringing some members up top to make some plays.
They're doing the right thing. They're making that movement up. Snapfire's level 6 as well. They go for a smoke. They know the Void and the Snapfire are here. Of course, you can only capture one. Let's see if their positioning is right on both of the supports. Look at exactly where they're playing. I'm really liking this from Aaron. He's probably going to die, but if it means that your cores aren't dying, I think you're very happy with that. Now you know you've got 50 seconds where they don't really have that damage to be able to get through one of these cores. With no Mortimer's Kisses as well for the next 110, it really just frees up a lot more space for you to farm. And that's exactly what Lonfair is going to do with this Midas.
Greed. End of the game here for Poke, but like you said, they have a great win rate when Lonfair is playing this Faceless Void, so he feels like he's going to be able to get away with the greed. Again, with the position they're in at the moment. Set up perfectly to do so. They're going to be able to chill for a little bit of time. At least with this top tower getting claimed, we see Summer is going to be able to take maybe a little bit more of the safer farm across the map. They're going to put Butterfly Effect down bottom. But for Dire, I know we did just mention that the Faceless Void picked up the Midas and they have more of a greedy lineup, but are there any plays we can expect out of them, or are they just truly going to be reactionary for a vast majority of this game?
I think... Oh, stole the duel.
Yeah, I don't know how. Top lane, Yumi as well is going to go down. Easy kill.
I think they're just going to be completely reactionary. Like, they know that if they get to the late game without bleeding too many kills, then they're going to be way ahead. The only way that I can see Cactus matching their aggression is if TZY just starts to really rack up those dual kills. And you know he wants to, right? You've gone this first item, Blink Dagger, not the Blade Mail, not anything else that's going to assist you with farming. So... does he have a smoke on him? No. Does Snapfire? No. So, I mean, really, they just need to try and bait them into coming for these aggressive plays, like picking up runes, not playing around their vision, and Poke, to their credit, they're not doing it. They're not taking the bait. And really want to see Fish King make his movement back up towards the LC. 5 seconds away from the Mortimer's Kisses. Duel's up. You got the Blink Dagger. You got to be playing together. And, I mean, he's playing around this top side, but no carry in their right mind is going to be playing around this lane when there's no tower for the teammates to be able to walk to. They're just playing around their vision instead. Good positioning by Ranfu. They'll just keep growing their lead if they let this happen.
Yeah, and they're actually going to collapse on mid. I think that smoke was under the Hawk vision. Killer's starting to reposition back towards the river. TZY wants to get the jump in, but there's the Mortimer Kisses coming down. The Requiem of Souls as well, but the damage, it's enough. They don't get the dual victory, but they get some much needed kills.
God damn, Butterfly Effect, what a play. Just using the Requiem, nowhere near that because he knew what was coming. He knew that Time Walk Chronosphere was coming to be able to hold back the damage. They would have had enough to be able to defend that, but whew, man, just thinking 2 steps ahead. He's playing chess while the rest of us are playing checkers. You ever played checkers in your life?
I have played checkers in my life, yes. I honestly, I do understand you asking a question. I've not done a lot of things you have.
Uh-huh.
Freaking boomer. Okay.
I'm just
As soon as we
enlightened.
unite. Oh, that's no. Come on. No, you're not. You're so far from being enlightened. It's not even a joke at this point.
Bro, we're casting the China region. Last time we went to Hot Pot, you were like, what is all of this crazy stuff? I've never done this in my life. And I'm like, bro, it's Hot Pot. Come on. It's not that complicated.
And dude, that pot was hot. I'm telling you. Parker ordered the spiciest thing I think is possible to have on the menu.
What, was it like a mild?
No, man, shut up. It wasn't mild. I'm not good with spice, but that was no, not okay. Would you ever have a
No,
what are
I
they,
don't like
ghost chili
scorching
pep-
my taste buds either. No. Yeah, the Carolina Reaper peppers. No. I'm not about that. But,
You're not about it, right? Not
yeah,
even
but
for
I know
like the
that.
memes? For a nice
No.
joke?
No. I
Making
like
your
being
friends
able to-
laugh?
You know I like eating things, and I'm not going to prevent my ability to do that for a joke.
Yeah, but okay. Well, one way to maybe tip you over the edge, we'll give you a big bowl of ice cream. The
It's not
best
enough.
ice
It's
cream.
not enough.
It's not enough.
It's
Are
also
you
what happens the
sure?
next day is the
The
issue
the
for
stuff we
mine.
can't speak about.
Uh-huh.
Comes out the other way and it's no fun.
It's no fun. The reason we're talking about this is because there's nothing that's going to be happening for the next little bit in this game. I think Poke are going to be very happy with that if that's going to be the case. Building a Maelstrom, it's nothing groundbreaking on the Faceless Void, but it gives you pretty good value, right? You're going up against the Living Armor, you're going up against an Agi hero plus an LC that likes building into things like the Blade Mail, he's got the Phase Boots, so physical, not going to be as effective. And you've already got a Midas, and you've got the Inner Beast Aura to be able to play around with. So attack speed is no problemo on the Faceless Void either.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
getting
they wanna
away
make
with the
a play
green
here.
We'll see if they want to react on Cactus. They have the Jewel
Yeah.
and Mortimer Kisses up to play with.
They know they've got two heroes here, but they don't know about the Phoenix and the Faceless Void. It seems like they're not wanting to respond to it. I think, do they have... No, they've got a Hawk behind the tower. So despite the fact that they're committing 5 heroes to do this, it's not the worst, right? If you're able to take away the enemy's Ancient Camp, I think you're happy enough with that too.
I will say though, I'm kind of okay that Cactus aren't really forcing the issue right now because I think their huge spike is 15 on Butterfly Effect and Scepter on Summer, which is almost completed. Now, you don't have a big window considering how much farm Poke have been able to get early, and you cannot let them get Roche. This is what Cactus need.
They
Like,
know
their
it's happening.
lineup is enabled by this first Ages.
Oh, you got to get here, Butterfly Effect.
TZY,
whips
he's going to be the
himself.
first one to start. Lonfair, though. Chrono 1 to 2. They got the Supernova to the north side as well. No one's going to be able to address the egg. And that is a team fight 1 for Poke, and now a Roche secured.
Oh, we were giving him big props there on the Legion Commander for TZY, but that blink just came up a bit short. He didn't get inside of the pit, he didn't reveal anyone, and he just got completely turned around upon. Great use of the Chronosphere as well by Lonfair, not needing to catch the cause at the very start, right? It's more about just making sure that the Treant Protector's locked down, that you're able to keep these others zoned away as well. And if they get away with that Aegis, it's going to enable their greedy play even further. And now they can actually look to play around with the Drums of Endurance.
I see Summer.
Yeah,
Scepter has just been completed. It's a beautiful cookie onto 2. It's going to be able to enable the Mortimer Kisses to help secure a couple of kills onto the supports as well.
okay.
But... yeah.
He's nearly got the... He does have the Lincolns now as well on the Sniper. I was actually going to call that out before we started talking about Hot Pot. But it's a great item, this game, right? Really, the only initiation that you've got is swap or duel. And so what are you actually going to go on the LC to be able to counter this now? He's going to Halberd, but doesn't feel that amazing. Summer probably doesn't want to go a 4-staff on Venge unless he builds it into like a Dragon Lane's Hurricane Pike for some stats that are going to stay. Speaking of Summer, he's actually getting gone on a little bit here.
Oh, Aaron, long range telekinesis. Summer should end up going down. Spam the right click from Small KK from far. Meanwhile, mid lane though, the Jewel, they are onto Killer. No way. Oh, Killer's going to be able to run away. Butterfly effect control with the roar, and that was his first use of the BKB as well. They're coming. They're starting to move their attention over to mid. It's going to be Lonfer that starts, and Snapfire is going to be killed off. This is really not good signs at all. Danog, I was saying I think Poke have to be like even and maybe a couple thousand gold behind Cactus, but the fact that they're 5k ahead at 21 minutes in, is there a way back in for Cactus? Yeah, no bueno indeed.
It's rough for sure. I still really feel like they just cannot play unless they've got this Mortimer's Kisses in combination with the LC.
Nice counter initiation, but someone might just be dead again. Swapped into the middle. TZY is going to try and play off the back of the duel. He's got the damage saying to himself, they've got to be careful about the blade mail. But Small KK is standing strong. He doesn't care at all. Still has his ages to work with. He might just, he'll turn to Fish King. What's stopping him? Small KK getting the damage going. Butterfly Effect's gonna try and enter to set up the Requiem, but the Chronosphere holds him down into place. And now Lonfer can look to get the cleanup onto the Snapfire as well. And I think it's safe to say that the strategy they were going for Cactus just did not work out this game.
No, definitely not. I mean, we haven't seen a single swap save for the Chronosphere. There's just the wrong targets being caught out every single time, and they have no one to be able to make plays around. They even dropped the Mortimer's Kisses there again, right? Like, sure, you're able to get a tiny bit more dual damage onto the LC, and you know, at least she was level 12 with the dual damage bonus talent, but it's a long time, 120, wherever it is, 100 seconds or so to be able to make plays with, and it just feels like Poke are going to be able to take away so much of your map and not enable you to farm.
Not only, like, we've spoken a lot about the cores and their greediness, but even the supports and what they can do as the game goes on here for Poke. And we saw how much involvement they were to have in that previous team fight. Rubik stole Overgrowth to help kind of hold them down for a little bit of time. And even a fight that they don't even need the Supernova. I mean, it's just enough if Ramfu's got the goddamn Ag Shard. And there's still an incredible shard here for the Phoenix. He's gone for that Spell Amp, plus 6% here at the level 10. So, you know, he's going to be doing a decent amount of damage if he can get that Sunray off.
Look at Aaron as well. He's going into the Yule. Sorry, the scan connects from Poke, so they know exactly what's coming. So they're going to back off. The one weakness of their team is that they don't really have anyone to be that smoke breaker, right? Ramfu, you could probably say could, but he needs vision to be able to play around with for that purpose so that he can dive away as soon as they get the glimpse of any kind of smokes. And, well, without that, they're just not going to take the chance. Instead, more of a smoke in response to a smoke that they know was happening.
Butterfly Effect, they know no one's behind them as well.
Nice.
They've got great Hawk and Ward coverage. The Telekinesis back into the Raw. Mechanism's going to repair some of the damage, but it is not enough here to keep him alive.
Still really fast movement, though. How did he know that? Did he see, like, the Inner Beast aura on the creeps or something?
Why the Shadow Fiend was there?
Why he four-staffed back before the smoke broke?
Maybe? I mean, that's kind of next level if that's what he looked at. Regardless, it's 12,000 here for Poke at 24 minutes in. Cause
I'm wondering what even they wait for at this stage, right? Like, are you worried about them reaching onto anything? Like, it doesn't really feel like Cactus are close to any sort of power spike. Maybe level 12 on the snap. She's just about got it. Gives a little bit of extra damage with the Mortimer's Kisses, but again, it honestly feels like... Oh, is he going to drop the chrono here just to stop snap? No. It feels a little bit more like the extra 10 seconds reduced to the cooldown does more than the damage increase. It just... You need to be more active around the map. That's my main concern right now for Cactus.
Oh, they're going to buy back and try and defend the tower as Summer. But Break the Lincolns gets the swap in. TZY looking for the jewel, but the Supernova might be able to protect the sniper. Butterfly Effect's able to look to enter. Ran through. Egg's going to go off, and that'll enable them to turn the fight back around. As Poke, they're looking for the cleanup. Lon Fur starting to make his way over as well. They got to be cautious if they group up because the Chrono, it's ready to connect onto 2. They'll turn all their attention over to Butterfly Effect. The 4 staff tries to get him out of danger, but it's not enough repositioning. DZY is doing a decent chunk of damage over the Legion Commander, but they'll look to kite him, and Aaron with the finishing blow will secure the team wipe. That is...
I like
that. What?
I like the fact that they went for that move. What are we chuckling about?
Aaron jumped under the tier 4 towers and TP'd out.
Sure, why not? Yeah, I like the fact that they went for that play because they know that the Faceless Void was up top, so no real way for him to quickly connect to the rest of the team. But even, 5v4, they weren't able to get the most out of that one, and then they just lingered for a little bit too long. Faceless Void was able to walk. I mean, have a look on the minimap, right? He's up top, farming this whole time. They get the jump. After this, it, of course, requires that buyback from the Treant Protector, but still quite some time until the Faceless Void was able to get down to this bottom lane. And, well, you probably couldn't have asked for too much of a better initiation, right? Onto the Sniper. Maybe if you could get him before they use the 4 staff back, it would have been even more ideal. But they still get the dual kill. They still get rid of the Sniper, but by this point, it's just taken too long. And, Faceless Void, you can see here, is right next to the Ancient Camp. So very, very quickly able to influence this next little part of the fight. Venge even buying back so that his real guy goes back to where the illusion was. It's just an extra death on the board for him.
We kind of see what can happen, those back to live. Jewel, TZY actually in the river jeweled an illusion, and meanwhile they're able to chase down Fish King as well. So more sequence of events not paying off here for Cactus. We saw in that previous replay just what can happen though. If you get the jewel onto a target, Phoenix is just going to lay the Supernova down. And what do you do? But you turn to, if you try and deal with the egg, then you're not going to get the jewel victory. And if you keep hitting the jewel target, then the egg's going to go off.
Yeah. It's
TZY.
kind of a no-win situation.
The Blade Mail almost did enough to kill Lon Fur, but so at the time okay to play with. Some of those going to run into Aaron around the high ground ward location. Aaron's okay for the moment with the stolen pressed attack. Yumi's going to look to jump on over though. So the Overgrowth is able to hold him down. They're able to secure the kill onto the Rubik. Summer is now in a position where he's forced to kind of fight, but maybe they're happy with fighting with Butterfly Effect, looking to show up. Force out the Supernova. They should be able to bring it down. Yeah, press the attack's able to dispel off the Fire Spirit. So a couple of supports going down here for Cactus. Sorry for Poke.
So what are they really waiting for on Poke? I mean, I want to wait and see what this Faceless Void chooses as a level 20 talent, right? Because, again, I feel like they've got everything that they could possibly want to be able to...
Killer?
Not... Yeah, it's a very aggressive place, whereas farming... I think they even see the Faceless Void farming up here, so yeah, they're instantly pinging him up. Again, though, do you have the lockdown for him? Without this duel available, I don't think they do.
Yeah, I was going to say, the only way they kill him, I think, is Shadowblade into Requiem.
Yeah. Okay, so
they see small KK.
Maybe.
Hang on, what's going on? Some crazy stuff's occurring at the moment. Cactus are a bit of a pep in their step. They built some momentum, playing pretty aggressive with the heroes dead on the side of Poke, but looks like they won't be able to put any more members in the grave.
Close to picking up the Silver Edge as well on Shadow Fiend, just about 300 gold away, so it's going to be a nice little bit of extra surprise factor as well as damage bonus. So Faceless Void, what I was really looking for is, does he go the time lock damage or does he go the attack speed during Chronosphere? I was thinking maybe because you've got the Beastmaster with the maxed out Inner Beast, with talented Inner Beast, and with, well, they've already used all the drums charges on the Phoenix, but I'm assuming Boots of Bearing after that. Do you just go the time lock damage instead? Because you're probably not going to be attacking that much faster off the back of this, but I'm really thinking he needs that solo pick-off potential.
He's also currently under a ward on Lon Fur, so he's got to be cautious, but he does have the boys playing behind him. Julie's at the ready here for TZY, but they don't want to run too far into the jungle without having that ward still to back them up. Maybe they'll go for small KK instead. They need a way to deal with the Lincolns, and that's where the Halbert's able to come into play, but Dire with a response. Supernova down to the south, but it's just not going to be enough. Sniper, he'll get blown up, and now for the rebuttal, though, is Lon Fur trying to juke into the tree line to run into TZY, but it looks like the Legion will be able to find a location to TP out. So Cactus again Another small skirmish going their way. They're starting to build up some small wins.
And they were able to do that without the Venge as well. Venge was just spending that whole time farming. He's actually going for the Hurricane Pike as well, kind of like what I was expecting to see from him, as a second Roche up as well. But yeah, it's going to give him as well another way to be able to break the Lincolns as well onto the Sniper. So I'm really liking the way that they're itemizing here on Cactus. They're giving themselves a small chance.
Someone's looking for a swap target, and he'll find it onto Ranfu. Already used the dive, so the Phoenix is stuck inside the river. Someone's more than happy with sacrificing his life, but he might not even die as the duel's on. They've caught out the Faceless Void. Now Killer's in trouble as well as Butterfly Effect. Aggressive force dive up to the high ground. Aaron's going to be forced to stop his TP.
Now they
doesn't
can
want
Roche.
to feed away another life, but like you said, now they can Roche, and all of a sudden, Cactus, what are they doing a poke? Well, this net worth lead is starting to crumble at a rapid rate.
I love that from Cactus. Like a lesser experienced team would have just said, you know what, let's just try and take Roshan. It's a 5v3, but they know that they're up against a Chronosphere and a Sunray, and you need to put your high priority heroes on the front lines, killing that Roshan. Probably the last place that you want to be against these heroes like a Faceless Void and the Phoenix is that Roche Pit, this confined area. So what do instead? They find a quick pickoff. They use the vision that they had to be able to get in the Phoenix, to bait in the Faceless Void, and they didn't use the Legion Commander at all to be able to kill that Phoenix. Kept him hidden, and then used him to be able to get that all-important kill onto the Faceless Void, which then allows them to take the Roshan with no concerns at all. Really, really nicely done.
Yeah, Pulvol's Butterfly Effect up to the top of the net worth. Aegis and the Aghanim Shard now for the Shadow Fiend. And we see he's got that Arcane Blink queued up as well. And this is a item that will give you that just kill potential onto anyone. You can now, because the Legion Commander having 178 stolen damage, with Blade Mail, he probably solo kills the Void and the Sniper with the position is in, and then the Shadow Fiend, he can go for the other core. So I'm quite surprised, but it seems like we've got a ball game at 32 minutes in.
Absolutely. You've even got Jumi, who's gone the Aghanim Shard on the Tree and Protector, so it kind of forces them to go into like to pop that Manta style super early, right? Just to be able to break out of that route that it provides. Speaking of Jumi, he's gone on a little bit here, and looks like he'll probably be giving up his life, but are they waiting for anything? I guess the Arcane Blink is the big item that they're just trying to use this Aegis to be able to farm. And, well, considering they took the tier 2 tower up top, they're going to have a whole lot of extra real estate to be able to play around with.
But Poke, they want to make sure they can't continue to play out of the map. They've got this numbers advantage. They've got everything up and available as well. So it's going to be Lonfer that's leading the charge. They don't really have the greatest vision inside their own jungle, though, so it will not be easy to catch out Cactus, and it looks like they are aware of this attempt. Do it, TZY. Don't use the odds again. They might know you're there.
Ooh.
You see small
Yeah,
KK
when he
mate.
wants
Oh,
to.
hang on. Lonfer? No way.
Oh, the ping
Smoke
right on
pop.
him.
TZY, can he get the blink? Oh, no. Even going to use the Chrono as well from Lonfer. So much hate on the Legion Commander.
He just bought the Buckler, and he is 600 gold away from buyback. So, can you go for this attempt without it? I don't know if you can go for the high ground push without the Chronosphere available. I think it's still way too important to be able to take out both the Venge and the Shadow Fiend if you can.
You might be able to get all the tier 2 towers, though. Like, mid's down to half and top's getting shoved in. Lonfer's actually not going to continue to shove it out.
It's clearing out trees. Nicely done by Ranfu.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
At least there's one objective going the way of Poke. Should be able to get some vision down as well in the meantime.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
They're actually going to force it.
Okay, maybe just trying to force a glyph, perhaps?
Osama. Swap back onto Killer. This is a valuable target with a Beastmaster. They're not going to have the damage at the moment. Killer, he's in trouble still. Another swap. There we go. Finally, they'll put him into the grave.
Gets the roar
It's a
off,
bit of an
though.
ambitious use of the ultimate here from the Phoenix. Unfortunately, Snapfire is unable to bring it down. Some of the end, not the worst out of Ranfu. They'll deal with Summer's illusion as well. So the hold the base Venge might need to buy back, but Poke, they don't have the Beastmaster to help out with this push.
Yeah, it's so important to have that Beastmaster available, not just, of course, because of the Helm of the Overlord creep, but even just the Helm of the Overlord aura, the AC aura, the Inner Beast aura. It provides so much to their team fighting attempts, and I mean, even just the vision, of course, right, with the Hawk being able to provide a little bit of that
Ready to have a
information
great
for
one on the
high
cliff,
ground.
and TZY is going to get the jump, the jewel. It's onto the Rubik, but it doesn't matter because Butterfly Effect with the use of the Requiem holds Small KK into place, but great use of the mobility. Sniper actually still escapes in the end.
The old concussive grenade trick, very nicely done by him, of course. He's gone into the Satanic. I was actually kind of wondering why it had been quite some time until he went into that sort of item, prioritizing the Daedalus first instead. But obviously, Mask of Madness, it's not the game for it when you've got this Beastmaster helping you out. Satanic, though, going to make it so much more capable. You're not even worrying about the blade mail as much anymore, right? You just frees up Small KK to take this fight on its merits.
Yeah, I wonder, like, because it definitely seems like Legion is prioritizing him in a lot of these fights. So when you see Lincolns get popped, you probably should have enough time to... Oh, no.
What happened?
All on Fur use Chrono, and he saw... I didn't see the start of it. I think Butterfly Effect stole the invins and blinked away, and he was a little bit too late to hold him inside the Chrono.
All right.
So that is...
Decent little timing.
Yeah, I mean, with that being said...
Maybe you take a tier 1 bottom now? Well, Fair's
pretty good.
A little bit aggressively positioned. Really wants to finish up that BKB for himself.
He's going to run back towards a Train Protector as well. Or maybe it's TZY. Who does he want? Ooh. Blink's going to get cancelled. This is a pretty good start here for Poke. Without the Legion get the opening, but Yumi with the counter. Overgrowth holds them all into place, so Radiant's going to be able to reposition back to the high ground, but Small KK doesn't want to enable this Legion commander to escape. So in the end, 2 kills go on the way of Poke. Butterfly Effect will get that tier 1 tower and be able to TP out, though, down towards the bottom side.
So that's the power of lack of information, I guess you could say. They didn't know that the Satanic had just been picked up by Small KK. It was a great Blink Overgrowth onto 4 by the Train Protector, but he just pops that Satanic, gets the basic Dispel, and is able to do the damage needed to be able to take out those 2 heroes.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
All right, well, after Cactus had started to build up a decent amount of momentum, they've stalled this one out back to a 9,000 net worth lead for them. Definitely close at one stage. Unfortunately for Cactus, they didn't get anything out of that age as the full 5 minutes that Butterfly Effect was playing with that secondary life. Wasn't able to find a team fight to go their way, and now their high ground soon to be in trouble with the Legion not having buybacks. So he's down for 45 seconds.
It's going to need to be... I wonder if this Arcane Blink is actually going to grief them a little bit. Maybe not. It just depends on the positioning of the Shadow Fiend. I feel like this LC is so important to their ability to be able to take fights, as well as Overgrowth, and they don't have either for 50 seconds. So it's going to need to be Arcane Blink that does everything with a Requiem, right? It needs to be perfect on this, onto the Shadow Fiend. So I'm thinking maybe like Nether Swap into Requiem, but then if you just pop a BKB on the Shadow Fiend, then that's on the Faceless Void, then it's wasted. So
look at the
what do you
ward from
do?
Aaron.
Oh,
See,
what a
Butterfly
ward.
Effect.
It's actually
How do you
so
start
good,
this
man.
though on Dire? Butterfly Effect, there we go. There's the roar into the follow-up damage. Can he activate the BKB? The swap's just a little bit too late from Summer, and he doesn't have a buyback. Shadow Fiend down without this key component for 80 seconds, and Small KK can just start to rip them apart. A triple kill for the sniper. This definitely 2 full sets. They might go for more as well, trying to force out some buybacks. They push incredibly fast with the Beastmaster.
I mean, I said they can't fight without the LC, but your true carry is a Shadow Fiend, so it's the same sort of situation. And really not wanting to use these buybacks either, even use the Mortimer's Kisses, right? So it's even more damage that they're lacking as a result of this. So yeah, I think it's going to be 2 sets for absolutely certain.
They still got the Chrono as well. Oh, all right, there we go. Chrono up the last second, but the T4 towers will get the kill, but it doesn't matter. Legion goes down, and he still doesn't have a buyback. They'll lose the Venge Illusion as well, but he's able to buy back and rejoin, but these buybacks are giving them nothing. Still the base is going to go down, and still the Train Protector is going to be killed off.
I think they just needed to understand what they stood to lose as a result of this, right? Like, they were never going to win that team fight outright, and they might even just get the diebacks out of them. Well, Looks like that was just enough to be able to force a buyback out of the Treant Protector, so even more economical damage, and I wonder if that's what Aaron's tip and kill are about, but the real one that should be receiving the tips is Aaron. What a great Observer Ward placed behind that bottom tower on the tier 3s, enabling the quick jump onto the Shadow Fiend, knew exactly where he was moving, and wow, really just set up that entire 2 lanes to be able to go in their favor.
And now you've got some, I mean, net worth lead is blown wide open here for Poke, but also the experience. Lonfer's gone for the 20% backtrack with his 25 talent. The sniper, he's gone for that plus 100 attack range as well. So not only the gold favoring them, but also the experience.
And now you got the Boots of Bearing as well on the Phoenix. So attack damage, plenty of it. You got the AC aura, you've got the Inner Beast aura, you've got the Boots of Bearing, you've got damage amp through the Helm of the Overlord. Like, what more could you possibly want?
Yep. I mean, you definitely couldn't ask for more now with Aaron having a Wind Waker.
No.
Somehow he's gone into the item that really saves them all throughout the duel. Huge item here to keep one of those cores alive.
It's got the telescope as well, so just giving the sniper even more range than he already has.
At least for Cactus, though, they will finally have their full 5-man. It feels like we haven't seen them fight with this 5-man for multiple minutes now. Some are trying to double 4-staff in. Swap on a Ren Foot, but is there any damage for it? And there's not. And keep in mind, Summit bought back prior, so it's just the summons and the Sunray, and he's probably going to lose his illusion as well, so... Ooh.
I don't know about that one, Chief. This is night and day compared to game number 1, right? We were praising Cactus about their ability to play as a team, but kind of just feels like they're panicked at all stages and they don't know what's needed to take these proper team fights. Like, who do you run first?
It definitely just feels like this 5-man at this stage of the game is not where they want to be. And we spoke a lot about Poke at the later stages should be very, very confident. It just seems like if you go for this 5-man draft, it's got a small margin of error.
All right, so maybe they completely clump up together, and then they get Arcane Blink Requiemed into an Overgrowth into Mortimer's Kisses, hitting 5 units each of them.
They might not have their base for too much longer as Butterfly Effect is not team pin backed, and as a result of that, it's going to be Mega Creep, so...
Well, they go for a smoke, but...
Still the particles, I think. I mean, they're starting to ping it out. I see the Jewel off for the right side. They're able to get the faceless but there's the Wind Waker. It'll keep them alive for the moment. They're going to be in with the Overgrowth. Butterfly Effect, it's not a big enough. I think he meant to dodged it. Lonfer now can look to time look under the tier 4 tower, but the Chrono's onto Tomb, and the G's are going to get dropped as Poke. What a performance from them. It definitely was a little bit rocky. The early game, again, looked incredible. There were moments of weakness for the lads on die, but regardless, they're going to be able to take this 42 minutes in.
This is why you give the man his Faceless Void. I want to see that replay again as well, because I saw the Manta. I thought it happened like too late though. You know, it was really weird, but well, we'll see. But it was certainly a really impressive performance coming through from Poke. Obviously, you never want to start out your first series of the DPC with a loss, so at least we're going to go to a game 3, and I'm really excited to see which team is going to be able to hold their nerve. And well, I think that both teams, they need to be prioritizing ways to be able to make plays, because I feel like that's where both times the teams have come unstuck. If you just put everything onto the shoulders of one player, one hero, it's never going to work because it's just way too predictable.
Yeah, I wonder what Cactus going to look to do, how they're going to address Poke in this next game, because we saw first game, of course, was Centaur Rubik. The second game was Beastmaster Rubik. And they looked much more comfortable with the Beastmaster Rubik. Like, I wonder if you're...
It was a protected Beastmaster as well, remember that. Like, it was the last pick of the first phase, so they got bans to be able to protect it. And, you know, clearly it worked out exceptionally well. The Venge was way behind at the start of this game.
Yeah, it's definitely a left field strategy for Cactus, and we've said it multiple times that, like, if you do not hit your timing in stride, this is a 5-man that is going to have some difficulties with running into the Poke lineup.
Yeah, I think they had difficulties taking towers. They had difficulties starting fights. They had difficulties in the lane.
Oh, you have BKB. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Well, that helps too.
Yeah, that definitely helps out stopping the damage. I thought maybe he clipped in and repaired it with the time walk, but no, BKB is pretty good at stopping some of the magic damage as well. Regardless, though, let me take a look at Poke. What a performance from them. Small KK as well. He went 21, 2, and 8. So even the sniper pick had quite the performance for Poke.
Yeah, again, like, you can go greedy if the enemy team isn't going to do anything. And it really felt like that for the majority of the game, right? If LC and Snap weren't together, nothing happened. And you were able to get away with this dual core. The net worth lead just continued to grow more and more and more. And, I mean, Cactus nearly brought it back a couple of times, especially around that Roche pit, where they were able to get the duel onto the right targets. They were able to bait out it's still limited initiation that Poke had, but those were very brief shining lights for them.
We get to see definitely deserving. Small KK with the KDA and the performance that he had was a stable member for the lads on Poke. So this is going to set ourselves up perfectly for us going the distance here for our first series. We saw...
We're not giving it to Aaron. Kind of liked how Aaron played. He did die the most, but...
You're a bit too late with trying to...
I know, but like... I'm just loving the supports.
Of course, you're a sim for them. I understand, but no. If you're gonna try and sell his case, you got to do it a bit earlier than that. Because with what we saw from Small KK, definitely deserving. So, what we've seen game 1 where Cactus look incredible. Now we saw game 2 where Poke. Yes, there was some moments where it let it slip a little bit, but they pretty much held this game for a vast majority of it. Who do we feel like is favored without seeing the draft heading into game 3?
Can't call it. They're too close.
Can't call it. All right, that's just...
No, it's real. Like, okay, give me one previous series that Cactus have played together outside of the open qualifiers to be able to extrapolate from. That's right.
Nothing, I think. Okay, all right, nothing, but I'm just going to say Cactus. I just say a team. It's okay.
You're just a butterfly effect, Sip, I understand.
Okay, well, with Denog going to avoid my question, I'll ask it again when the draft is done. How about that? When the draft is done,
fair.
I'll give you the question. We'll find out what we have in store for us after the break. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for our first series here of 2 We're going to be going the distance with Poke taking on Cactus. It's been a bit of a back and forth series. Of course, Cactus looked incredible in that first game. Poke had some moments of weakness in the second game. In the end, they're going to be able to take it, and now we get to see what we have in store for us for our third game, Danok.
We do indeed. I'm going to have to correct myself as well. I was saying that Cactus, their logo, is based off of a Final Fantasy character, and it's similar to, I want to say it's Cactuar. I might be completely wrong, but it's actually a Digimon instead from the first lot. Do you know about Digimon at all?
Not really, no.
You're missing out, bro. You're missing out. I grew up with this. What do you want me to say? Dragon Ball Z, Pokemon, Digimon. Those were the big three.
Would you like to explain it to us? What it is?
It's like Pokemon, but instead they're always like out and they're just like your little companion, and they digivolve into better versions of themselves, but then they go back to their like pet-sized version.
Is it a good version, this one, the Digimon? Like, is it a cool one? Is it cool, or is
it's
it
all
kind of a
right.
loser?
I mean, it's a big cactus with punching gloves, like boxing gloves. So, I mean, it's like special moves to spin around and all the spikes just go everywhere.
Wow, that sounds like an epic character. Surely they could have chosen a better one. Well, I mean, it looks cool. It looks cool. That's the main thing, right? Like, if you're going for
Wearing
looks...
the sombrero, the poncho.
Yeah, like, come on. What's wrong with that? Sombrero, poncho, you a little bit of fire coming out of your mouth as well. Honestly, I think it looks cool, but if you're not a good Digimon, then I don't know. What use are you then?
I think that's a pipe, not some fire.
Yeah, I think you're right, actually. Damn, dude's got a pipe as well. He's...
Yeah.
Wow.
We talk about
Man,
drip check. Cactus's mascot wins the drip check.
Dad, he's drippy. That's what I aspire to be. That is what I aspire to be. Unfortunately, I will never look like that. But you know what? Well,
What is it? Does it say I'm not damn good on Butterfly Effect's jumper?
I don't know. I need him to move his right arm.
It said it for a second. It was like, I'm not something, and I want to say the last word's good.
10 seconds.
All right, well, screw the jumper. We'll take a look at what we've got set us up so far. Poke, Disrupt the Doom Opener, Cactus with the Nature's Prophet, Clockwork, Undying. Well, definitely getting through a decent chunk of the draft here.
I mean, I do have to mention two of the heroes that were banned in the first phase of the draft in games 1 and 2, Disruptor and Nature's Prophet, as soon as they're available, snapped up. So both teams have been doing their homework. Of course, it means that something else isn't going to slip through. Ench never really was that big of a concern, but the Beastmaster really felt like Cactus doesn't want to have to play around with all that vision that provides. And I mean, we saw how important it was. Like, even in that very last fight, Summer was like swapping it back when he was essentially dead already. But I don't know. They just put so much emphasis onto it that I think they just would rather not have to worry about it at all.
10 seconds remaining.
So we're kind of back into a little bit more of the meta thing. You tried something previously, it didn't work out for Cactus. Pick up some stable heroes. I mean, Clockwork Undying support, though, is a little bit awkward, though, I will say. I mean, sure, Undying is going to be able to secure that Nature's Prophet lane, because I think it more than likely is going to be your one. I know TZY really likes the Primal Beast, but of course you got value out of the Clockwork as well.
You got Clock and Primal, against the Drow. Feels good.
Yeah.
Once the mid-game starts. Maybe not so much the lane, but maybe it's going to be a mid-Primal,
Yeah.
Mid-Primal with an Undying in the safe lane, with a Nature's Prophet, and then it's a Clock with some kind of ranged person against the Drow. Or a Darkseer. I think potentially Darkseer.
It's a pretty, Darkseer into Doom, Searches, Burst Overgrowth and Glimpse is a bit awkward. But with your value about getting on top of the Drow and enabling the Primal Beast and the Clockwork, there's definitely value with it as well.
The Primal Beast especially. I mean, that was one of the first things that I did when it was released. I was like, hit up my buddies. I'm like, let's go party queue. I want to try this Darkseer plus Primal Beast combo. And it just melts everything underneath you.
Yeah, and we already see the Primal Beast can do that even without the Dark Seer, so imagine putting that on top of it. So, we'll see. It's definitely a hero that's starting to rise a little bit more in popularity. Still definitely feels like it's a specialty hero for people that are very, very comfortable on it.
Yep. But again, I would like anyone that likes to build Greaves and Lotus Orb, and I feel like Darkseer is one of those heroes. So I think you could definitely get away with it, but anything else along those lines could fit the bill. You're not necessarily as worried with a Nature's Prophet because you're going to get a BKB, so the silences isn't as a big a deal. Primal Beast as well, level 15. You've got the talent for the basic Dispel, so you're not worried about the overgrowth. Still have to worry about the Gust though, but again, BKB natural for the Primal Beast too.
Now, what do we kind of make of this Viper ban from Poke? Is there something that this is signaling that maybe they want to look to pick up?
Maybe they're thinking that this isn't going to be like they're just going to go for dives onto the Drow Ranger in lane, but I mean, I guess it is. No, it's not dual ranged. I'm not sure actually. I really feel like this is more likely to be a mid primal, to be honest. Just with like primal plus clockwork doesn't really feel all that scary to me. Like, you're just in a position where Drow's able to beat at you from range, and then you've got the Leech Seed as well, which is going to give insane value for the Treant Protector. So maybe they were just thinking that they're going to be going up against something in mid that wants to just stay there and take a lot of physical damage, which Viper and Ember Spirit are able to do. So I like the Puck ban coming through from Cactus. It really does feel like that's exactly what Poke were wanting to pick up for themselves. So now what can they do? They might even just be weighing up, like, can we Storm Spirit here? Because they need a playmaker. Again, it's the same sort of story. Timbersaw is a bit of a playmaker. We saw Nothing to Say play it pretty recently, and he actually got 0 points in reactive armor until, like, level 11, I think. He just was a full-on playmaker, dealing an insane amount of damage. It's great against 3 strength heroes, plus the trees that Nature's Prophet likes to play around. So I really don't hate this.
The value of OD maybe goes up a little bit, but I don't think it works pretty well with the lineup on Cactus, which is this issue now on can you pick a hero that addresses the tempo but also fits into the 4-man that you currently have.
I need stuns on their lineup. That's the big thing that they're lacking right now. What can they look to go in the off lane that stuns? Mars doesn't feel great.
Oh, you want an offlaner? Can you play Primal mid now into Timber?
Oh, no, not really. But can you play Primal Clock in the lane as well?
Yeah, it's a great Timber pick.
Yeah, it's a really good one. So mid, I mean, Storm doesn't feel great.
Okay, so I think there might be some value. You could, I know you're asking for stuns on Cactus, you could even consider maybe going Zeus. It's sure into Doom, like, yes, the ultimate is great versus you.
OD, okay.
So it's a staple. Pretty much every mid laner in China love this. Butterfly Fact, very, very comfortable on it. Addresses the Timber. You've got, of course, the pure damage inside the Arcane Orb to be able to help out. Versus Disruptor, it can be a bit weird as well. Your Astral's nice versus Glimpse, but then you can't really go Ag Shard because Ag Shard is nice versus Kinetic Static, but then it means that the Glimpse will actually still go through if you go down that Ag Shard route, so it's a bit back and forth. Versus Doom, it can be kind of nice as well if he looks to jump in and gets the ultimate out on someone. You kind of protect them for a little bit with the Astral, but then you're also very vulnerable because you need your spells. So I see the value with the Outward Devourer, but it's also like not the freest game for it.
I mean, it's a good game for it though, right? Like, I think Cactus just need to play the fights correctly. Like, OD needs to be the 4th person into every single fight, right? Like, it's going to be Clock or Primal first. Probably the Primal, just force out BKBs, then Clock to stop the retreat, then Nature's Prophet TPs in after a Wrath of Nature, and then the OD comes in to be able to pick things up so that you're not getting caught out by the Doom, you're not made instantly useless, you've got that save potential there for the Doom if it comes out. I kind of want to see Butterfly Effect buy an Aghanim Shard just so that you can, like, slightly reposition yourself, whoever is under the Doom, right? So that you're not just there as a sitting duck after the fact. So I'm interested to see how this one's going to work out, but I do quite like the OD pick to be able to round this one out, but it's still going to be a really good Timbersaw game. Let's see which one comes out on top.
That's the thing. Is it enough? Is the OD enough to sway you to favor Cactus?
Not to favor them, but I think it gives them a fighting chance. If again, it's a lot of ifs. If they play the fights correctly, if they give him space to farm, I think you're going to need to play a really sacrificial role in this Primal Beast this game. Like, you are the playmaker. Nature's Prophet and OD, they're going to be sitting back, they're going to be farming for a lot of this time. Of course, the NP can just look to take the safest farm inside of the Ancient Camp area and then Wrath of Nature TP. I really want to see him buy this early Aghanim Scepter on the NP just before a lot of these 4-staffs come out, before BKBs are available as well, just to hold them in place so that you're getting really good value out of things like the Tombstone, out of the Trample on the Primal Beast, and then, of course, TP in and actually start right-clicking too.
Do you like Nature's Prophets going Scepter if they're a 1, though? I feel like usually I see, like, if it's a 3, you go that Scepter out.
No, I think you can do it in both. I think it works
Sure. Okay.
in both environments.
What would your progression be for summer?
I'm just thinking, like, do you Scepter first or do you Maelstrom first?
Yep.
Because it has to be one of those first 2 items for mine. And then after that, BKB is going to come.
See what we have in store for us, of course. Go on the distance here. No surprise that both sides once again are looking to smoke out. This time, again, we've got a Treant Protector. Doesn't look like...
This is the exact same thing that happened last
Yeah.
game, right? Like, they came to protect the trees for Ranfu to be able to play around with. TZY, he's going to have a smoke pop, so he's going to back off. Ooh. Slowly making his move, just trying to clear out whatever trees that he can, while trying to stay back towards safety.
30
Ooh,
seconds to
chopping back. There we go. All right, he's going to be feeling satisfied enough, I guess. They still haven't revealed anything though on Poke, so yeah, I think he's had enough. He's satisfied enough with that that tree clearing action.
Again, another
What up?
very late ward place. I guess this time both sides are flipped on the opposite
the battle begins.
of the map. But we saw prior, like, Dire had that ward down on the high ground first, and then Radiant came and placed it. And then we got the D ward. This time, actually, they weren't able to scale it out, so never mind. Doesn't really matter too much, as we've got 2 for 2 in regards to the bounties, and this time, no real fight. Both games, we've had some early kind of engagements, but besides, want to get themselves out to the lane as fast as they can.
I want to ask you, what do you think the prefix for all of the Cactus players' names is 1, not Cactus? What's that about?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. They're the best. They're going to come first.
Number
That's what
one.
it is. Number 1. You'd hate to lose.
You would.
Awesome. Very fun getting denied by a Treant Protector.
I mean, he's got it's a primal, so you're not like lacking in damage, but even then, you're still 25 behind this Treant.
And Unfair's not going to be playing with any tangos for a little bit of time. He is able to drag 2 creeps, so it's actually first blood picked up top. So, I mean, Aaron went for boots to try and play this early lane, just looking to go for the pulling shenanigans, but Jumi's already on the case, and Killer's also in some trouble now as well. Windlace are up against Windlace, and Jumi's got that movement speed advantage. As long as he can lock onto the Doom, maybe with that Scorched Earth now, he might be okay.
Just trying to pull the creeps. They don't want to lane into this if they can. Of course, that's the thing you want to avoid as an Undying, if possible. And I'm honestly a little surprised that the Disruptor got caught out there by the Undying. I know level 1 only has that 600 cast range on the Glimpse, but you should have still been able, with those boots, to be able to stay far enough away from the Undying. Just be a little careful. He's only got 160 HP to be able to play with here. I think Jumi needs to put a little bit less emphasis onto, the denies, the last hits, and just hit the hit the Doom. Because I've seen Dooms just get way too out of control in the past few weeks, right? You just get an insane amount of farm, and it really feels like there's not too many counters to it at all.
Tower is under attack.
And, well, Killers is level 28 on the Doom, so he knows how to play the hero. He's very, very comfortable on it. Like you said, if you're able to get out of the lane, which can sometimes be the concerns, are definitely into the Undying, as we're seeing him look to get involved onto Aaron. Nice use of the glimpse is going to send the Undying away. Even bottom lane's got a bunch of shenanigans going on as well. Ranfu already has that second level, but Fish King doesn't get the full pull, but it does kind of set up for a double wave down bottom.
So the thing that has me feeling a little bit more confident now towards Cactus's lineup is that this Timbersaw, he's got the 2 points reactive armor. So he's just going to be looking to do standard Timber things and just sit in a lane and look to pick up some of that farm. But you're going up against a lineup that's reasonably fast tempo, right? All TZY needs is level 7, gets the phase boots and the soul ring finished up, and then he's good to go. He's going to start running at you. And I feel like a Timbersaw that wants to sit back and farm rather than dish out damage is going to be not exactly what you need there.
I know you mentioned that Nothing to Say went, what, max, but you said he got reactive armor at like level 11, right?
11,
what was the item build from him as well in that game?
I think it went like Kaya Sanj as one of his earliest items. Like full damage. He was literally like doing 60% damage to a Nature's Prophet because you're playing it mid, right? You're still getting a ton of this farm. You're still getting a ton of levels. And then he just went around and killed everyone.
Yeah, it's a very interesting read that we're starting to get out of the Timbersaw. I think it's what we saw. I'm almost certain it was Whisper at the major, the Lima major, where it was kind of the South Americans that brought it back into popularity, where they were keeping this second point in reactive armor, more playing it in the off lane, but going for that damage route, whereas the Kaya and Scepter picked up maybe third, maybe even fourth item.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very interesting kind of play with him, because pretty much for a long time of Timbersaw's history, it's been like max reactive armor and just be like a beefy man. Sure, you're going to be able to deal a lot of damage, but we've never really seen just 2 points reactive. Regardless, so like we mentioned, OD should be able to have a pretty good time, and we're seeing that be the case here. The 22-9 compared to the 13-4. OD has a very good time against a majority of his mid matchups anyway, just with his able to play around with the Astral. Top lane though, a little bit of back and forth going on with the Tombstone getting laid down. Killer, he's got a decent amount of armor to play with. In fact, he's going to look to get aggressive onto Summer. Chain Lightning, bringing Summer down incredibly low with the glimpse as well. It's not going to be enough damage now, and Aaron, well, he's going to be the one that actually ends up going down, and even Fish King, he's made the rotation at top. Killer's not going to be done just yet. Gets one of the Corys, wants a second. Unfortunately, won't be able to find Yumi's Corey before he gets sent packing.
It's unfortunate. Like, you're going to keep that Chain Lightning creep, which feels pretty nice in terms of the amount of damage that you're able to output, but Summer had the regen. He's just going to be perfectly fine here. TP's back to base, TP's back out to the lane. He's totally replenished. So I kind of feel like maybe that glimpse was a little bit too early. You had another second or two of the Scorched Earth to be able to take him out, and they just weren't able to take advantage of it. So I just want to reference this Nothing to Say Timbersaw game again. So at the 14-minute mark, he had a Kaya and Sanj. So he went bottle, Arcane Boots, Wand, Kaya Sanj. 16 minutes, he had a Blink Dagger. 20 minutes, he had an Aghanim Scepter, and the game ended in 21 minutes.
Yeah.
So, like, this is what you're able to do as a Timbersaw if it's a good Timbersaw game. And it is. It's a really good Timbersaw game, except for the OD. So I feel like you just want to avoid that OD as much as possible rather than sit in lane.
Which is a difficult thing, because the exception is arguably his biggest counter in the game.
Mm-hmm.
There's not many more over the OD, so I'm very intrigued to see how Small KK looks to itemize this game. Like, it's not the greatest BKB game, but maybe you're forced to against the OD. I'm very intrigued to see how he's going to look to play against it, but we see how he has to play very cautiously, the fact that Butterfly Effect has that level 6 already.
I mean, he's
bottom
down
lane
to
as well.
412.
One fur might go down. TZY with a solo kill. Okay. I mean, that is huge out of the Primal Beast. We just saw prior that he was forced to hold that actually top lane. Killer and Aaron, a little bit of trouble at the moment. Disruptor looks like he's going to be okay, and Killer's trying to get some damage back, but now mid lane as well. Small KK, they've already dropped the Sanities, not enough to get the kill onto the Timber, but that's where the Decay is able to come into play. So Cactus, what a start from them.
Radiant's
Yeah, they're doing this real well. Not even going into the Meteor Hammer build either on Butterfly Effect, realizing that, you know what, we've got a Nature's Prophet to be able to push towers. We've got a Primal Beast that could look to just slam out a lot of these creep waves very quickly. I am the Timbersaw counter, and that's what he's itemizing towards, which I really enjoy. You know, a Meteor Hammer's going to do nothing against that. Stats, maxing them out with the Null Talismans into the Witchblade, that's what's going to get the job done. And it kind of forces him to go into that that BKB that you were talking about as well, which that's not really what you want to do here as the Timber.
Yeah.
If you can get aggressive, then that's what you want, but it feels like they're just forcing him to go uber defensive.
And the fact that this tower has already taken so much damage and Butterfly Effect is not even considering about going for the hammer, so...
Yeah.
They've got a great ward to play with as well. You see down to the south, kind of the cliff ward for Dire is going to make it very easy for them to bring multiple members. Well, at the moment, though, it's just Fish King in combination with Summer. Massive amounts of damage. Somehow this Wrath of Nature is still stupid.
They should be able to get a D ward off, though. Like, Timbersaw got hit by that, so the cliff ward that was providing a lot of that vision to the right-hand side of the mid-tier 1 tower is going to get D-warded pretty quickly by Ranfu.
Oh, he's got to get the kill. It looks like he will. And they're going to ping out instantly with the ward onto the cliff. Doom is going to try and TP out himself. The Doom be a little bit too late to be able to prevent that. So you get the kill into Clockwork. You know, you were saying that Timber, with the Wrath of Nature connecting, knows there's a ward up on the high ground. And, well, the same for Cactus, with the Clockwork getting kit once he was behind the tree, so should see shortly both sides be able to get some D-wards going.
One tower's gone, though. Summer, 100 gold away from that Maelstrom. Again, I don't hate him going this. It's just going to be that farm accelerant. But you've got a Primal Beast that's just shoving the wave out. He's completed the Soul Ring now. He's his level 7, so it really feels to me like he can look to start getting a lot more aggressive. I mean, Nature's Prophet, he's clearing the trees away, so you're not going to get any surprise TPs. And then, yeah, once this Soul Ring's completed, just keep charging in over and over again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's got to be pretty scary, though, the fact that Cactus have already been able to open up the tier 1 mid and they've just found a second down bottom. And you've already said this is a lineup that can just run at you, and we're seeing that at the moment with TZY. Pulverizes, yeah, and now they've got Butterfly Effect nearby with the ultimate up and available. Killer needs to get involved, but he doesn't have a level in the Doom. So what are you going to do to slow down Butterfly Effect? There wasn't a lot of damage out of the Sanities. The Butterfly Effect, he'll shrug it off. At least Small KK gets a much needed kill. That was a streak as well on the Undying, so 301 gold and some much needed experience injected into the Timber.
But you see what happens all during that, right? Like, it's everyone turned up to try and stop that from turning into an absolute disaster. Nature's Prophet continues to farm on the top side of the map. He's got his Maelstrom coming, and yeah, straight into the Aghanim Scepter after that point. So it's... While it sucks to give up that for the Undying, like the streak, it's still a support position 5 for the enemy position 1.
Oh, and that's not good as well. That ward you were mentioning prior, they dropped their own ward on the cliff and Cactus get the D ward and they still have their ward standing. So there's nothing that Poke can do down kind of towards that bottom outpost, which means they can really only play up top, and Pokes, they still haven't taken this tier 1 tower as well. So the map, it's going to continue to shrink.
Yeah, and I mean, Lonfair just tried running down towards the bottom side. Treant's like, nah, man, I've got it. They just had that de-watered as well, so it's not safe to go inside of the jungle. So Lonfair spent like the last 30, 40 seconds just running around, not actually getting any sort of effectiveness. He doesn't even feel safe to go inside of his ancient camp area. For good reasons, too. It's actually watered.
It's going to be maybe one place across the map, and that's why Cactus is going to try and move over the top with the smoke. Aaron should be able to TP out, but won't kill it. He's going to be chased down. This Doom's Midas is continuing to be delayed. He was so close to having enough gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wasn't able to get the Devour off either. Recent-ish change, but it still goes, like, gives you the extra bonus if you're dead while it happens, so that would have been enough. Just little unfortunate things not going their way. And, I mean, again, really does feel like Small KK is playing this way too passively. He's back in the jungle now, he's not making space, and if you don't make space, you can't farm. I was watching a Yapsaw stream recently-ish, and he says the way to play Dota is farm to fight, and then fight to farm. That's all it is, and it's just a cycle going back and forth, and, well, they cannot farm because they cannot fight right now. That's the biggest issue that Poke is suffering from. Now they got the Witchblade as well on Butterfly Effect, so even more damage that they're able to output in this early stage. Don't know if I want to see him back here inside of the Ancient Camp, though. Yeah, I think that's Nature's Prophet's area to be able to play with. The rest of the map, take it. But Nature's Prophet, that's where he wants to be setting himself up.
Oh, we're going to see smoke actually from Poke.
I feel like Jumi's going to be in the perfect position to block it, though.
Seems like he is. Maybe baiting small KK. Jumi, surely not.
They might try and glimpse him back.
Yeah, but this is a kill just onto the Undying. 5 heroes that are 5 heroes for just an Undying kill.
And then Summer's like, all right, I'll go to the furthest position away, top side of the map, pushes out one wave, and then gets back to the jungle. So if anyone was to make a move, they're going to show on the creep wave, he's going to get more farm, and then once again, you've committed a lot of heroes for nothing to happen. So despite dying on the Undying, ironic, but the net worth is going to grow for Cactus.
What do we... I know Poke just made kind of their first real move with that smoke, but what are we hoping they do next? Because we still are yet to see the Doom from Killer. Is there a play that we can see coming out shortly from them?
It's got to be finding the OD. That's the only one that I'm really seeing here. So maybe it's a smoke from one of the supports to get some deep vision out to try and catch them when they're going for a little bit more of this greedy farm. But like, it's really hard to get that sort of stuff off because you can't path through the mid lane. You can't path like into these areas because there's still all the tier 1 towers standing.
And now another ward gets taken away as well. I was going to say maybe if they weren't going to smoke and drop a ward down deep, you could look to utilize the ward that was kind of by the small camp and the hard camp by Radiant's bottom tier 1 tower. But Jumi always on point once again, gets another D ward. So you're not going to be able to maybe catch out the Nature's Prophet farming there or the OD. So again,
and you just saw like where Drow and Doom were right there, right? Like they were standing in the same spot, and that is never what you want unless you're like prepping for a smoke gank or something. You need to try and split the map as much as possible, make the enemy team choose who you have to go for, and more importantly, pick up alternate methods of farm. But they're essentially fighting amongst themselves as to who gets the farm, and that's not a healthy way to play Dota. Not if you're trying to come back from a 4 or 5k deficit.
And that deficit could get larger pretty shortly with Cactus maybe considering about Roche, because they've got a great lineup to take it. You got Flesh Golem, yes, Tombstone's only level 1, but you've got an Outward Devour with maxed out Arcane Orb, and this guy can bring it down at an incredible rate. So do you feel like Cactus, do they need a pick-off just to make sure they secure Roche, or are they even strong enough at the moment just to walk inside the pit?
I think they can just walk in the pit, to be honest. They've got good vision to be able to protect the area that they're going to be coming from. No tier 1 tower top, no tier 1 tower mid, ward inside of the Ancient Camp area. So, yeah, I think they're in a position to be able to go for it if they were wanting to.
Yeah, Aaron's going to try and glimpse him back to land the Static Storm, but just wasn't able to get in range, and a little bit concerned now about the rotations coming up as Fishkin is actually able to scout out the Disruptor as Aaron was trying to find a location to TP out, but stop that one short as Butterfly Effect. Thank you very much, sir. I'll take that.
I mean, it's very important. It's going to get him closer towards that 4 stuff, so I don't hate Butterfly Effect taking that one. The big issue for mine is if you're going to go for that kill, again, this is a Timber Sword with 1 point Whirling Death, so you're not going to have enough damage to be able to kill this Nature's Prophet, and even just his item build, right? What's a Blade Mail going to do if he just doesn't attack you? So it's not this aggressive style. If he had a Kaya and maxed out Whirling Death instead, maybe Summer dies there. But if you're going to go for that sort of attempt, I feel like they needed Killer to be able to make that happen. But he's just not left this bottom side for about the past 2 minutes, it feels. He really wants that BKB. And, well, you got Ags now on NP. Nearly level 2 ultimate as well, so in an ideal world, he's going to look to try and pick that up before using the ulti. Still 15 seconds away, so should be able to do so. But yeah, really expecting Cactus to get a whole lot more aggressive very shortly, even only 200 gold away from TZY picking up his own BKB.
See, Radiant, they've got a decent Absorb Ward that scouts out Jumi, so they should be able to get this D Ward. And yeah, they're going to be able to get their own counter ward as well. So Make it a bit more difficult for Poke to defend the tower, but they're going to try and make the attempt. All 10 members of the game down bottom.
They're just waiting for these items to come out. Like a BKB on the Primal Beast.
Doomy, first point of contact. They're able to lay it down with the Tombstone. They'll turn to get the kill onto the Undying. A little bit committed to secure it as Summer.
Indeed.
Zero hesitation, but it's because he's got the backup as TZY will charge in the middle. Yes, they lay it down the Doom onto the Primal Beast, but there is just no follow-up because all the damage, it's on a Summer instead. So with the Nature's Prophet playing too aggressively, and well, he'll be penalized for that.
Yeah, also, there were just little things that went wrong in that fight, right? You had Fish King cogs off the TZY Primal Beast, so he wasn't actually able to trample around and create all of that havoc. Didn't even end up having to pop the first BKB because he wasn't their concern. It's the Nature's Prophet. Very big kill that they were able to pick up there, but that was the definition of an unforced error that they had. Ooh, able to just get away. He was mid-cast to that Astral.
Dire's structures are fortified.
So maybe with Overgrowth and Doom and a lesser extent Static Storm being used, they might
Dire's
look to go into that Roche pit.
Oh, some of
close.
those still trying to TP him with the Gust. It's not going to be enough. It doesn't matter. T2 tower, who cares? TZY even going to get the Pulverize down onto the Treant Protector as well. They're really late to funnel in from Poke, and as a result, both their members are going to go down without a response.
All right, now they can rush. They just wanted the free kill. I suppose Drow walking underneath the Observer Ward just gives you the opportunity for a freebie, and you feel a lot less guilty taking this if the Drow is not also getting farm at the exact same time. Small KK having to find farm wherever he can inside of the Dire side of the map. Someone needs to go and hit that top tier 1 tower. It's got 90 health. Like, that has to die somehow, just to open up the map, even the tiniest bit, for a Timber Saw to take, for example. He's got the Sange. No Kaya, though, so it's still a bit of a damage issue. So it feels to me like level 15 on Timber is what he's hoping for. That spell amplification, that maxed out Whirling Death, Kaya Sange completed. But by that point, everyone's going to have BKB, probably. You're going to have a lot more survivability. You're going to have a Greaves even up potentially on Jumi. And I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. Really felt like that team fight loss that Cactus had was off the back of one of their own mistakes. It wasn't really anything
they're going
that
to
Poke did.
try. Let's see, great positioning out of the supports, but the Static Storm's even better. Both of them getting silenced for the moment, so Doom, he's going to be cautious, or he can even get the ultimate off before he dies as TZY targets him down with ease, and now he can look to turn to the Dry Ranger as well, as meanwhile, Small KK, well, he'll get killed off the Butterfly effect. He doesn't even need to use the Senator Eclipse, as now Cactus, they're looking for the cleanup. That they know there's just nowhere Longfur can run away to. Silver the Ages, they haven't been able to get that kill just yet. And with Longfur, you might be able to TP out TZY. Both the abilities just on cooldown, a couple of seconds for the Pulverize and the Onslaught, but in the end, it is a 2 for 3 for Cactus, and they're still able to get that tier 2 tower top.
Timber nearly was able to get rid of that Aegis completely on his own, but again, very, very slightly lacking in damage. And, well, don't want to be a broken record, but maybe that Kaya would have helped him a little bit. You never know. It really does feel like that. Not losing your last 2 tier 2 towers is going to be incredibly important. Like, you've already lost tier 1 top. It happens. And then getting into this Blink Dagger on the Doom and into the level 15 on the Timber Saw with a Kaya Sarge. That's their last opportunity, in my opinion. Probably by that point as well, the Aegis will have expired as well. So they got to kill this OD. It's the target to kill, right? They don't exactly have the greatest save. There's no 4 staffs. All they've got is a mech and level 1 Soul Rib.
And your chase potential is, well, I should say the kiting on die is not the greatest. As we might see it actually come into play. They're just going to stop. Butterfly Effect has no hesitation with jumping on the high gun. be able to force himself down. Simultaneously, though, Killer's going to be able to find a Doom opening. So they'll turn their attention over to the Primal Beast. Meanwhile, OD, first life taken care of, but it's not going to matter. Drow gets chased down thanks to Summer looking at TP into the middle. Now he's got the Wrath and Nature soon to bounce as well, so the Entangle will hold them in their place. The Treant Protector, he's going to be killed off, and Small KK will soon join him in the afterlife as Cactus. Another incredible fight for them as Butterfly Effect continuing to reign supreme.
Radiant's
Yeah.
is under attack.
They just fought into an Aegis. I don't know what to say. You know, it really feels like the biggest point to take from that is that they just took a fight that they didn't need to. And, you know, they lost 2 heroes, sure, but that was a Doom that had to be used onto the Primal Beast. He wasn't able to pop the BKB. And Tombstone is such a great item to pair together, ability to pair together with this Nature's Prophet as well. With all the zombies patrolling around, you're going to have vision on everyone. It means that that Wrath of Nature is going to connect onto absolutely everyone and get the cleanup that you need.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's just going to come flying on through and, yeah, kill after kill after kill.
And as a result of those kills and towers going the way of Cactus, it's now a 11,000 net worth lead. They're probably just going to get ready to gear up and go again for this last outer tower down bottom. You've got a great ward kind of behind the tier 2.
You got to let the tower go, and you got to wait for the high ground push, and you need Doom available. I feel like if they had Doom right now, they could have potentially gone for the play, but I mean, they're still going to try and do it.
Radiant's bottom
How are you going to lock down this OD? That's my big question. Does OD have BKB? Okay, not yet. Just a couple of portions. So if you're able to loop around onto the back lines and catch out OD, get the Infernal Blade onto him.
It's a nice
Get
wrap.
the silences. Yeah, it's a really nice wrap.
tower is under
We'll see. I think they got a glimpse
No.
of Butterfly Effect. He was going to try and jump in. The forced up to
quick enough.
reposition, but the Astral as well used defensively. He's going to be okay for the moment. As soon as he pops out, Butterfly Effect is able to blink away. So the OD's still alive, and now Radiant, oh, what can you do? You made this last-ditch attempt to try and get Butterfly Effect. It just wasn't enough. Maybe
Maybe they
with
do.
Killer in pursuit, an aggressive use of the Astral means that the Chakram is enough to cut away the life of the OD. So finally, he'll go down for the first time this game, but Summer's looking for some revenge. TP into the Gleipnir. Couple more swings. Killer's going to be killed off, and Small KK, well, can he do it by himself? The Pulverize enables Summer to reposition. It looks like Small KK is forced to retreat away, or is he? Feels strong. And a man fight, looking to flex his muscles. TZY, to be cautious because the respawns are starting to come out as the Primal Beast will be able to cut away the health pool relatively easily. They'll look to turn to the Clockwork next to get the vision for the glimpse back. So in the end, we're able to get a couple of kills. No, oh,
What a chat.
boy.
Power of the hood, man. Didn't even pop it.
Value hood.
I think that like goes overwhelmingly well for Cactus if they just have the Doom, right? But instead, 4 staff away. Sorry, if they were able to Doom the OD. But instead, they just get the 4 staffs away, they drop the kinetic field, and I mean, eventually he dies, sure, and it's his first death, so it was a big streak that went over to Small KK, but feels like they lost a lot for what could have been a clean pick-off there.
We saw just how much damage he was able to do, though, right? 5.3k through the whole fight recap for Small KK. So finally, your Fairy's Trinket, Kyron Sanj, level 16, of course, has that Spell Amp talent as well at the 15. So
It's literally the identical build that Nothing to Say When, except he just got a Blade Mail before it. That's the only issue. And of course, the skill build as well. But everything else, Bottle, Wand, Arcane Boots, Kaya Sanj, and into the Blink Dagger next. It's exactly what he did. But I just feel like there was not enough space made so that this... Doom is still top of the team's net worth, but he's got a Midas and he's got Devour maxed out, right? Most of the time, even if you're in this losing position, he's still like second on net worth on this Doom. That's how crazy this hero is right now.
a lot of it's going to come...
Drow, right?
Yeah. It's taking quite a hit. It doesn't seem like it's going to get any better for the Drow, though, as the game goes
Hit the
on.
tower. Hit the tower. Yes.
Nice.
They've taken a tier 1 tower. All right. There's a chance.
Oh. 20% says Dota Plus.
Really, that much? I would have given it like 10.
tower is under attack.
Well, even 10. We'll see what if they're able to recover, stabilize this game at the moment, because we just got a gem picked up for the Undying. So now with this last tower going down, they're looking to try and set up for the defense though.
Attack.
Oh, that...
Great rocket flare.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to connect with the Wrath onto that? No, I think plenty of units got hit before.
Is under attack.
This is a very interesting ward placement as well from Ramfu. But oh, TZY pops a BKB in the wrong item slot. Now butterfly effect. He's going to be able to reposition thanks to the force up, but over to the higher ground, Smoke KK. Going to be off the mark with the Timber Chain. They're going to be able to glimpse back Jumi, but he's already dropped the Tombstone, so the Undying at least he's done what is required out of the team fight. Now Radiant, they're in full retreat, dancing further. Oh well. TZY is going to be able to get the cleanup onto the tree and protect. Killer's going to look to get the jump in, but the Astral again. The Doom's got no value. It's all into the Timber to turn the fight around, but Butterfly effect, the Arcane Orb starting to get the damage going with the Sanities. Down goes their main damage source, and soon they can look to break the formation and go over to Lonfer as well, with the Astral making sure there is no way for him to escape. They'll surround the Drow and kill him off, in the end resulting in a team wipe.
Team wipe, killing spree. Ranfu wasn't able to pop the overgrowth, and I feel like he had multiple opportunities to do so. And that was a fight, remember, that there was a pretty useless BKB used by the Primal Beast. So you knew he was never going to be the one to go in aggressively, but a great hook shot by the Fish King was able to just open that fight up so much for the Nature's Prophet and the OD to go to work.
Like you said though, at the start, TZY wasn't the greatest use of the BKB, but just the fact that died, just it doesn't matter. They can continue to chase them down. They deal with the T2 tower, so you don't get that.
Look at the HP on
extra.
Summer though. Like he takes out half of his HP off a single Timber Chain, and that's really what I was wanting to see for the past 20 minutes, basically. But it hasn't been enabled to happen. And now the Nature's Prophet actually has farm, right? He's going into the BKB next. He's very scared of what just happened. Like he went AC first, but that was just a little bit too close for comfort for him.
And now Butterfly Effect has an Aegis once again. I did not see where the maybe the Primal got Ag Shot? Yeah, I think so.
The old rock throw. Why? I don't know, but he did. Go for your life. I wouldn't have hated it on the OD, to be honest. It gives additional mana steal to Astral, which is pretty good against a Timber.
Maybe they're just like, look, I don't know. All I know is, again, when you get the Ag Shard, without Ag Shard, if you Astral someone that gets glimpsed, you're not going to be repositioned. With Ag Shard, for some reason, they get repositioned. I don't know if that's enough to warrant him not going for it with the status of this game. Maybe they feel like if they overcommit, then get glimpsed back, we can't save someone. Maybe it's a call. That could be how we potentially throw some of our lead.
I guess. I was more thinking of just being able to slightly reposition with the Doom, but that's very valid. Really getting into the Lincolns on Butterfly Effect. I believe Clock is very close to picking up a Lotus? Or is that a Lotus? I think it might be.
I think so.
So, yeah, really effective against a lot of this stuff that they need to dispel. The silences, even just the Whirling Death stat reduction, going to be very important to remove that. Were you chuckling at something? Oh, this little chase.
Yeah.
It's going to hurl a rock at him.
Do you have it?
He knows.
Come on, do it again. There's not many trees here. Oh, wrong way. He's not going to clear all of them. Are you really? Oh,
enough.
Not see him?
Oh, they see the courier.
This is some interesting action we got going on here.
No. Don't give it away. Don't give it away. Oh, he knows.
He's going to clear them all. Surely, you've got trample up. Surely, just do it. He's going to find you.
Run! Oh, they took away the regen amp, but they still got the increased movement speed inside the tree line. That tree, it doesn't have a wind lace. I think he dies. Oof, lucky boy.
He's solo smoked. Oh, no.
He wants to get up some deep vision. They want to try and get like this Nature's Prophet when he's farming. Inside of the deep camp. Especially now that they know that they're not going to have as much potential to fight. Oh,
Revenge!
Revenge!
Renfu's like, stop chasing me! TZY should go down a small KK. Yeah, there we go. Whirling Death is out. Dude, he's been hot on there trying to protect his tail. It's like, all right, now it's my turn.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's a lot pushing top, though. Is Summer going to TP there? No, he's still going to do the safe thing. TP away from the rest of the boys. There was no real indication that they had vision there, but, I mean, the gem on Jumi is going to be able to deal with it, or at least understand that they've got that sort of vision. I mean, this is exactly what you do whenever you've got a net worth advantage, right? You just buy the gem and make it so much harder for them to come back, deny them all of their vision.
What do you think of Butterfly Effect going Revenant's Brooch next, considering the Timberwind Ghost Scepter?
Okay, I like it. You can still attack into the Timber Saw. It's the main counter to it, right? It's nailed up from the Witchblade, which, of course, OD loves to go. But he's just going to the Scythe of Vice instead, so it feels natural enough to me as well.
Yeah.
You just find that jump. Again, it's a silence as well, so you can... Does it... It doesn't break. No. The reactive armor still happens.
Oh, TZY. Instant use of the Static Storm to cancel the Pulverize, but Killer again's going to use the Doom on a TZY, so he's okay. And now this frees up Butterfly Effect. He's got a double damage rune as well. Another lucky rune for the OD to play with, and they might catch up to small KK. A hook shot, though, to be able to close the distance, so the Timber will be able to reposition, but they're high ground.
TZY's got Blink, though.
Oh, Butterfly. They got the stun on the rock.
30 seconds on Aegis.
Double buyback. Killer's in, hang on, you gotta be cautious. Killer's still got a BKB to work with, I suppose.
They can just back off, 2 buybacks. Very happy to see you guys expend that. Once again, Summer showing why Nature's Prophet is busted. TPs to the other side of the map, farms completely safely, pushes a lane in, makes the treants do a lot of his dirty work, and then he just goes back to the safe farm. He's going to have, of course, because of that Ags, another way to be able to contribute to the fight with the Wrath of Nature. Not needing to use it, though. They wanted to play a little bit more passively with the Aegis just being reclaimed. Of course, that means that the OD gets the BKB onto himself. It does mean that you can't Astral yourself, though, if you're getting gone on, if you've got that BKB use. So it's really just, can you force him to use it while allowing the Drow free reign to right-click?
What is she working on as well? Just completed the crit stick?
Okay. Felt like she needed a little bit more damage. Don't hate it. I think they're really just on that, right? Somehow make space for this Drow to freely right-click. So it's going to be, where's the clock? Where's the primal? What can we do to stop them from just straight up running at us? And they've got 3/4 stuff. Got it on Disruptor, Treant, and the Drow herself. So they've got ways to be able to kite it around and make it a lot more difficult for Cactus to actually stick onto a target. It's just going to be a matter of how on the same page are they, and as well as when do you pop your BKB on the Drow. That's going to be a big factor as well, both for reducing the damage from the OD, making sure that you're not locked down by the Nature's Prophet, Aghanim Scepter, and making sure you're not getting pulverized as well by TZY. I think probably save it for the TZY or the OD. If you're just getting rooted, just use 4-star.
Seems like it's going to be a pretty methodical closeout. Small KK. It's a very aggressive attempt just to maybe get some damage onto TZY. Poker coming though. Killer's going to try and find the angle. Again, the Doom onto the Primal Beast. The response is there though. It's a decent static storm, but the BKB is getting activated. Means that Summer and Butterfly Effect can stand strong. Monfer's going to try and do whatever he can. Now with the BKB expiring, Small KK get the damage out, but the Astral, it's enough to keep Summer alive. All it is, Timber against the world. Summer's going to be able to duke up to the northern side. Butterfly Effect out to the left. Astral up in a couple of seconds as well. Do they want to stand strong, continue to fight this, so they're going to look to reposition?
He just Butterfly picks his level 25, so Summer's straight back in.
Ultra. Given the Rampage, but Rampage's like, yeah, nah. I'm out, come on. Oh, that's Tim did buyback recently? When he buy? Oh, he just
Then.
he bought back that fight?
Yep.
Oh my.
Yeah, OD
Okay.
does a lot of damage with that sanities and all the stats that he's been able to pick up.
I didn't even know he bought back.
Did a lot of damage though, like more than double anyone else on his team. They just weren't. You're too far behind. Like I told you the ideal scenario for the Drow to have, and she got a decent amount of damage off in that fight, but they're just too tanky. They were able to close the gap onto her and deal with her, and she's very squishy if you can do that. And they've got multiple heroes that just love to be on top of you. The Clockwork,
Yeah.
the Primal, even the Undying to a lesser extent.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're not going to call it quits just yet here for Poke.
Radiant's bottom.
Obviously, Timber 50 seconds. Can they stall till then? The Poke, sorry, to Cactus even consider out going for the Megas?
Yeah, checking if Roche was up first on Summer, of course, with having the no TP cooldown. Makes a lot of sense. I think they could just take this one methodically. Again, it's the first series of the DPC. You want to make sure not to throw an unthrowable game. Some tier 4 items could be useful as well if they're able to keep them outside of their base consistently. Clock has buyback, so he doesn't mind putting his body first.
You know it's rough when the net worth lead is higher than the minute mark.
Oof.
It's the same as their kills as well.
OD's nearly 25, never mind, he is 25. And he's got the Sanity's cooldown, okay.
Interesting.
70 seconds, still quite a long time. Oh, there's a DD right in front of where Roche is about to spawn.
Another one.
Yeah.
What DDs this game?
Radiant's
What's going on? Over tweak the DD spawn percentage?
Man. All right, so if you ever wanted an indication of like how little they've been able to get out onto the map on Poke, have a look at their neutral items.
Oh, hang on. Let's see this. Oh, yikes.
No, not the stash. The stash of neutral items is what I want to look at. So they haven't got 2 out of the 27-minute ones, and they've got none of the tier 4 ones because, well, they're just not in a position to do it. 2 lanes are constantly pushing in, whereas Cactus, they're just like, they got a bonanza, they got a grab bag, they can choose whatever the hell they want. Oh, and they're even killing couriers as well.
Oh, there was Octo.
Oh. Yeah. It's pretty important.
Should they really be this concerned about going high gun? I mean, Roche is up. They'll back
Just
up.
take
but
the Roche, you know, what's the harm?
No.
Give it to
What, third
Clockwork,
one?
come on.
welcome to the dead.
Boo. Primal Beast. Pfft. I mean, the break's pretty cool against the OD, I guess. Against the Timber.
Let everything else go. Already got Ages, Cheese on Primal as well, it looks like. So, look, a minor thing, but Lonfer now has that real damage item here with the Daedalus.
Level 20 as well,
Doom-
extra multi-shot
Yep.
damage.
And Doom and Timber have been eating up a lot of the damage, but
Can't get
with
caught out,
that
Longfair.
48,000 net worth lead, it just makes it so much easier for you to play aggressive onto
hungry.
Lonfer.
He's hungry. Look at him. Look at him. He wants to make that jump. Oh,
Even
Jimmy
Jimmy.
would be a nice pick.
And he would. He's able to lead. He's got a BKB.
Yep.
So Jumi's fine, and our Summer just aggressively TPs into the middle of them all. Summer knows no fear. Look at him go. Satanic activated. All the damage instantly repaired. TZY also grabs the Drow before she's able to enter the high ground. And before this one is over, Cactus want to make sure they can secure the wipe. And in clean fashion, they're going to be able to take this game 3 and secure their first series victory of Spring Tour. Beautifully done.
There we go. We got some smiles coming out there from the Fish King, especially. It's an exciting new squad, you know. In that game number 2, probably a little bit underwhelmed, but I feel like that was more of a draft issue, right? They just didn't have ways to be able to play as aggressively as they needed to against this true dual core lineup that Poke was running, and even in the chances that they did, the LC and Snap didn't do it together. This time around, the OD was a great pick. I think they played it amazingly well. They had multiple ways of initiation. They had multiple ways to be able to deal with this Drow Ranger, and they showed why, against them, the Nature's Prophet is a first phase ban.
Puts us in a very interesting position with how Cactus gonna set themselves up for the next couple of series. Because at least for me, like one big takeaway is that Cactus look to so far, and something you mentioned as well, just play through butterfly effect. We saw game 1 where they embered at the 8th and he just completely took over. We saw game 2 where they looked to try and play with the Shadowfiend strat and have him carry. And this was kind of similar, like leave his pick all the way to last. So, which I like to see, because again, you're saying this is really their star play for Cactus. So play through him, and he completely shined in this series for them.
Yeah, and it's what we've come to expect from him, right? Like, you sing the praises of him, and for a good reason. Like, the man is a very, very good player. He's, of course, had a lot of that time on academy teams, but it never really has felt like he's had that true shot at the big time, you know, and maybe this is his time. You know, you've got a lot of opportunities against some untried talent in the Div 2, so maybe this is the season that he makes it up and gets promoted to Div 1.
Yeah, well, at least they do have to, of course, clean up a couple of those mistakes. We saw the Game 2 draft. There was something experimental without a doubt. I mean, we have not seen Venge 1 in a very, very long time. There were some nice things in that game, but just overall, it wasn't enough. But like you said, if they're able to continue with this, and who knows where they'd be able to get to. But it's still very, very early days overall. And for Poke, you know, there was some great moments for them overall in this series, but unfortunately just not enough to be able to take it. But we do have to give an MVP, Daniel. It's kind of
I'm tempted to give it to the Fish King, but it's butterfly effect.
Fish King? What?
Yeah.
Fish King? How is there even an argument for the clockwork?
I said I'm tempted, but I'm going
sure,
to.
So tempted is like means there's an argument, right?
I feel like his hook shots were pretty on point. Like, he made Drow's life hell consistently. It wasn't all TZY. TZY was the target of a lot of these Dooms, and other than that cogs behind the tier 2 tower bottom, I think Fish King really didn't make too many mistakes this game. Itemization on point, hook shots, like I said, great. It really just enabled the relatively squishy heroes in the OD and the Nature's Prophet to just do what they do best, act as glass cannons.
Yep. And when you've got a lineup to be able to...
Those rockets were pretty on point as well, right?
Yes, that is true. There was a lot of incredible rockets to be able to scout out some of those attempts that Poke were going to defend some of those objectives.
That's right. Fish King's the greatest.
Yes, Fish King is the greatest if we look past what Butterfly Effect was able to do. And honestly, like, you got to be hoping that Butterfly Effect's going to have a game like this, considering you last pick his hero. So you save it to the end, and it definitely proves that he is a player that can shine with a 24th pick. So we are done and dusted for our first series. But then we got another series. We got another one coming up shortly. It's going to be Meteor up against Lonely Rock and Roll. So again, we saw Meteor in the previous tour where they were just able to avoid those tiebreakers as well. They've got a bit of a new addition in their roster with Echoes coming in, who was previously on that Outsiders from China roster. And then, of course, their opponent in Lonely Rock and Roll has some players that people would be familiar with, but we didn't see them in the last tour. So it's going to be exciting to see how they're able to match up against each other.
Yeah, for sure. We'll have to see, though. We got a little bit of a break first until that game starts, and I'm sure it's going to be a banger. Again, old versus new. We'll see who comes out on top, and we'll send it to a break. Get some food, get some water. Shouldn't be too long.
Watch more, earn more. Full TV.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've got our second series getting underway very shortly. Denong, two fresh new teams looking to make their debut here in the Spring Tour. We're going to have Meteor Gaming taking on Lonely Rock and Roll. It's a pretty good name.
It's
a
a
pretty
mouthful,
good name.
though.
I got it. It is a mouthful, which is a bit of an issue. And LNR, I don't like it. LNR, don't know.
What do you think about their profile pictures, though? I'm just seeing weeb going down the list.
I'm seeing like 9, 8. There's a lot of weeb profile pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Look, each to their own. I don't know. I like the top ones.
Even the team name. And these names, though. Big Can. I'm just going to call him Real One, even though it looks like just real. 4 Ys, not just the innocents. Went how? All right, pretty normal. And Bocce. I wonder if that's at all related to anime stuff. Because, like, Bocce the Rock is a recent anime that just came out about, like, a rock band with girls as the people. I haven't watched it, but apparently it's good.
Far out, man. How deep are you in this? Jesus.
I said I haven't watched it.
You're watching anime with crazy stuff going on as well. We don't even have to get into the other ones.
Okay, no, they're all normal. All right, let's get that straight. Let's not get it twisted here. I don't watch that sort of stuff, but you know, when you watch a Dota on one monitor, you can have stuff on the other monitor, or you can read it during the downtime, the manga and stuff. It's normal, you know. And I play other games too.
What games have you been playing right now? What are you playing? What are you enjoying?
Bit of WoW. What's the other main one? Bit of Raft. Sons of the Forest. Crab Champions just came out. I want to play that one with some of the boys. It's like, you play Risk of Rain or Risk of Rain 2?
Is Risk of Rain the... Oh, no, I don't think I have. Risk of Rain. Which one's this?
It's like a over-the-shoulder sort of thing where you pick a class, like Commando or Engineer or something, and then you just put into this randomly generated world, and then you got to kill things to make the boss happen, and as you keep going through, you get like power-ups and stuff. It's a good game. But basically, Crab Champions is that kind of like gameplay in terms of like behind the shoulder, you're shooting stuff around, and it's like co-op multiplayer. So seems good.
It's always fun to have a couple co-op games to play with the brothers. And you get involved. A little bit of banter back and forth. Always
I'm sure I'll get my
invite.
invite to the Aries game nights sometime soon.
That's funny. That's really cute. It's not going to happen. You're not cool enough.
Wow.
And I think my school friends
see you play Apex Legends.
You.
I see you play Apex Legends without me.
I solo queue. Do you like Ape? You don't seem much of a Battle Royale person yourself?
Nah, it's fine. I used to play PUBG when it first came out, and Apex is fine.
What about Fortnite?
No. Trash.
No, well, it was a good game at the start.
No.
It was. Let's give it its respect.
The best game is Dota. Let's start with that. And we've got... I mean, what other games have really stood the test of time over this far? As we actually get into the players playing in this series. Oh, we get to keep him. For Meteor Gaming, of course, Echo. One of the discards, I guess you could call them, from outside of Sunshine. He was kicked, man. What do you want me to say? He was kicked from the team. I'm just spitting facts. That's all it is.
Yeah, but I feel like you could have said it a little bit better. The discard, just discarded from the team. The trash, easily disposed.
I never said trash. I said he was discarded from the team.
Yeah, but it's good enough.
It is good enough, and I'm going to keep it that way. So, what's your next point?
What an addition, though, is
Yes.
Echo. So we've seen him on CDEC. Of course, he had that stint on eHome as well. They didn't have as much success as definitely what they were hoping with that roster. And he looked pretty good on Outsiders for China. Unfortunately, not good enough for that 5-man last tour to be promoted. Yes.
Well, technically they were, but they didn't know it at the time. So yeah. Also, I think maybe discard is a slightly harsh way of putting things because he was playing, and then XM, who normally plays mid, moved to the position 1, and now XM is playing mid again, considering they got Fly in. So maybe it was just a thing of, look, we rate XM slightly higher than you, so we're just going to go with him. and we just can't fit you into the team, you know. But they still did choose XM over him, so discarded, get it out of there.
Discarded, get out of there. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they're able to fit in. Of course, Media Gaming in the previous tour, we saw them in the tiebreakers that we mentioned that Poke played in as well. So they were just narrowly able to stick around. They still have 4 out of the 5 members, and some of those in particular, we were very impressed with the support duo, I think, on Media. Like Marblu, in a lot of the games, you know, we saw him pretty consistently on the Tiny, and he was, you know, making a lot of plays on that hero.
A lot of it was his Ricky, though, and Ricky was just kind of busted.
That's very true.
So it was, yeah. I'm keen to see what he's able to do now that, you know, obviously we've highlighted the Tiny. Ricky support really doesn't seem to be a hero. Apparently it's a mid-hero now. So if they start to target him with some Tiny bans in the first phase, what's he going to play? I think his other main one was the Snapfire that he had decent success with. So we'll see what he's able to do.
Yeah, and you know, I guess their opposition, Lonely Rock and Roll, you have some familiar names as well. Maybe the more familiar out of all of them is Doodle, the carry. So that's someone who's played on Invictus Gaming for a little bit, had some stints with IG Vitality as well. So I'm sure he's had his run through with the likes of Butterfly Effect. They also have their position 2 897, who played a little bit on eHome in 2019. So they do definitely have some star power with them. It's just another question, like how is this newly formed 5-man able to, you know, build together and kind of cement if they've got that chemistry already?
Yeah, you got to make sure that, like, what's he actually been playing as well, right? Because a lot of people think that players like vary massively in terms of their actual effectiveness, when a lot of the times it can just be like what's in the meta right now and it doesn't happen to fit your playstyle, right? Either that or there's like some massive team chemistry upgrade that happened, whether it's from a coach or like a hard team chat, or maybe you even just substitute out one player and for a new one, and then that's the big thing that you need to take the next step up. So it's not always just who is the best player, because we've seen like Samael, arguably even today, people say he's one of the best mid laners in the world, and he's in Div 2. So you know, that's it just goes to show the importance of everything else surrounding the individual.
Is the meta point enough though? Because it feels like
we've been on this meta for a while.
Well, that, but I mean, like, does it come down to just the individual not learning different heroes? Are you a little bit stuck in your ways? If the meta changes and you don't have your best heroes available, does it come down to you now to learn this new meta, learn to play a little bit differently? If it's an offlaner meta that, you know, it's your Blink initiators, your Axe, your Centaur. Now it comes down to your micro heroes. You know, yes, there's comfort. I mean, you think about Amar, loves his comfort, but then if you don't look to change, does that come down to the player, or can you just bank on the meta swapping?
It's so hard to make like a comparison to anything else, because Dota's just so complex and versatile, right? Like if I was using it in tennis, it's like going from a topspin serve to a slice serve. You can still probably do it, but it's not going to be at the same extent as something that you've perfected over years and years and years. So obviously tennis meta doesn't really change as much as, you know, Dota is, but that's sort of the same concept that I'm looking for. And, well, looks like the odds at least are favoring the newbies. What do you reckon? Just based off the name, maybe?
Yeah, look, I'm going to slightly favor Meteor just because this is a lineup that I've seen and I haven't seen the newbies. So it's as simple as that. It's just how they're able to play together. I mean...
Can I tell you one thing? So I had a quick look through the open qualifier games. Open or closed? One of the two. Closed qualifier games. And these guys beat Cactus in 15 minutes in one of their games. They did lose to like Picky Killer and all that, like the more experienced ones 2-0, but 15-minute win is pretty impressive.
15-minute win is very impressive. I'm looking at that game as well.
There was nothing like massive push about it either.
No, there wasn't. They had a Storm, Dawn, Ursa, I believe, is their core trio. Looks like
There's some lane dominators though.
That is true. That is true. So we'll see. They were able to make it in that 5th place as one of the qualified teams. Of course, we had 6 teams to be able to qualify through the closed qualifiers.
Out of 8, you got to feel bad for 7 and 8, but they did it in the fairest way as well. They did it Swiss format, which I really hope we see a little bit more of Swiss in terms of like. Are you familiar with the format?
Not really. No.
So basically,
Would you like to explain it?
let's say you got 8 teams. You seed them based off of some sort of metric, and then like first plays 8th, yada yada yada. And then after the first round, the winners play the winners, the losers play the losers. And then the next round after that, win-win plays each other, win-loss plays each other, loss-win plays each other, loss-loss plays each other. So it's basically you get more even matches throughout the thing. So you can never say, oh, we just got really unlucky and we were in our double elimination bracket, we played the 2 best teams or something like that, you know? Makes a lot of sense.
Which has always been kind of the argument with how some of the elimination brackets are set up and some of the groups are set up as well. So
It's like the sweet spot between round robin, which is just play everyone, and double elimination, which is you could potentially be out playing 2 series. This is you're going to play at least however many they want to set it as. I think it depends on the size of the tournament. So
I wonder why they did Swiss now, because
there's 6 teams that you got to fit in. You know, like it's
yeah.
Probably just that, I would say.
Yeah, it's a good enough reason. Just to update everyone as well, we were having some issues with some earphone problems and some keyboard problems. Look like that one is all sorted. So hopefully we're going to be able to get ourselves underway pretty shortly here for our 2nd series.
How's your keyboard? Stained with tea, or you all good?
Looking a bit grubby, but it's not too bad.
Okay, well,
I did clean it recently, but it just gets pretty dirty again.
You are a filthy person, so I understand.
I'm really not. In fact, when I stayed in the hotel with you, I was super clean, and your side was really messy. But
it was not
that's
messy.
Okay.
The only thing messy about me was my snoring. So
I don't know. It was pretty messy. Anyway, all right. We don't have to continue to throw the under the bus. We got a draft underway. All right. Lonely Rock and Roll are going to be on the Radiant side. We got Media Gaming on the Dire side. Media, they're going to be playing with first pick overall. Once again, Nature's Prophet, Broodmother banned out in the first phase, and then for Lonely Rock and Roll, we got the Enchantress and the Death Prophet.
So the thing that really strikes me about Meteor Gaming is that I feel like they've got a really good idea of like what they think is good and they're just going to pick and ban entirely based off that. It's not even necessarily a synergy sort of thing. It's just like, we value these 10 heroes higher than anyone else in the game, and so we're going to pick them. I think they really want to pick a Beastmaster here, because I think that's their most successful hero by far, but I think Lonely Rock and Roll have done their homework. If you're playing a Beastmaster into a Mirana, very easy to get rid of the boars. And also Doom means that you can't go this Helm of the Overlord build because they're just going to get devoured. They're still going to do it though. Maybe you can just go into this Axes build instead and look to try and counter it. Maybe we see a Drums of Slom. Any chances? It is a good pairing with a Disruptor though. Glimpse back off the back of the Hawk Vision.
Yeah, Disruptor very much loves to be able to have that vision advantage, so you got the combo. Now you can look to even protect the Beastmaster even more. They ban out the Crystal Maiden, so
I think they're just going to Mirana 5, man. Like,
yeah.
What's the point? It's a bit of a wasted ban in my eyes. I would be looking to get rid of stuff that gets on the Disruptor personally. Something like Ember would be pretty decent.
A very good Ember game. Ember Mirana combination together is always very potent.
Yep.
More than likely,
we're going to a lot as well. What else is there?
Radiant team banned. Dire team banned.
I mean, there are the two that they really look to go back to the well for. Nature's Prophet and Death Prophet combined together with Treant Protector, which both would be great with this Beastmaster. Gives you some really fast tempo, and Treant is still pretty good overall, especially into a Doom. You're able to, again, melee hero, use that Leech Seed, feels really nice. So I think that's really just what they're banning out. They're banning out a lot of these range cores on Lindley Rock and Roll to prevent that from being as big of a factor. Is there even, like, other than Sniper, is there anything that they can pick that's, like, range that pairs together well with the...
Radiant team pick.
with the Dream Protector? Probably not, other than maybe, like, a Morphling. But I'm not sure if you want a Morphling into this.
Looks like you were right though. More than likely going to be that Murano's the 5. They go down the Hoodwink route. So, I mean, Hoodwink Doom is something we've seen Tundra run to great success.
Oh, please. Oh, goddamn. I was so close. The Rubik feels kind of nice. Have they been running Hoodwink lately, though, on Tundra?
No, not a whole lot, but I just... It's always a team that you see Doom Hoodwink come out, like they win a lot of these lanes. So it is a great laning duo. Can put a decent chunk of pressure onto the Morphling early on, but I think once Morph's able to find some levels, he should have a pretty good time down in his safe lane. What are we looking at the 18? So probably more than likely, you wanting a carry here, considering you see your offlaner and your carry matchup?
I would say so. I mean, I'm just trying to think like what they want to play into this Morphling to, like... Probably something range that likes building a Skadi, but a lot of those heroes are gone. Could you Naga here? I wouldn't hate Naga, just because Morphling really, with the Ags, doesn't hurt you as much as a lot of the other Agi heroes. Does a decent job of like, resetting against the Beast. I think it's decent, but again, if the Beastmaster's already going the Whirling Axes build, it feels kind of meh, you know? Like, you don't have the greatest... Mm. You like it? Then it's definitely not that then. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, what the hell?
Okay, cool. It makes sense, right? Like, they just want to block off the main avenue that they're going to be able to play around with this Morphling. There's no real amazing targets for the Morph either anymore. So... Like, the Doom really doesn't feel all that effective. Hoodwink, probably not. It's basically Mirana might be the target, right? Just so you have the leap for a little bit more of this this mobility in team fights. So what do they need? They need tempo. You got 2 greedy cores, 2 supports that are able to do a lot of damage, but you need the lockdown to be able to provide that. So for me, they've actually banned out the Ember themselves, but I guess it's into the Naga Siren, so it makes a lot of sense. Some kind of reliable stun. Tiny's gone, Storm's gone, Ember's gone. Puck, you could still move around, so it's not as easy. They ended up banning it out anyway. So what do you even go now? Like a DK? I don't know. I think it's going to depend on what Meteor pick for their mid laner as well.
It might be a bit greedy, but I feel like Radiant can consider about an OD. So it has very good core matchups, and it sets up pretty nicely for the Murano. Astral defensively once again versus the Raw, kind of versus the Glimpse can be nice.
Very greedy though.
That's the thing. It is very greedy. You're going to be putting a lot of emphasis on your supports to combine together, and honestly, they don't really play too well together in itself.
So if Meteor go a slow-ish mid laner, then I think you can get away with it. Because if you're only having to worry about the Beastmaster, then you're like, all right, fine, we can do it. But if it's anything that's able to get active with like a couple of items, like Conquer a little bit, I guess, but Conquer into OD doesn't feel great either. But you know what I mean, right? Just stuff that's able to do a lot with not much. Then I think they might be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Radiant team pick.
So there's not a lot left for Meteor as well. They're going to go down that Pango route, so...
I don't think you can afford to do it anymore.
No, I don't think so either. So Pango, of course, very nice to be able to address the Naga. They didn't have a lot of AoE control as well, so that's where the Pango is definitely going to be able to help kind of fill out that weakness they had prior.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of people rate Pango as literally the #1 hero of this patch. So
yeah,
kind of surprising to see it last until the very last phase here. I mean, at least Naga Siren is eventually going to be able to get the Aghanims if she wants to be able to go into this. And okay, Quap, you could still do some damage into the Rolling Thunder, which feels kind of nice. Bit of a lane dominator. And you are a bit of a tempo setter, right? You're not necessarily like that reliable stun, but it just means that you're going to be looking to play around the Hoodwink a lot more, as opposed to the other way around, Hoodwink playing around the Quap.
Such a volatile hero, though. You can have a good game and you can have a bad game as well for the Queen of Pain. I think BKB is going to be really when he's feeling super safe against the Rolling Thunder and against the Disruptor, but it's not a free game. Like you've got an instant stun in the Rubik Telekinesis, which is really the big thing you're looking at, and sometimes Disruptor can be an issue as well. So for me, I don't know, Queen of Pain, if you die a couple times, really there's like a death quota. You die over 4 times, your game's just gone, and even sometimes 2 times is just enough for you to not have the impact that you're requiring. But importantly, it's going to have a good lane versus the Pango. You're going to prove to be an issue. Like you said, Pango is arguably one of the best heroes right now in the meta. So the fact that at least he's going to have a tricky lane matchup should be something that they can bank on for Radiant.
Should feel good. Yeah, absolutely. I wonder what sort of build the Pango is going to go as well. Feels kind of value to just go this Aghanim Scepter, Diffusal, Basher build, right? You're going up against and Maelstrom, I guess, as well, right? You need something. They don't have any amazing way to deal with the Naga illusions yet at this point. So Pango needs to kind of address that somewhat. So I feel like the Maelstrom is going to be that sort of thing. Diffusal, great against the entire lineup, and of course Basher needed to be able to lock down this Naga and the Quap especially. Yep. Who are you favoring?
I don't know. I think I like the Meteor's draft. I think the Pango helps with their issues versus Naga, which they didn't really have a way to address that. So I think I'll slightly favor Meteor, but again, like it's just, can this Queen of Pain take over or not? Well, I don't know. We'll find out. How do you feel about this draft? Do you feel like there is a side that's even favored heading out of it, or do we have a pretty even draft between the two?
It's going to come down to the individual play, right? Like, I think I like the Meteor Gaming draft overall. I feel like they've got potential for pickoffs. They've got good team fight. They've got tower siege. They've got stuns. They've got, somewhat save in the form of like Rubik if he goes the telekinesis. I think he's building into a Greaves as well. So like, plenty of stuff. They've got it good across the board, but if you're able to get this Nagasar in a farm and this Quap crushes the Pango lane, then it very quickly skews in Lonely Rock and Roll's favor.
So pretty much we're just looking at the lanes. That's what you feel like is
especially
really
mid. Oh, the deny. Who's going to get it?
30 seconds
Easy.
to battle.
Easy D Ward.
Yeah, they're even going to get rid of their own. Not making the stay mistake as well. Maybe it will. Molasses. He's not going to see it. Hold on.
Yes.
Is Molasses mid? No. Okay. He was just positioning himself there for a second. I was thinking, can they get away with this and just use like wild axes to secure a lot of these last hits instead of having the Quap there? But I think the levels on Quap is too important. On Pango is too important. Actually, Thunderstrike as well. Level 1 on TZ.
And no mangoes. I saw Seller in some of his games, actually. I think game 1 might have been in that tiebreaker. He went the Thunderstrike with a couple mangoes, though, which he doesn't currently have. What did he buy with his gold? He's got a mango and a cell coming up. Okay, so at least one to be able to help out a little bit with the spam. You're more favoring that Glimpse level 1 at the moment, though, that we're seeing out of the Disruptors?
I mean, it's just so mana efficient, right? 70 mana to do essentially the same damage as what Thunderstrike does, and it has such great utility as well. Maybe they're just thinking, look, with a Morphling, it's not necessarily like a kill lane. So, if you had something with a stun or even a slow, you might be able to get away with an early kill off the back of the Glimpse, but with Morphling, you need to play a little bit more passive, and it's just about harassing from afar. Don't really want to fight into a Hoodwink either. So annoying.
Because this is a really good lane for the side of Radiant. Hoodwink Doom, level 3, I'm probably looking at them starting to get pretty aggressive onto TZ. It's going to come down to a lot on the Disruptor's position. I think if you can zone out the Disruptor, like, what is he going to do in this game? I don't know if you can really look to make any plays on the opposite side of the map. There's not much you can really do to help out mid as well. So I think if you're able to get a couple kills on him, then TZ might have a bit of an awkward early start on how he can have some impact as a 5.
He's been doing a good job so far. Basically, his job right now is just distract them from hitting the Morphling, get a little harass off whenever you can through the use of the Iron Branches. And he's also done a really important thing against the Doom in blocking up the hard camp with the Sentry Ward and body blocking his own small camp. So Doom isn't going to get off any of these Devours. I want to see him rotate back to that small camp right now.
Oh, he went Infernal Blade. The Doom, even with that little bit of damage, it might be enough when how. Trying to chase him down. Has he got the movement speed to catch up, though? It looks like he does. Thunder Strike, helping TZ be able to get the cell forward. When House able to land the Bushwhack, but he's got to be cautious. He's taking up a little bit of damage from the Kree wave. He's going to be okay.
And of course, Gaben is going to punish him by spawning the Harpy camp as the small camp. So, you know, if he does go over there with that Devour, he'll be like, thank you very much. I'll be taking that Stormcrafter for myself. I want to see if TZ looks to prioritize making a pull happen, even if it's just a single pull, just to at least get rid of the Stormcrafter. You can leave the Scout. Man, remember that meta? Harpy Scout meta?
Oh, God. Yeah, no, I did not remember
Now
that,
I've just brought it all back to you.
Oh, no. That was such a boring stage of Dota. Oh, my God.
See everything. Nothing they can do about it. Never runs out of mana.
Thank God that's not a thing anymore. Top lane, TZ will be first blood. Gonna probably trade his life as the adaptive strike from Triple M comes through. Triple M, sorry, Quarter M. Juicy. We got double, quad Y. I don't know why I'm saying triple, double. What's going on? 4 Ys, 4 Ms?
Sometimes one's not enough.
Nor 2, nor 3. Just need all the letters you can get.
TZ's doing it. TZ's literally not even doing the pull. He's just like, kill the Stormcrafter. I'm going to use Thunderstrike on it as well. Huge. There we go.
Well, neutral can just be a lane winning neutral. Dude, Big Ken is just going to chase down. They're even going to glyph the Kree wave as well. You'll be able to dispel off some of the Axis stacks, but still the damage, it's enough. Yeah. Marbly will just get the right click, and now they're going to be able to drag the wave, so the next Dire wave will go all the way under the tower. Oh, no, they don't aggro, actually. Never mind. Regardless, though, still goes under, and Naga's going to miss a full wave here.
Are we calling him real or real one? I really want to call him real one.
It's real. I'm saying real. It's
all right. Well, he's a real one. That's all I know. And he's doing a pretty good job in this mid lane. I mean, he's 400 net worth ahead of the Pango, keeping him relatively low on the levels, about half a level ahead right now. I think he'll stay 2 points Shadow Strike, pretty standard for the Quops these days, just to bully in lane, but not hinder your own net worth too much, because it is going to be important for him to have that burst damage against the Morphling. I wonder how early he goes into the Aghanim Shard as well. Wasn't expecting that.
Whoa.
What even just happened? Was that just
I think it looked like from the fight recap it was Infernal into Bushwhack. Okay. So somehow 0.6 caught him off guard. Okay. Well, that's a big kill for them to find. And off to a great start. It's going to enable this Hoodwink to look to make a rotation. Echoes, they saw that he used the Swashbuckle already mid, so he won't have this to reposition, and he might be in some trouble now. Oh no, they broke the shield crash. When? How? What is this man doing to him?
He's doing a great job. I mean, all that rotation's coming through. Also, just with that movement, it scouts out like, all right, are there any camps that we need to make sure that the Doom doesn't get? And there isn't anything amazing, right? There's no Satyr camp unless it's right next to the Dire Tier 2 tower. So I think they're very, very happy with that. The entire jungle is not good for the Doom to steal right now, so he's just going to have to stick to lane creeps. You know, the other kind of nerf to the Doom that happened lately, it's the targeting the Enigma nerf, basically. Leveling up the range creeps to level 5 means that he can't devour range creeps now at level 1 Doom. Just wait for that level 2 devour. Gets a siege creep instead.
Real? Oh, I don't know. Does he die? Thunderstrike not going to be enough. Real is going to be okay. They sold the regen though, so the Queen of Pain's going to have to go all the way back to base. So this will give at least Echoes a little bit of time to get some catch up. Importantly, it's probably going to get him that level 6, at least close enough before some extra pressure.
Well, indeed. Actually, an early-ish port. What the hell just happened? I think there was some sort of creep that was just moving in front of Bocce right there, so they weren't able to get the ensnare into the arrow combination onto Molasses. So big deal letting this this Beastmaster just continue to get those levels. Now he's got 3 points into the Wild Axes, so plenty of ways to just keep this Naga somewhat controlled in the lane, but she's still picking up the farm for now.
And again, is bring Wen out to a different lane as well. I'm going to try and close the distance onto Molasses, but use of the telekinesis from Marblu are going to be okay for the moment. So, do you like kind of... We saw the Hoodwink even get that kill mid prior, but afterwards we're continuing to see him play on the... play away from the Doom lane. Do we like this?
Hold on. Speaking of the Rubik, he's getting jumped on a little bit here, and he probably is going to get burst down. With that stack and Starfall coming through, can Molasses commit onto this with the second point in the Wild Axis? He's thinking about it. Not quite. What, you're thinking he just needs to keep the Doom away as much as possible? And
No, I'm just... Lane, are they going to go for this? Just a little poke and prod when we might go down. He's being such a nuisance, though.
Oh,
Arrow's going to fly on past, but real...
double.
What a Lancer-sonic Wave, no hesitation out of Queen of Pain, finds a great opening for that first ultimate of the game, and he's hoping for the power rune as well. He's going to be able to find it. Might even look to utilize it straight away, as now Marblu is an X on the chopping block. Yes, they'll miss the bushwhack, but it's not going to matter. It's only delaying the inevitable as Marblu... Oh my god. Dude, went out. This guy's balling out. 7 out of the 8 kills. Doesn't even need to play in the Doom lane. He's still getting a bunch out of it solo.
And I mean, there's they've been doing a really good job on Meteor of making sure that the Doom hasn't got anything good to devour, but luck just so happened to spawn a Sadiac camp inside of their own ancient area. So Doom was able to go back, get that mana burn creep, and well, now life is a little bit more challenging for the Morphling. You can't even just go back into the lane, right? Because if he tries to last hit, he'll get the Scorched Earth onto his face, and you won't have the the waveform to be able to get away from that lane. So he's already been pushed back to the jungle. This is some really good early game play by Lonely Rock and Roll.
Yeah. We do see, though, with the Doom being solo versus the Morphling, Morph has got a 500 net worth lead. But really, it's the other lanes that are taking a huge hit. The Painkiller is so far behind the Queen of 8, about 1,200 gold difference between them. So Echoes is going to be forced to try and look to get involved with his Rolling Thunder, try and find an angle back into this game. And we'll see if they can secure the kill onto the Doom. He's got some heroes playing behind him at the moment. Bushwhack's going to be off the mark. Still, they'll look to turn it back around with the use of the Doom, but Morphling, he was able to find that attribute shift, so there won't be a rebuttal from the boys on Radiant.
It was even just the small things about like when they actually made that rotation through. The phase boots had just expired on the Doom, so he wasn't able to get away as quickly as he might have liked. They're going to be able to get another quick cleanup kill onto the Mirana as well. So nicely done by them, but more importantly, it just frees up this top lane for Morphling to get some more of this unopposed farm.
So he's going to be working into the Lincolns as that first item here for the Morphling, so looking to heavily address the Doom. I guess the Ensnare and potential Orchid to come out as well.
Nicely done by Echo as well. He was almost bushwhacked as he picked up that DD rune, but very quick on the fingers, using the Quelling Blade, making sure that wasn't going to happen. And now with a bunch of these stacks that have been formed up, the team is rallying around him, basically saying that, look, the lane might not have gone so well for you, but you've got maxed out Swashbuckle, you've got this DD rune now as well, so we can very easily look to give you a bit more of a lane. Or farm,
can he find the angle? Oh, nicely done. They even sung as well, but regardless, they're going to be able to kill. Bocce was able to find that angle to be able to cancel Beastmaster's TP out, so 3 heroes going to be forced to rotate bottom. We do see mid lane what's going on. Echoes try and shove it out with the help of the double damage rune to get some pressure onto the T1 tower.
Well, indeed, they've got that Orb of Corrosion as well, so reduced armor on this tower. Someone's going to need to get back here pretty quickly, but well, 3 of them used TPs recently, so well, at least they'll get rid of the siege creep. Is this going to be enough? No. Just letting off that sharpshooter a little bit too late.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under
That's a huge win, though. Doom a hero that Doesn't usually take objectives too early on. Echo's mid lane, Sonic Wave, but the turnaround from TZ will drop the Static Storm. There's no one really nearby
Nice
to
arrow.
follow up, but Marblu's still with the arrow. Gonna find the connection, and Wen Hao glimpse back inside the river as well. Marblu not gonna be able to find the angle for the bushwhack. Looks like Hoodwink's gonna be okay, but that's a huge kill for them to find, with the Queen of Pain was 5-0 before that death, so TZ is gonna get a nice little streak.
Probably the last person you actually wanted to give it through to, but you know what, we'll take it. Of course, needing the Static Storm, landed onto 3 as well, but really it was Marblu once again, bit of the star of that that movement coming through. And now you've got a Helm of the Dominator to be able to play around with on Molasses. So again, it feels like he needs to play very defensively with this. He doesn't really want to be making too many pushes happen. Wen Hao actually just looking to walk up into this area,
Oh, they
take
saw
away some
Sharpshooter.
stacks.
They might be able to use it in this team fight. Marblu's charging it up. Meanwhile, Echoes as well. The stun lock's going to be perfect for the follow-up damage, and Doom, he'll chuck out his ultimate, but it's just going to provide them 0 value. As Media Gaming, they're already looking for more. The Morphling utilizing the Hurricane that was devoured prior, so Wen Hao drag back closer. Is he going to go for the waveform? Lose the Sisters D. Wen Hao duking and jiving. Another out of the bushwhack will keep him alive, but regardless, Dyer gets some much-needed kills.
Oh, for sure. And again, like I was saying, you can't really afford to be the pusher as the Beastmaster in this situation. He just needs to sit back. He needs to play selfish for the next little bit. He needs to build up into, well, will he go Helm of the Overlord, you reckon? I mean, you've kind of committed to it with the Helm of the Dominator plus the Vladimir's offering, but as soon as Doom hits up onto that level 15, then it doesn't feel anywhere near as good. Don't know. I would rate Doom as like the second best counter to this sort of Beastmaster build. So rather than going just full auras, like it's not really a Wraith Pact game though. So
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I guess
We're still gonna...
he's gonna commit once he understands the tempo of the game, I guess.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Wen Hao, Smoke's gonna pop. Still looking to try and turn around. Echoes actually eats the combo, and as a result, Real's gonna jump in. More than happy with dropping the combo to secure another double kill off the back of his ultimate, and now Doom, he's ready to get into the midst of it all as well. A little bit hesitant though, with the stuns already being used prior, so they won't be able to close the distance, but in the end, only Rock and Roll able to find still 2 kills.
Still somehow clips onto the boar with the arrow. I mean, it's a little bit of a difficult situation still for Lonely, right? Like, they don't have anyone that's going to be able to... They got an arrow? No arrow to be able to hit the Helm Dom creep. They will get rid of the Hawk, though. But it's a bit of an aberration that they were even able to get that top tower just because of how well Doom had played that lane. I'm seeing some troubles with them trying to get more than this.
Echoes. It's pretty aggressive, and it's got to be cautious. Yes, hit the kill onto Wen Hao. Doom's ultimate is back up. He'd love Echoes, but he's not going to mess around. Wanting to use the Rolling Thunder early on to protect himself. He'll do a quick U-turn to slam away the life of the Doom. So we're in a pretty back and forth game. Brady got a couple kills, and Dyer got a couple of kills, and well, this time, Media going to be rewarded with that Tier 1 tower going down as well.
They are, and they're really just looking to try and get this game solved before the game gets too far out of control. Like, Naga Siren, she's going to be almost unbeatable in this late stage of the game. Pango's going for the defusal, really realizing that, look, we want to try and make this as quick as possible. The Disruptor is going for a drums. The Rubik is going for a mech. The Morphling is going first item Lincolns. Like, this is stuff that you do.
They're going to be perfect with the chain control, and that's where Molasses is able to come into play. Once again, with the Queen of Pain getting shut down, slowing down this BKB timing here from the co-op.
It's the important hero that you got to take away, right? He is once again the pace setter.
And well, still got another fight breaking out. Gonna be cautious here. Doom's gonna try and find an opening with the ultimate, but hesitant about using onto the Morphling, considering he's protected with the Lincoln. So we do a couple of supports getting killed off across the map. Can they pop the Lincolns? There we go. It's got enough time to be able to react away from. over
I've
the
just got
river.
Manta now,
Nice.
though. They've got a big increase in teamfight effectiveness coming through. Even just the split push as well. Oh, going for the blind. Oh, he was trying to find TZ.
One thing I even saw with the item build from Big Can, very interesting. Seems like maybe a personal thing going this Void Stone. Seen a
Just
lot
for the
of
regen,
the
not
Nagas.
a
Yeah,
Bassi.
seen a. I think that's really the main one that we see, right? Was the Bassi. Of course, the Void Stone's going to be built into that Orchid, but I haven't really
Makes
seen
sense.
it. Yeah.
Not as effective for the lane, of course, considering you get it a lot later than the Bassi, but still feels nice.
Yes. It's really interesting to see kind of these little unique.
I guess the other
preferences
thing is
from-
that
from players.
he's not playing with the rest of the team as well, so you don't need like the Bassi aura coming through. It's just purely for yourself, and so feels a little bit better in that regard.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, he is having such an incredible time though at finding a farm. On top of the net worth. A decent shot mid lane, meanwhile. More kills occurring around this area of the map. Both sides don't know how to stop. So all the action breaking out, 26 kills, 17 minutes in, and now with that kill onto the Mirana, they're maybe looking to put some pressure down bottom. Helm of the Overlord here with Molasses has got that Ancient Black Dragon.
Yeah, so they got 5 levels on the Doom where this is going to have effectiveness, and they don't have a glyph to be able to combat this. So really what I'm assuming Meteor are going to be looking to go for is look to try and take the mid tower next, force them to pop the glyph. That enables us to go high ground off the back of potentially Roshan, and this is all stuff that can happen before Doom reaches that level 15 mark. It's actually going to be forced back.
Hoofies.
He's just forced to... He's forced to be greedier than he wants to be as well. Like, he just needs these levels. Range creeps are too valuable to just let go by the wayside, so instead of staying inside the jungle, he gets the creep wave, which is so much more value. The only thing more value than a creep wave for experience is an ancient camp.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
See with all that, he was able to find down bottom 11 and a quarter here, and a couple more Midas usages will see him being able to find those levels very, very shortly. Another item though is that Orchid that we were kind of mentioning before with the Naga Siren, so he might feel a little bit more comfortable about getting involved in some of the
flashy.
fights. Marblue, beautiful arrow once again. Solon is able to find.
It's not really something that you expect to come out as a Mirana,
No.
right?
Tower is
So
under attack.
with that, they do indeed, and they actually pop the glyph. Okay, and are they going to be able to... I mean, the next creep wave is right here, so I think they're very satisfied with this. They can look to take the mid tier 2 and then potentially go down towards bottom. I don't know if I would want to wait.
Meanwhile, actually bottom lane, yeah, dude.
Yep.
Once again with the arrow combination, Big Can a little bit too late to protect. They stole the
Stolen
song.
song. Oh, he-
Marblue now. Wait, what?
They're chasing each other with singing.
Radiant's middle tower.
What did I just see?
What do you mean?
If he, I'm so confused. If Naga's singing and Marblue's singing,
How are
They
they
both
both
don't-
being hit? I don't know. Cast range, does that affect the radius? I don't think it does.
I'm sure he was in range to sleep him. Now, I'm not sure actually, but I thought he was.
You know, the most disappointing thing about this all is that when Rubik steals it, it's not Rubik singing. It's still like the Naga sound.
Oh, so they should add something into.
Yeah,
Okay.
like, you know, Rubik
Okay,
sounding.
that was.
Oh, arrow.
Echoes. ETR, they don't have detection though. I have no idea who was
got
the
a
one
blink
that
dagger,
tanked
though.
the arrow. Now Echoes, yeah, he's wanting to get in the middle of it all. Finds an opening here for the Hoodwick, just blows him up, and now they've also glimpsed
They
back
got Naga
Big Can.
with no song.
And without the song, how is he going to be able to escape? Molasses is able to hold him into place thanks to the Roar. A worthwhile trade. Real gets the Rubik, but it's Media that is so happy. And they might even be able to find more as well as Echoes finds Division, gets that glimpse back. And they can think about going high ground. We saw the
Absolutely.
glimpse used prior for the tier 2 tower.
Middle tower.
They used a glimpse previously. They don't have a glyph. You've got a Beastmaster. Not yet level 15, but who cares? You've got everything you could need. And, yep, those drums charges starting to come through on the Disruptor as well. He's still got 4 left. And, I mean, even when Naga respawns, she doesn't have Song. So I'm not sure if you can even initiate very effectively. Just keep the Morphling on the front lines and all the units. You've got Aegis, you've got Lincolns. That's plenty.
They are getting just so much value out of this Helm of the Overlord, and that's exactly what you were hoping for them. Still 3 levels away from being able to address this. You've cracked the high ground, and they do not want to leave at all.
They burned the tier 3 refreshed glyph as well. So if they want to, they can go bot.
Let's see, what are they waiting for at least? Is there any items coming out shortly? Molasses almost got his BKB, very close to a Glimmer as well from TZ, so you still have a little bit of time here to wait with the Aegis onto the Morphling.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Disruptor really wants. Like, I think the Glimmer Cape is fine, but if you're looking to keep up this sort of pace, I wouldn't see him going for like a casual cloak, use the drums off cooldown, and then get the Boots of Bearing after that. Feels like a bit of a waste to get the boots now while you've still got value out of the drums.
Definitely what the Glimmer is going to be able to provide them is that just blow one hero up potential that Radiant are playing with. The kind of stun into arrow, into sharpshooter. Glimmer is going to be able to mitigate some of the damage, even just whoever gets doomed. Maybe help them look to reset.
Looks like they're just keeping the tempo up. I like it. Again, just put your vision down, put all the creeps on the front lines, don't stack up, and then just take more towers. You're forcing a move out of the enemy team. You don't even want it. Like, how are you supposed to initiate onto this Morphling?
You can't really. And they brought the Naga back as well. All right, Echoes, he's going to look to jump in. They'll make sure there's no opportunity for the Doom to activate the BKB, and that's probably a full set. If you, he's going to look to buy back, but you just reposition and wait for Rolling Thunder, and yeah.
Yep, you still got a minute and 45 seconds left on the Aegis, so that'll probably give time for Molasses to go back, get at least a creep. Looks like he's going to take the
oh
the
no. Doom gleams back in the middle, forced out the BKB, but how does he look to enter the fight now without the protection of this?
You don't.
Real might consider blowing up the Naga Siren, but the instant use of the telekinesis, Real's in some trouble now. Looks to turn with the Sonic Wave, but the blow-up potential is just not there. Morphling out of danger. This is just so much committed, and they still have the Aegis for another minute.
And they're just throwing the illusions onto the high ground as well. He's morphed into the Naga Siren. Why not? You know, let the not risky stuff do a lot of your harass. Nice
the arrow connected.
Stolen arrow again. Can Marblue connect another one? Oh, he was looking to play off the back of that glimpse there. Arrow does connect once again onto the Mirana.
And now Echoes, he's got the Rolling Thunder back up. They're going to try and target down the Doom. He needs to use his ultimate, but he won't have an opportunity to do so before he dies. And now Molasses, he's found the roll onto the real Naga. Just gets the ultimate off at the last second. One used to retreat, but Echoes, as soon as it expires, he's looking to jump in, wanting some revenge off the back of the rough lane that he had against the Queen of Pain. He won't get the kill, but they've taken more than enough in regard to eject his pillaging the base. That's 2 full sets of advantage here for the boys on Dire.
Really liking this Meteor lineup with Echo playing on it. Like, it feels like he's bringing that cool head, you know, to a lot of these team fights. They're fighting when they're strong. When they don't have the ultimates up, they're just poking. They're using the Beastmaster units. They're using the guy with the Aegis. They're using these illusions. Everything's totally safe, but as soon as they've got the status to be able to fight, they just go all in. You know, the Rolling Thunder, again, was used off cooldown there. He's now level 15 as well. He hasn't chosen to go towards the Aghanim Scepter, but I think maybe that would be waiting a little bit too long and maybe giving this Naga Siren a chance to get back into this game, because despite all of that, Naga is still top of the net worth.
But that net worth kind of feels empty right now in a way. It still feels like he needs a little bit more on Big Cam. I mean, previous fight he's just been aiming down the supports, but I don't know if that's going to be enough in these upcoming team fights with how Dire been playing. I think you said it perfectly. This lineup now with Echoes, even off the back of the rough lane that he had, they're playing so well around the Pain Galarian. Oh, they're going to look to get involved once again off the back of this smoke.
Man just picked up an Arcane Rune, and he's got the Rolling Thunder available. Ooh, is he going to
like Shadow TZ? They're not running to the mall.
Oh,
Using the Doom onto the Disruptor as well, so
And
a heavy
Sharpshooter.
commitment, and now it means that the rest of Meteor, they're going to be enabled to take the team fight without having to worry about these ultimates. Roar to an illusion, not going to be the greatest for them as now Echoes still looks to get the turn with the damage there. Real's in some trouble. One more right click will bring him down, but
Arrow.
Pankali ensnared up. Big Can now, he'll turn to the Morphling. Arrow found its mark. The Morphling's trying to escape waveform up in a couple of seconds, able to reposition, but the song holds him down. There's nothing that Dire going to be able to do. Perfect combo. Song to set up for Bocce's Arrow, and now they're going to get the Helm of the Overlord as well. Finally, Doom has hit that level 15, and all of a sudden, this net worth lead, it's about to be in Radiant's favor.
Damn, I was not expecting that at all. I thought they popped way too much on trying to kill this Disruptor, but it just shows how important he is to this team fight, right? The repositioning from the Glimpse combo together with the vision provided by Molasses' Beastmaster. Oh man, let's go Molasses. He's going the slom. He's doing it. My man.
No way.
I mean, it's decent, right? Against the Naga, the drums are AoE damage, so it's a decent way of dealing with the illusions.
Yeah.
Doesn't work if you're silenced or stunned though, and well, feels like they've got a decent amount of stuns, and you're gonna have an Orchid for the Naga as well.
Very interesting.
Signs of life, though.
Yes, that is the important thing, because this is still a lineup that's going to be able to scale for Radiant. Looking to take another team fight. We're all holding down the Hoodwink, and I mean, you force a retreat. Doom's should be able to take Echo. Oh, he got a bash as soon as he cancelled the Rolling Thunder, man. Still need a way to hold him down, and that's going to occur straight away once the BKB expires. Unfortunately for Dire, Roche is not available. It's going to be a super long Roche respawn, but they can look to try and close out the map and maybe get this tier 1 tower top.
Look, they've taken bot and mid already. They could just do the safe thing, right? Roche isn't available. Oh, they might get picked off here, though, if they're not too careful.
Seems like they're not careful at all, as Marblue. It's going to be the
very
only...
confident.
Yes. Okay. They don't have to commit too heavily as well. Extra gold. Naga's already got... He's Lincoln's.
Yeah.
He's incredibly farmed.
Mm-hmm.
Is it going to be enough, though? That's really is a question. Can Big Ken carry the boys?
I don't know, man. And I'm also not sure, like... has previously morphed into the Naga Siren. Obviously, now he can't.
Oh, pop the Lincoln so they get the glimpse back. The strategy gets it torn apart, so no Static Storm to turn it around. Now, in fact, it's going to be maybe the song to set up for the Arrow. They'll be able to catch them off like before the attribute shift, and now Molasses as well ensnares back up. Radiant, what's going on? Back-to-back team fights now going their way, and the momentum, it's all in Radiant's favor. They should be able to get Roche as well. Surely it's going to be up in 30 seconds. They need someone to stay inside the pit so they can scout it out straight away.
They're just like, Bocce, sorry, you're the guy. You just get in that pit. We got to take away this Aghanim shard from the Morphling. I wonder if that goes, if he instantly uses this 1,400 gold that he's got to buy that Aghanim shard. Because, you know, maybe he lives if he is able to morph during that arrow that Mirana was able to use after the song. Just 5 seconds away. Don't leave, Bocce. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Dire's middle tower is under
All right, we're
attack.
good.
Very good, very good, very good. So,
Oh, he's...
let's see, do they...
What the hell? Why is he holding the... Why is he
Who
holding the candy? Or is that just me?
are you talking to?
Roshan, he's holding the Halloween trick-or-treat thing, on my screen at least.
Dire's middle tower
Yeah, no.
is
No one else sees that. That's okay, though.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That is just my screen.
It's all right, you're hallucinating again.
I'm not, but I might just have a texture on it. I didn't realize
Yeah,
I
I
did
don't
it
know.
for Roshan
Look, I
as
can't
well.
see it. Stream can't see it. Stop lying. You gaslighting me? What the hell? I don't know
I
what
would
it is.
never.
The hell? Smoke on smoke. This is a must-win fight for Dire. Even though with 2 full sets of barracks advantage, feels like this game is starting to get in an awkward position for them. And Big Can,
Oh, it's a good
Static
pick.
Storm's gonna get laid down. Do they have the damage to secure the kill with it? They got the
So
Iron Queen,
again.
drags them away. He's not even dead. Big Can He'll stay alive, looking to go to the right side, but Echoes, he's in pursuit, but the Pangoli doesn't have enough to address the Nagasarian, and now it's an all-out retreat as Molasses song to hold him down, but the Beastmaster will not make it up to the high ground as Radiant. Uh-oh, another team fight going their way right in front of the high ground. They're going to look to try and even up now on the objectives.
Bocce landed another great arrow there. This time not even set up by the song. It was like right where the Morphling chose to end his waveform. He ends up landing on it full Agimorphed. He was punished by the fact that he doesn't have the Aghanim Shard. He might have been inside of... No, it was his own Static Storm, so that wouldn't have even punished him. I really feel like his lack of commitment towards this item has resulted in his death a couple of times. I guess that's really the only stun that you're worried about, though, right? It just happens that that's what he's been caught by these past few times, and, well, at least in terms of racks, we're even.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
What the hell's going on?
I don't know, man. Roshan, he's about to be pillaged.
No, not Roche. Not the candy.
Who do you give this to? Hoodwink? Quap?
The shard?
Quap's already got it.
Yeah, I think the Hoodwink.
Hoodwink or Doom, both fine targets. I'm a little surprised that we don't have like Hoodwink standing on the right side here. He's got buyback, and he wants. He should be the one breaking the smoke.
There we go. Marblu, instant use to the Roar and the BKB from Molasses. They just want to take the Hoodwink out of the equation. Gonna buy back and rejoin by the outpost. Static Storm's gonna get laid down as well, but there's no follow-up. They're doing their best to kite the Naga, but
they're only killing
he's
the
just
supports.
chasing down some of the support members. Rubik killed off Tizzy in the tree line as well. They're finally gonna be able to get a glimpse of him. So both sides putting all their attention just to address the supports. It's a dieback on the Hoodwink, but Dire, is it truly worth it in the end when you lose 3 members?
No, it's not. Especially when you're going to lose Roshan as well. So, I don't know. This is looking spicy. They're going to have to move back to deal with this lane pushing in, but really only feels like bottom's the lane that you're worried about right now. You know, you've taken the lane of Rax, so that's going to even things out. And well, they've even finally had time to go back into their jungle and pick up some of these extra items. You know, maybe the Titan Sliver with that status resistance would have been the difference for this Morphling to be able to survive these past few engagements. He's certainly going to play a little bit more greedy, at least until he picks up this BKB for himself. And well, I feel like as soon as he dives into these fights, he's going to be popping it.
It just seems so awkward now for Dire to be able to take these fights. You've lost 4 fights in a row now. Your item progression is just not there. We've been speaking about this Morphling, like trying to find this next set of item. He's so close to getting a BKB, but you've just given such an advantage over to Radiant. Like Doom's now scaling. Queen of Pain as well. I mean, 3,600 going to the bank for the Quap. She's going AC, so her damage potential at the later stages is going to be there. And in fact, she's actually going to change up. She wants Refresher.
You just have to wonder as well, can you kill this Naga Siren? Like, you've got Heart, you've got 3,500 health, you've got
I don't think
Butterfly,
you can.
you've got Lincolns, you've got 2 4-stars, you've got a Greaves.
I don't think he dies. They obviously feel like that as well with giving the ages over to the Quap. Big Ken has had an incredible performance so far this game. It is a big reason of why they are in this commanding position now 35 minutes in as Marblu. Bushwhack's going to drag him away for the arrow, but it just doesn't matter. Doom's going to be a bit cautious though, but they'll use the song defensively to keep him alive.
Now you're not going to get any value out of this Rolling Thunder. Backs off. Now, I mean, again, how do you take the fight? Maybe the fact that they don't have Song, they don't have Sharpshooter, they don't have Sonic Wave makes them feel a little bit more confident, but, well, they feel like they need to wait for the Rubik before they're able to make any kind of action happen. At least gets rid of their own vision with the Observer Ward there. But no tier 3 tower left. Close to getting Mega'd. Rubik just has enough for buyback, but obviously doesn't want to use it. I want to constantly be watching this Naga's HP pool, just to see what happens with it.
Someone's got to go. How do you start though with no Rolling Thunder, no Raw? At least get a little bit of time to reset and hope these cooldowns come up shortly. But the creeps, once again, re-entering the base. Alright, you got Rolling Thunder up now, but your range tracks, they're just going to die to the illusions. Radiant don't have to heavily commit if they don't want to. Oh,
he popped the BKB.
Oh, no.
Let's back off. The siege creeps are going to do it. Oh, no. One of them gets disarmed, not the other. Oh, one more. Oh, feels bad.
You might just be in a position where they call it?
Wow.
Really?
That is... Any words?
I'm good with no words. We can leave it at that. I don't know. I was just going to say, like, yeah. Wow. All right.
Is this a team-breaking loss in literally your first game of the entire tour?
Oh, I hope not, because they actually look
dramatic. They did look really good for the first, what, 28 minutes of this game?
I mean, we were starting to say, like, hang on, like, this team with Echoes coming on board and
the
maybe
maturity,
being a little bit more of the maturity, the experience, playing around him, even though he had a bad lane, but still him recognizing how strong he is. But only Rock and Roll played. What a way to re-enter this game. Just the calmness from them. 2 full sets of barracks disadvantage. Naga's like, hang on, guys, hang on. Like, it's a pretty good Naga game, and I'm pretty goddamn farmed. I've got this. We can bring us back in. Yes, like, other people had some individual brilliance. Like, Real had a great game on the Queen of Pain overall. 12, 4, and 10. Bocce landed some incredible arrows as well. When how early on enabled them with those hoodwink rotations, but
it honestly comes down to the arrows, man. Like, here's the first one, I believe. It's not like this one isn't amazing. It's against the friggin' slept Morphling, but again, doesn't have the shard, so he's not able to get that strength morph off. Ends up dying, leads to another death, leads to, I believe this was right before the Roshan, so they push out waves. This was still before Roche. Look at this waveform in, I think. Waveform into the arrow. That arrow allows them to get it, and then they just completely burst him down. Like, this is what I was pogging out about from Bocce, because he just seemed to land the right one at the right time. And sometimes clutch is a factor, man. Like, OG have it at times. But it's clear that some of these players, they do. They're going to the major.
You are right, yeah.
You and me were next to each other in Stockholm, watching them come back from that elimination game against Fnatic, 2 to 25 down, like 20 minutes in, and I was like, I think OG might have this, man. Just off the back of a couple of little plays. And, we saw they came back and they won the whole freaking tournament. So if you're going to have these clutch players, they're a really indispensable tool to have in your arsenal.
Yeah, and well, we saw only Rock and Roll got some of them indeed. What a performance from them to be able to bring this back from what looked like a very tricky position, being down 2 full sets of barracks, but pre-20 minutes, maybe around that 20-minute mark. I mean, we don't even need to speak about it. Big Cam definitely deserves his MVP with a performance like that. And I wonder where the Nagi gets put in priority coming up into the next game, because this is something that you were mentioning as well, that Meteor, they really like the Beastmaster. We saw them pick it up the 8th. They didn't ban the Naga. You brought it up, and Big Cam's like, all right, man, it's a good Naga game. If they're not going to respect me, I'll show them now that, maybe in the upcoming games and series that there needs to be a little bit more thought put onto the Naga.
Yeah, I wonder. I didn't necessarily hate the Beastmaster into the Naga. I think that's fine. I think the Naga was more in response to the Morphling, because it's just not as good. Your illusions are still doing plenty of damage in these fights, so you don't need to rely on your main hero. It's not like a Terrorblade sort of situation. But you've also, like, on the Pango, I think maybe Echo got his item build a little wrong. Like, I was a little surprised that he didn't have the Aghanims, because he did have Maelstrom, Diffusal, and Skullbasher available, and yet he went for the Rolling Thunder duration as opposed to Shield Crashing Ball. Maybe that would have been the difference. Who knows?
Who knows? Regardless, so Lonely Rock and Roll, what a debut to this new roster. Definitely a dynamite of a game. Just game one. That is the main thing. Just game one, but have Meteor crumbled already, like you said? Or, do they still have enough in the tank to send us to a game three? We'll see what we have in store for us after the break. We're back here with the China Division 2 for the Spring Tour. We're heading into our game. Hang on, what's going on?
Liz,
What are you doing? What's
deep
your
breath,
reaction?
let out all the negative reactions from that previous game. It's just a game. It's just one game of Dota. We got the whole season ahead of us.
What negative reactions you letting out? What's wrong with you? It was a beautiful
It's
game.
never
of Dota.
good to. I really dislike it when teams tap out without even trying at the very end. They came back from 2 lanes down, right? Sure, you might not have BKB, but you didn't have BKB all those fights previously as well, right? And they still nearly won them. It came down to like some clutch arrows. So I think maybe they could have gone for like a wraparound. Just one more try. Who says they don't kill all the supports and then Naga doesn't have everyone else to be able to fight with, you know? That's why I didn't like TI4.
Unfortunately-
You know, the tap out in game 3 of the grand finals, game 3, game 4, the one that they won the whole thing. It was before a single tier 3 was taken, I think. And I was like, really? It's TI for grand finals. You gotta fight it out.
I don't remember that, but that's okay. That's okay. As
You
long
weren't
as
born yet,
do.
it's fine.
I was actually born. I think I was just getting
Kindergarten. Yeah.
involved in Dota. Okay. I am 23. Put some respect on my age, please. There's one thing you kind of enlightened me before we got underway is that you are you sure that the Lonely Rock and Roll is the name of the anime profile?
No.
Or
The name of the anime is Bocce the Rock. And I think that's what it is. Like, it might just have a very slightly different translation if you just...
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's based on the anime, and one of the players' names is literally Bocce. So, could just be that. They're just big fans of rock and roll, you know?
big fans of rock and roll. All right, we got our draft underway. Got a little bit of a switch up as well. It's actually going to be Lonely picking up the Beastmaster, and then Meteor, they're going to snag the Doom and the Mirana as well. Of course, Molasses very, very comfortable on the Doom, one of his other better heroes as well. So they're already looking to put some priority on his hero pool early on.
You know what? I'm actually, yeah, let's just keep calling it Lonely Rock and Roll, because that'll get so confusing if we have to go between calling the player Bocce and the team Bocce. So yeah, Lonely Rock and Roll, I think, is what we'll stick with. How's that sound?
I wasn't going to change, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. You
appreciate
were
it.
never going to change because of me. I understand. All right, so
Right.
we've got a nice fast draft coming out here for Lonely Rock and Roll, right? Ench Beastmaster. It's quick. At least they've got the Doom to be able to respond to it. Do you need more? Is my query. I mean, they didn't even ban the Undying, but I guess they hadn't revealed that yet, so they feel fine picking the Doom into this. I don't know, it feels kind of weird. Doom's effectiveness these days feels like not just the fact that you're able to get insanely farmed, but the surprising amount of damage that you can do just off the back of the Scorched Earth. Like, it does a lot, and you could just chase down almost anyone. So at least with the Ench, you've got a really potent slow just through the enchant that you can look to pop onto the Doom if he does try to make that sort of play. And you're harassing him all throughout.
Yeah, and we've seen Doom lanes can be surprisingly strong as well, and I think that's maybe where the Enchantress can come into play. I mean, they did pick the Doom into the Enchantress, so it's not like it's a game-breaking counter where you don't want to pick it into it, but it's a nice matchup. Like your Doom can have a pretty nice timing, but with the power of the Enchantress, you are probably one of the top 3 laning supports still, even though we don't see it too often.
Mm-hmm. Really does feel like a bit of a specialist pick, doesn't it? I mean, I know Celery, you were talking about him before. He loves to play it. I don't think we've seen Whitemon play it all that much, but you know me, I love me a Whitemon Enchantress. I think he's one of the best in the world.
Good to see him continue to have success as well with TSM
First place again, baby.
first place. Yeah, exactly. So, of course, being C representatives, always good to see their boys doing well. We get to see how Armel is going to fare with Secret.
True.
A couple of days too.
Although I did check out Whitemon's stream earlier today, and he was listening to mumble rap, so I feel like he's been infected by the NA music tastes. Not a fan of that. Probably is Bryle a fan? You know Bryle a little bit. Is he a mumble rap fan?
5 seconds remaining.
I can't remember that much about what music he likes, but I imagine he would like some.
Okay. Freaking Zoomers, man. Do you like it? Is the important thing.
It's definitely not my cup of tea, but some are nice. I don't hate some.
Oh man, this is such a fast drive, dude. They want to end this game. They think they've broken them.
Okay. Well, it definitely limits a lot of the hero pool you go for mid now. Like, spirits are kind of off the card. Puck is...
Do you coddle?
What makes you kind of suggest coddle? What do you see here?
Keep those lanes pushed away, and they don't have amazing catch outside of the Marcy. So as long as you know where Marcy is, you're feeling fine. You can even look to like glimpse people back that try and run at you, and you've got the blind as well. I mean, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, does that matter though with a bear and you've got the enchantress, you've got a like hard creep, and then you've got a helm of the overlord? Does that really care with the blast?
The blind feels good though, right? Up against this, they're going to Naga themselves.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's just a flip of the,
Pretty,
the previous.
Kinda, yeah.
Dire team banned.
Wow.
When can Naga have? Does it ever get 100%? Hold on, let me check. Blinding light, 40% mischance up to 70 at level 10, which is pretty quick to build up into. So. I don't know. I feel like it could be pretty decent if you're just trying to stall the game out for something like a Naga to potentially come online, because they are incredibly single target right now on Lonely Rock and Roll. So if you let Naga Siren get enough farm, you can take this late. It's just a question of can you get to late. So whatever hero they pick just needs to be the one to stop that. For me, it's going to be like a mid Coddle or a mid Underlord that they should be going for here. And they're going to have the last pick overall. So, and one of them's going to make it through.
Okay, so you're putting a lot more emphasis on a hero that is able to stop the push instead of someone making plays, because they don't have that on Meteor at all. So you're like,
maybe Puck then. I know you've got Raw to deal with, but it does both. And you don't have a reliable lockdown, I don't think.
Well,
it makes sense with the Pango ban as well, right? Lots of physical
I
against the Puck.
just have some concerns with the Druid or the Puck into Druid. I know Druid's very nice versus all the mobile mid laners. So
I guess.
But it still regardless fulfills a role that they're kind of lacking at the moment. And even if you're worried about the Druid, the rest of the other heroes don't really deal with the Puck. You got the 24th pick for Meteor, so they will have some time to be able to address whatever this mid lane is going to be for Lonely Rock and Roll, which we are still yet to see. What is, because they do have a very like, the draft we see already from them, we can tell their play style. It's just kind of run at you. So what does that mid lane require out of them? And we're going to get it.
I was legit about to say TK. Yeah, it's just so fast, right? Do you now Underlord into this? Like, percent damage is going to do a lot. You can't make plays really, but Pit of Malice into Arrow, yeah, it's the Coddle. It makes sense, right? Like, it really does make sense to me, but you're suddenly and you can kind of make plays with the Coddle, right? Like, you can look to move around the map super early on with that Boots of Travel. You could probably get away with going a Spirit Vessel this game, just because you farm it so fast that they're not going to have that Dispel to be able to get rid of it. Maybe the Lone Druid isn't the target for it, because Savage Roar gives a basic Dispel, I'm pretty sure. But anyone else is going to really be susceptible.
When do you get that shard, though? Surely like 20 minutes, you'll get like a decent use out of the vessel, which I would like for him to go this game. So we'll see. It's very interesting. I do want to say that I think DK does kind of open up their late game a little bit more for Radiant. It is not a position 1 Dragon Knight, which we saw Skeeter play in their series versus Gaming, where he was able to scale very well into the late game. You Naga's like 40 minutes, DK, you're happy with going past that. So again, though, it's not going to be like Midas into a very early Scepter. You're going to play more this mid-orientated, like Blink, maybe Fireball, BKB. But if it does get to the stage where he's really farm and they need to address the Naga, he can itemize for it. So that's another thing that DK is going to provide them, along with all this push that they already have.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. I think it's probably just a couple of basic items to be able to allow him to get some last hits, because you're not going to be right-clicking the Coddle in the lane. It's just not going to happen. And then straight into the BKB after that. The most important thing is catching this Coddle. That is job number one for the Dragon Knight. So see if you can beta response to it by popping your Elder Dragon form, pushing into a tower. He's going to need to be the one addressing that, and then use... Is this the game where you can actually, once you've got the Blink Dagger on the Dragon Knight, get away with actually going the Harpy Scout? I know it's not like permanent uptime, but all you need to do is find that Coddle. I guess you've got the Beastmaster already.
Got the Beast, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking, like, I cannot stress this enough, how important it is that this Coddle does not get found and does not get, like, a Blink Stun onto him.
I mean, even though you have a Beastmaster, like, Dire do have okay ways to put crap in front of the Coddle with the Naga illusions. You've got... Okay, it's okay. It's
do you
not
want
great.
to, is the better question. Because I feel like they're just going to rip it apart, whatever you put in front, outside of the illusions. And Naga needs to farm. Naga does not want to be standing there defending your towers.
Yeah, maybe whatever you put in front won't have too good of a time.
They will not.
Bit of a alright bocce. And a double stun, but there's really no follow-up from that at all, so... Oh, they might get some decent damage onto it. Molasses not going to be able to continue to chase it down, so probably Bear's going to get sent all the way back to base, regardless, so...
Just TP'd, though, I'm pretty sure. It doesn't have a TP. Although, return. Yeah, true. Thanks, Observer.
Right, don't worry about it. He does it sometimes.
Don't worry about this idiot. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he can say some stupid things. We kind of just look to avoid it, just go on to the next topic. Sometimes he says some okay stuff.
He just resummoned the bear. So who's wrong now, huh? Who's wrong now?
I feel like no one's right. Like, I feel like that's just not good, right?
No, I don't think it's good either.
But anyway, he's the best specialist, not me. But we see how they've got the lane set up. It's going to be the Enchantress playing with the Beastmaster, and then the Marcy playing with the Lone Druid. Do we like kind of how the setup's going at the moment with the supports from Lonely?
Yes. Just because you needed something to be able to go up in front of this this Lone Druid in the early game. I feel like that combined with a sidekick is going to be really effective. It just gives you so much sustain for the lane, right? Because you're already going to go for the Spirit Link, so you've got that shared lifesteal, so both of them are going to be totally fine. As well as on the top side, you've got this enchant that you can look to use against the Naga illusions, as well as some pure damage against a very high armor hero, so it makes a lot of sense to me.
Okay. And so far as well, we see Big Can, he has the Radiance queued up on the Lone Druid. So I know previously we've seen a lot of the builds from the Druids, kind of like the Mask of Madness into the Deso. I have not seen a lot of Lone Druids since this recent patch with the Radiance getting buffed up. Have you seen any Druid at all?
I've seen zero Lone Druid since the patch, so I'm keen to see how they're going to make it work.
Well, it seems like a lot of heroes are still going this Radiance, and ones that never went Radiance are, like with the Night Stalker Carrion, heroes that, even Anti-Mage is sometimes seeing the Radiance, but then heroes that we've seen in the past really like this item, of course, going back into it. So we'll see how it's going to suit Big Cam, but definitely feels like he's going to have a pretty good lane. At the moment, though, the Naga's in a lot of trouble.
Wenhao is
around
just
the impetus, and the axes might get the kill, but not enough. And now Wenhao limps back. Illusions trying to follow TZ, looking for one more right click, but yeah, not going to be able to find it.
Still, though, forces them to use a lot of this regen very early on. They're almost completely out, except for one Tango on TZ. Naga has a salve coming out for herself, so not quite so bad there. But I mean, it's just another way to be able to deal with the illusions as well, right? It's a nice little bonus to have.
I think we'll quickly just highlight mid. We won't get to a whole lot of action here, but with Real on the Dragon Knight versus Echoes on the Coddle, this is pretty much just a farm fest between the two, right?
Yes. Sorry. He's resummoning this bear a lot. He's already done it twice now in this lane at the 3-minute mark. So, sorry, what were you asking about the mid lane? It's a farm fest. Yes. They're not going to be any kills happening here.
Yeah, just wanted to quickly highlight that as Molasses bottom lane. So getting a decent amount of damage onto Bocce, but looks he can refreshen up, and he might actually jump in without them scouting out the Marcy's health pool. It might actually catch him off guard, but he's gonna look to reveal himself now.
Could still look to do it. Maybe wanting to wait for that side kick for a little bit of the bonus damage. Again, it's going to give a lot of value in this lane, so kind of surprised that he hasn't done it yet. Have they built up any stacks for the Coddle just yet? Doesn't seem like it. They've both been needed in the lane quite well. Of course, the Enchantress kind of forces that out. Sticking in the lane as opposed to playing around the map a bit more.
Yep. We might even see Wenhao continue to make a lot of these early rotations like we saw in the previous game, even though it's a bit of a different hero. Wouldn't honestly hate for them just to invade the jungle and if he sees a stack, take it away, or maybe still take away some of that aggressive farm to limit the Coddle. In some trouble though is Wenhao, still looking to find that first blood is either side, and looks like once again it's just going to slip out of their grasp.
Easy for Enchantress. Nothing to worry about, nothing at all. And he's going to realize that, hey, this Disruptor doesn't actually have any mana, so he can even afford to play a lot more aggressively. I'm interested to see where his point goes at level 3 as well, whether it's going to be into more survivability, not the enchant. So just slowing down that Naga Siren a little bit, enabling them to chase her somewhat. Not able to get this pull off because of the build up, and okay. Nearly denied himself.
Very, very close. Marblu was still able to find the kill without the arrow landing.
Now,
Big Ken, he's in a lot of trouble. Look at the slows ramping up from the Frost attack. Should be able to chase down the Druid under the tower. Marblu rewarded with the double kill, and simultaneously top lane we see the Enchantress finally Wenhao is going to go down. So, you know, Meteor, this is a very good start for them.
it is, but you know, we saw what happened last game. But also,
What the hell?
well, it's true.
That is true.
How many times do you see 2 lanes are maxed out at 28 minutes and then, you know, that happens?
Yeah, not often. They just lose every single fight afterwards.
They'll be able to deal with the Disruptor Courier at least, which had a Sentry Ward on it. I think it still got delivered though to TZ, so not the worst, but it's really important for them that they just try and prevent this Coddle from getting all of this farm. He's going to look to finish up a couple of these camps here. The Illusion Rib picked up as well. This is going to give a ton of value into the tower push.
Yeah, that's a really, really big rune. I hope he doesn't feed it away to the Coddle Blast. Oh no. Okay.
Just one is
never
okay,
mind.
but I don't want to do it to the second. Looks like that might be the case.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This is a really big tower though. It's definitely not going to go down with this first use. But if they can start to...
Echo doesn't actually know that he took away those, Wenhao stole those 2 big creeps that he had left there, and they actually found the Coddle. He's level 6, so pops the Spirit form and able to get away.
Oh, bottom lane though, Big Can's able to find a route onto Molasses, so Bocce can jump on over the top. He'll kill the bear before he dies. I think that was actually Marblu that was rewarded with the gold. So, look at the Mirana's net worth. Equal to the Beastmaster. All right, Marblu's loving life. I'm the call now, baby.
He's doing a great job. I mean, it wasn't him that got the first blood, was it? I think it was actually.
Yes, yeah, he got the solo kill here.
He got the solo kill first blood, he gets the bear, he gets all of that experience. The Doom is 1 creep away from hitting onto level 6, so you could probably look to go for another kill. And yeah, with Big Can summoning his bear at every opportunity, he doesn't have it for another 20 seconds. So he's going to need to play a whole lot more passively. There we go, there's the Doom. There's another kill. They went for the deny even on Big Can. This is not how they were expecting the early game to go for sure. Much damage to be able to get into that mid tower. Not much, honestly. I wonder if it is just the blink next item here, for real. I wouldn't hate it.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate it either. I mean, they do kind of have some difficulty with being able to find that instant jump. Regardless, so we've seen Real, he's had an incredible start here with the Dragon on top of the net worth, and the fact that he's more farmed than Echoes, probably... I think
somewhat due to Wenhao.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think probably you have to give some props to the Enchantress with how he's been able to slow down the Keeper of the Light, because this is a hero that we can see get out of control at such a rapid rate with your farming patterns. But now he's got the Boot to Travel. Like, what do we want to see out of Echoes? He has his first item where he can get involved in the side lanes, but...
He's got the urn coming out to himself as well. That's exactly what he wants. He wants to be able to make a play. Does he have a smoke on that as well? No, not quite. So really just wanting to place down that Sentry Ward just to scout out if there was any deep vision for him. But yeah, I want to see him push out this mid wave and then go make a play, probably alongside of the... God, who do you even connect with? I guess Marblu, just because of how farmed he is. 1 point in the... I kind of want to see 1 point in the Solar Bind as well. Just for that slow, the magic damage amp is going to be really nice when you pair it together with this Mirana too. And just prevents them from running away. That's what they're lacking in a big way. Just ways to lock them down.
I mean, even the Doom, right? This maxed out Scorched Earth, and you were just mentioning before, like, this is a hero that does a crap load of damage, and it definitely could be a TP coming up shortly down bottom. Arrow's actually going to connect on the Lone Druid instead of the Bear, but regardless, it'll help secure the kill.
I feel like they got enough slows.
Now Bocce as well, he's going to be chased down. Echoes will finally rotate him with a blast. Help secure it. This is not how you're hoping this game to start if you're Lonely Rock and Roll. Like, this is a lineup that needs to snowball. But the Beastmaster is going to be in some trouble as well. Marblu looking at TP and top to get involved. Maybe the Roar can help him escape. In fact, gets the kill as well before he evades the attempt. Is now Real looking to try and enter, but won't really be able to turn it around.
And Big Ken's just like, you know what? I'm not going back to that bottom lane. I'm coming mid. Sorry, DK, but you got to try and make some plays without me. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now, so you would assume it's that Blink Dagger that's coming up next for him. Probably Blink Dagger into a couple of kills into the Shard, I would say. If things go really well for you, you might be able to get an Ogre Axe before then. But with that Elder Dragon form just running out, they'll get a free kill here onto Bocce. You can't really afford to give anyone up here on Lonely Rock and Roll's lineup, right? Like, it feels
Bottom
like
lane,
you need
Molasses?
to just chain everything into each other. I don't know if they have the damage, man.
Yeah, let's see. It's only 1 point in Impetus, so the Enchantress not really dishing out a whole lot with a long cooldown. Molasses is going to turn and try and use the Doom more defensively, but regardless, oh, can he get through the tree line? Molasses
He's got a
goes
Tumbler's
back
Coin.
down to the south. Can he get over the trees? No TP available. DK
He'll
did
just chill.
ping his location. They've scanned as well, so they know at least he's nearby. Arrow's going to fly for the run, and it connects. Dude, Marblu, they get the kill in the end. Real was the one that gets rewarded with that, so nice little injection of gold to the Dragonite, but Marblu is having a hell of a game with the Mirana.
Wonder if he's even going to consider going for a solo kill on the DK. I wouldn't be surprised. He's got maxed out Starstorm. He lands a full-length arrow. Wouldn't hate him for it. He's just going to launch it out, take the flag bearer creep.
Oh, we went Midas on Big Can.
Oof.
Yeah. Yeah, That's, not what you're hoping for at all. They really need to open up this top tower as well. But you'd also don't want to lose Real down bottom, and that might just be the case. Uh-oh. Can they even get top now? When Echoes is about to complete the Spirit Vessel, he's still going to look to shot without it done just yet. They've got the Sentry though, so they are aware of the Dice Hero starting to move on over. They'll run into the Beastmaster in the tree line and even going to drop the Static Storm as well just to help secure the kill, continuing to delay the push along with the Beastmaster's early timing out of the Helm of the Overlord.
Yeah, and now you got a Spirit Vessel as well on Echoes. So these tanky heroes, they're not tanky for much longer. DK is still a mile away from being able to pick up... Well, he actually went a Midas as well on Real. So that probably doesn't feel too great. You're banking on the late game now, but... I mean, Cottle stays pretty scary for a long time until those BKBs are a factor.
Yeah. So my real question now is that... How does Druid scale late game? Because we've spoken about the Dragonite scaling, but is he really going to be as much of a factor when you can potentially have the break on the Doom? I guess it's 25, but that is the late game, so...
I mean, it's not the Lone Druid on its own. It's a Lone Druid buffed up by Inner Beast and Sidekick that you're worried
Very
about,
true.
right? It's not him on his own. So, Wenhao, he's probably going to go down here. He's basically relegated to being like a roaming Observer Ward at this state. He's tried to enchant some of these bigger creeps to get some damage into the tier 1 towers. He almost got it top, and he spent a tiny bit of time in that mid lane doing it as well. But with that Boots of Travel, Echo is just able to rotate around the map. He's got the Fairies Trinket as well. So it just allows him to have so much more sustainability, so much more damage that he's able to dish out in this early game. I mean, the decision to not go even just a single point into Savage Roar is also a little perplexing for mine, considering how much he was getting run down on Big Can, right? Like, that completely stops Doom in his tracks. He runs away already very fast with a Scorched Earth popped, 20% faster, and then you can get away off the back of that. He gets finally a point in now at level 10, but feels like probably would have been able to avoid at least one of those deaths in the lane and maybe been on a bit of a better path.
Oh, finally, this tower's going to go down up top. Once again, Dire looking to get involved off the back of the Moonlight Shadow. Beastmaster's going to be able to turn it around with the Roar, but in fact, it's a song that sets up for the Static Storm. 2 heroes caught inside of the AoE Silence. Still Radiant.
They have no
Bocce
detection.
wants to jump into the middle, but I don't know if they can
Too
really
far
fight this.
forward, Echo.
Maybe with Big Can showing up to the fight, they'll get the toss back out of the tower, and Echoes finally will go down. So a big kill for them. And they're already looking for more as well.
Oh, lucky.
Trying to TP out.
Lucky Root.
Oh, they
the
got the
fear.
Savage Roar though. Okay. That's good enough, but Reese's Marbler again, level 9 on the Marauders to the burst. It's enough to get the Marcy kill,
Trying to
but
kill the
really the
bear, maybe?
grand prize is the Naga Siren.
It's under attack.
And it's going to end up going down. Real, he's already looking over to Marbler as well, but won't be able to catch up to him. But that was a much needed fight going the way of the boys on Lonely.
We both know that it's not just it's that he was able to get that quick. That honestly is just Echo going way too far forward. He was next to the tier 1 tower with no boys backing him up. It was, I believe, at the very start of nighttime as well, so he didn't have the greatest amount of vision. Oh, Arrow's just going to be off the mark for Big Can. Should be able to get away from this.
Should he?
Nope.
The boys are on. Bocce's going to try and make the attempt, but yeah, this Marcy's not really going to be able to do a whole lot here. Big Cam, he'll go down, glimpse back, Bocce. How's Marbler getting the kills? How's his man keep getting double kills?
You know what? When you've got 14 out of the 16 kills, you're allowed to, take a few liberties. Man's playing out of his mind.
That he is. Look at his net worth. 600 behind the Beastmaster. It's quite the performance we're seeing out of Marbler so far.
They've got some really nice defensive tools to be able to create this wall as well. So even if the Coddle gets caught out, you're going to have the Crimson Guard on the Doom. You've got the Guardian Greaves almost finished up by Marblu, already having the mech, of course. So things looking real nice for him. And then he's, of course, himself going into the 4-star. So just more defensive tools. Kite this team around, try and get them to overextend, and then connect in onto that one unit that goes a little bit too deep. I really want to see him go the Blinding Light Miss as well, the level 10 talent. I think it's going to give him a ton of value. Really has to be a little careful here as well.
Yeah, they've got this burst potential off the back of the Spirit Vessel.
Ooh, arrow didn't land.
Maybe that was the one thing that they're required to get the kill onto Real. Still, Bocce's going to look to jump in, but Real's not getting a lot of life back off the sidekick. Still, Echoes is in some trouble. They'll get the trade. Blue should be able to TP out with the Dispose still being on cooldown. We're just seeing how much value that vessel is able to provide, though. Yes, he goes down, but that sidekick pretty much rendered useless. I guess it is only level 2, though.
Normally, I would be like, what are you doing? He's dying, blah, 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 blah. But you're not losing anything else, Like, they'd already taken the tower top. They'd already taken the tower mid. So it's not like, that's happening. I guess the big thing is you've lost your playmaker for the 30 seconds after his death, but you've still got an Naga Siren that's farming, and I think that's what you're more concerned about, that is allowed to happen. So he's very close to being able to pick up the Orchid, and then I think it's full-on go time after that.
See Raiden, though, they've got a pretty good ward around the mid lane, so we're just scouting out some of the melee heroes, and instantly they're going to look to try and get rid of that vision advantage. It's a Hawk that soon just substitutes its position though, so we'll see. It's not going to be easy though for Dire to be able to get this tower because Radiant, they are sitting to get towards their items. I mean, Radiance is almost completed here out of Big Can.
I wonder what Echo is going to go after this 4 stuff as well. I would kind of like a Kaya Sange, personally.
Mid lane. The jump. Oh, what a static
nice
storm
static.
from TZ though. On to 3 with the blast as well. Oh my lord, it didn't matter that Radiant got the initiation with TZ being nearby. He stops it short.
God damn. That was juicy. Stuff of dreams.
Even need this. Yeah, no song to set up. Who needs
It was like
that?
a universe chrono of static storms. You get
now
that
he's
reference?
gone.
Was that when you were playing or watching Dota?
I mean, how long
Off-lane
ago were we speaking?
Faceless Void was a
I
time.
did see some off. Yeah. I thank you. I didn't see it a lot though. I don't know how early you're mentioning. I don't know if it's a
TI
time that
4 or
I'm
5
thinking of.
there.
If it was okay, yeah. Then yeah. Big Can, it's a big kill, but he does have Radiance completed, so this power spike on the bear has gone up drastically. Dire need to respect this. And Molasses, well, he didn't do just that. They're going to try and chase down the Doom as well with the Crimson Guard. It'll mitigate some of the damage, but once they get rid of the barrier, they should be able to get him afterwards. And can they consider Roche?
I think that's exactly what they're considering. While they're right in front of it, why not? Let's give us the chance to be able to move in, and sidekicks up in a couple of seconds. I'm a little surprised that Bocce didn't use the remainder of that Unleash to start the damage in here.
It's not going to be the fastest Roche.
I think it's fine. Like, they're 2 heroes down.
I don't know. See, they're trying to contest. They can song set up for the Static Storm. And if Echoes can get the blast going, Naga's going to look to run into the middle once again with the Static Storm in a choke point. They both try and run up the stairs with the Beastmaster. That's a big kill for them to find, but the blast set's not enough for the moment. He's going to be able to reposition out to the left. TZ getting burnt to the Radiance. Has to go back into the river. It's a clap from the Ancient Thunderhide that gets him in the end. When how though will still go down. They'll find the trade now, but the Bear's in trouble as well. Do they have some way to keep it alive? And it looks like Bocce will act as a deterrent, trying to jump into the middle. But importantly, Dire have stopped Lonely from being able to find that Roche off the back of those previous kills they got.
Does feel like it would have been much worse, of course, if those 2 were alive, right? It wasn't any significant deaths they were able to get. They weren't able to clean up that kill onto the Beastmaster. And Big Can, he just makes his move back towards the Ancient Camp area. I'm all right. You just keep watching. I'm watching something myself.
And Molasses, look at the Doom. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. Crimson actually activated. He's going to have enough sustain coming through from Marbleau as well. That's not the case. They all surround him. And maybe once again they can look to make another attempt inside Roche. It's about 1,500 health has already been claimed.
Okay, so for a moment, I thought Big Can had completely forgotten that he had a Midas on his bear, because he has not used it for like the past minute and a half, basically. But he used it there. He hasn't forgotten.
Whoa.
How did that happen?
I don't
Orchid,
know.
I'm guessing? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
Orchid with the ensnare.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Arrow as well. Got the
Yeah.
connection, so.
Marbleau again? This guy's too good, man.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Screw Marbleau then.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Definitely a weird time to sing some praises and snare into arrows. It's not hard.
You do it then.
No. It was the too good was there was a lot of emphasis on it. I mean, some of it is just.
A lack of respect for my man.
No. It's just funny time to say then. Ken. Oh, you can't
wonder
lose
if
the
he even
bear
gets
like
away
this.
on
He's close
this.
to the tower. He's not going
poor
to get
guy.
away. Oh, he got the ultimate off at least.
Yeah.
Let's see with Echo's deep. They're even going to chuck the Doom out. Oh, it's a lot of hate onto Big Can. They should be able to bring him down.
Can the
Maybe
bear
if the
hit?
bear can continue life stealing.
Nah,
He
not
hasn't
with the
died
vessel.
just yet, but the teams are starting to rotate as well, but it's going to be too late. And up with the Darkest Siren is into the middle as well. We saw how much damage he was able to do prior. Well, the rebound will hold him down for the moment. They're going to try and catch up the Real, but instead Bocce, well, that's the person
Not with a
who
Crimson
we've
Gun up
caught out.
Bocce. It's not
Maybe
going to
even
happen.
both. Real as well is in some trouble again. Solar Bind, Spirit Vessel, DK hoping that he can get towards the BKB, but it's just taking a little bit too long, and Echoes, he's not going to die as well, and in the end, Meteor able to find the team wipe.
Wenhao just runs in front of where the Cotter Blast is going to be like, take me to, I don't want to be alone, send me to the rest of my team. And well, they might actually be the ones to take this Roshan. Again, not the fastest lineup, but at least you've got some minus armor from the Nagasar and Riptide to be able to help this one out. Actually on the Will-O-Wisp on Echo, don't hate it. Going up against a lot of this, the Helm of the Overlord. Although Doom is now level 15, who did not go devour target's ancients, by the way. So he's gotten away with murder there, basically. With could that be what brings things back to Lonely Rock and Roll? Just actually being able to play with this Beastmaster.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Sorry to burst
These
the bubble.
haters, man. Oh,
My bad,
close.
my bad.
Bocce? No.
How close are BKB? There we go. Getting delivered. Big Ken is going to be quite some time away before the Assault Cuirass, and the fact that you're already this far behind. What are we?
I feel like it was. I feel like Real was close to picking up that BKB like 4 minutes ago. Like close.
Yeah, he was.
It's just,
Yeah, he
has he
was.
been chain dying this past 4 minutes?
Yeah. He killed versus that Naga Mirana and that previous team fight as well. They're going to
See
get more
Bocce.
kills as well. Well, they might get the Disruptor as well off to the right side. Real, Wenhao. Let's secure with the kill. They're going to be cautious though, because Dire's still in fighting shape. BKB is not going to have a time to be activated because Marble is able to find the arrow. He'll actually pop it at the last second, but Real,
Don't body block him.
is he going to be able to stay alive long enough? The Raw provides the bonus movement speed, so they're going to be able to get out at the moment, but unfortunately with the Beastmaster, well, he will not escape along with the Dragon Knight. Well, Echoes is not even done just yet. Ooh! Half the health for Wenhao just evaporating with one single blast in a Bocce as well. But they're trying to do whatever they can. It's a beautiful jump in from Bocce onto 2. They've got enough to clean up the Mirana. They're going to turn to Molasses next as well. But they're just so survivable. Nagasarian barely getting tickled. Another Savage Roar to send them packing. Maybe now the Naga is going to be cautious, but the Ignis back up to buy them some time. Naga trying to chase them down. And Snare holding the Lone Druid
Druid, he
into
just resummoned
place.
the bear.
Big he's in some trouble for the moment, but I mean the Enchantress went how freely getting the impetus off inside the team fights, but will not be rewarded with any kills.
I saw twice he was actually the target of the sidekick as well, just to increase the damage that he's dishing out. So it's kind of reversed from what I was expecting to see in this early game. I thought that Meteor were going to be on the back foot the entire time. You were needing to play this Coddle as like this preventer of, absolute chaos. And it kind of feels like DK's fallen into that role a little bit himself. Like he's gone this BKB, he's playing a lot more defensively, and at the level 10, he went the Breathe Fire damage reduction talent as well. So he's really just stopping Meteor from running at them because of how good of an early game they've been having.
And that scaling potential that we mentioned is not as prevalent with how far behind Real is. I mean, he's going to be going for the Black Dragon, but how far? Oh, if they can get the kill on the Molasses, maybe that's some nice little injection of gold. We got kills across the map as well, though, so it looks like both offlaners going to potentially take a spill. Molasses, cute use of the Hurricane. Now Echoes is in once again with the Will-O-Wisp, and
Can't let himself get
Molasses
caught,
is
though.
out.
Got to be always mindful of Bocce's positioning, but he actually gets arrowed himself. So they're going to be able to back off.
The T2's going down as well as a result of this.
Is under attack. Radiant's
Okay.
middle tower has fallen.
Let's go next. Octarine on Echo. Don't hate it. Just constantly keeping those waves pushed in as well. Wanting to be as far away as possible. I mean, you can tell that he's not the biggest Coddle player, Echo. There's been a couple of times where I think he's put himself a little bit too far forward and not respecting just how squishy he is. But I feel like he's cleaned that up since the first... Probably since the first death. The second one was just off the back of some good play from Lonely Rock and Roll.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They force out the BKB on the Beastmaster. So, have that one on cooldown for this next team fight. Naga's still trying to crack the high ground.
She's got Aegis, I
See how
guess.
survivable she truly is. For another 40 seconds, Butterfly is going to really limit a lot of the damage here from Lonely. Uh-oh. Nice reset.
All those force
Or is it,
stars.
though? Boom's back. The kill into Wenhao. Believe that is a dieback as well for the Enchantress.
Sure is. Who is going a full Chad build.
is under attack. Radiant's middle tower
Can they? Well, once again,
They got Aegis. Not sure if that's the best decision, but
15 seconds. Bocce. I get the jump off to the side. Real with the Dragon Tail, preventing the Doom from getting the
Under the
ultimate. They're going to
tier
force him further under the tier 4 tower as well. It's a pretty big kill for them to find. Meteor, can they turn this back around? Disruptor wasn't in a position to land that combo. They're just going to use the Song. Look to reset out. Even Ignis as well, just preventing any chase down. So,
yeah,
you
why
get the
not?
tier 3 tower. Yeah,
They're not planning on
you're-
fighting in this next little bit, Marblue. Just sniping some creeps that the Naga's farming. He's going into a Wraith Pack for himself. Pretty good item as long as you can keep it the hell away from Marcy. Just because, again, all of their damage is physical right now. Well, almost all. That's where the Enchantress comes in. But yeah, Doom going into the Crimson Guard. Has there been anyone progressing towards like an AC or anything along those lines? I don't think so. But I wouldn't hate seeing the Keeper of the Light go towards Shivas or something like that, just to prevent some of the lifesteal coming from the Lone Druid as well as the Marcy.
And Disruptor's got Scepter.
Oh, he's got it. I saw that he had it queued up as his like first item, but didn't expect him to have it already.
Yeah, no,
guess
I
the
didn't
Philosopher's
either.
Stone helps.
But it does, and 19 kill involvement out of the 32. So we've already seen some incredible static storms, and well, our TC's got a Scepter to play with, so
Illusion Rune bottom, not the highest value, so they're going to make a play up towards this top side of the map if they can. Why is going to be able to get away?
forced to BKB TP out though, so I don't actually know if they got a glimpse of that, if they were in range, but
Decent little wave cutting going on though. It's going to sacrifice the Ancient Black Dragon, one would assume, unless Beastmaster's not in a position to dominate another creep at this time. So what are they waiting for? I mean, they're clearly putting a lot of emphasis onto taking out this Naga side, but to me, that's not their biggest issue. It's still Coddle, and it's still always going to be Coddle. So I think they just need to itemize everything that's going to be able to focus him in terms of not just finding him, but also locking him down. So I think something like the Lone Druid going towards Basher, I wouldn't hate, just because you're probably going to be able to find him and be able to deal that extra damage that you need.
like you're in out for a smoke here from Lonely. They've got a pretty decent ward to play with at the moment. I think I got a glimpse of the real Naga, and we're going to see him continue to farm his way over towards the left side of the map pretty shortly. So can they connect on this? So this Naga is not an easy kill. 3,300 health that they've got to go through. And you know, he's been able to read this smoke. He's going to get back to the safety of that tier 2 tower.
With 30%, 35% evasion and 25% magic resistance from his items. Yeah. Man ain't dying easily.
This is... Oh.
What up?
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought Rio was going Orchid instead of Scepter, but he's got the Scepter now completed. And let's see. I don't think that really changes the status quo of the moment. I think he needs another item.
I wouldn't hate a man to
and-
man. It's good. Gives you more vision. Gives you more ways to find that might force a earlier than ideal BKB pop, you know?
Yep. Yeah, I wouldn't hit the Manta either. Of course, it is something we see often from the Dragon Knight. You could argue about it to help with the split pushing as well, but who are you? I mean, you spoke before about Lonely need to put a lot of emphasis in their itemization, their playstyle to address echoes. Do you feel like maybe this is where the Orchid could potentially help out?
To be able to, find Echo. I mean, it does,
Yeah.
but I feel like he's going to completely change his mind as soon as he sees the Coddle going towards BKB. And I'm a little surprised that he hasn't got it so far. Like, just being caught with a fear, being caught with a stun, being caught with a root. sure, you can still get Savage Roared, but until Marcy gets into a Basher, that's really the only thing that you have to worry about.
Again, though, it's going to be smoke that's off the mark from Lonely, and they're going to look to try and make their own plays across the map, but items continuing to be picked up, and it will be a little bit too early for Roche, but they've got their lanes in such a great position where they can wait this one out. It's going to be difficult for Radiant to contest this.
Spend your time farming relatively close by. Doom's almost level 20 as well, so I don't know what he goes for.
The bear might be in trouble. Argo's gonna just, oh my lord, that Bloodthorn and all the illusions just kills the bear. Okay.
Could it even be BKB for the bear that you're looking to go for?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
You can't afford to have it glimpsed back, or arrowed, or will-o-wisped, or ensnared. You know, there's plenty of stuff to lock down that bear.
There is. And then it's like, yeah, but you need the MKB. So it's like, all right, we need 2 items now, but you're not going to get those 2 items.
No.
It's a bit of a difficult thing when you... really, all it is, they've gone for this tempo lineup, and they missed their timing. It's simple as that, and now you are just... You're playing from so far behind. Yes, there is maybe some scaling potential on the Dragonite, but he too has had a really, really rough game as well. So there's going to be a difficult one for them to find any avenue back into it, as Dire be able to find Roshan. We got the Aegis onto the Nagasara. Not like she's going to die anytime soon. And
She's the pusher still, though, so you got to give it to her. She's the one putting herself in the most vulnerable position, and they gave the shard over to the Doom. Probably the only good shard user on this team. I guess Coddle's decent as well, but they're not really playing very split push style at the moment on Lonely Rock and Roll, so you probably don't need to. And then, just in case they were going into... Oh, who have they found?
not the bear again.
Ooh. Any vision for a glimpse? Doesn't seem like it.
Yeah. I'm not sure if we saw Pry, but... Well, he's got the MKB not complete. Would hate to feed away the bear, but once again, the Savage Roar. Not gonna have a way to address the kinetic field, though. Uh-oh, Forstaff, get into safety! No, trying to lifesteal, it's not enough, but on the back line, they want to try and bring down the Disruptor before the Static Storm. A double Forstaff TZ, he's still okay for the moment. Marcy trying to lock onto his target, but by himself, that's where Real can come into play. So Disruptor's going to be killed off, an instant use of the buyback. She's looking to rejoin this team fight once it breaks out again.
They already killed 2 of them. Sure, it cost the Doom, but well, you're in onto the DK. Able to get the BKB off, though.
Yeah, he's going to be able to stand strong for the moment. So going to be cautious, though. But there was a resummon used prior, but the bear going down, the damage just not going to be there, and you...
He needs the BKB on that bear, man.
Yeah.
Well, doing 1 million damage doesn't mean anything if you can't hit anything.
Probably Megas?
Yeah. No Elder Dragon form, no Roar, no Bear, no Unleash. Like, they'll have some of that up in 15 seconds, but this is at least a second tier 3. At least 2 lanes of Rax.
Ignis again.
And they're
So
just
difficult for them to address it. They still haven't dealt with it. Sucked back in once again to the white hole. Oh my lord. And now Enchantress going to take another spill. This is definitely call it territory, and they'll do just that. Meteor. What a solid recovery from them. Really an incredible game too, and we I mean,
it's a good Coddle pick, is what I have to say. Like, it addressed everything that they needed it to.
Yes. It's a hero that we see every now and then, definitely a specialty hero. You said even though Echoes, maybe we don't see it on him too often, but regardless, he did a incredible job in the early game. Really what they were requiring out of the Coddle, right?
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't as farmed as people were wanting him to be. He wasn't necessarily positioning himself for the absolute best in team fights, but that only really matters if you're getting punished when you are making those little mistakes, right? If you're putting yourself a bit too far forward and then they can use the fact that you're dead to push a tower, that's a big deal. But he never did. He always went a little bit too far when they'd already sort of won the team fight. So it was more of a case of trying to go for a 10 out of 10 team fight instead of an 8. And with this, with a Naga Siren that was going to get out of control, an 8 is fine.
Well, now I'm trying to work out where we give our MVP, because Marblue went 12-2 and 22. I don't know. He's deserving. We got to give it to him.
You got to give it to him. Come on, man.
With the performance that we saw from the Mirana like that, and that was also something we were kind of mentioning at the start of the series, that Marblue was really the shining star for me for Meteor in the previous tour, but some of his heroes were nerfed, in particular the broken one in the Ricky, but still showcasing that Mirana is one of his better heroes, and it was a pivotal reason of why Meteor were able to take this second game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they got as many kills as they did without easy setup is another big tick coming through to just how accurate he was with all of his arrows, all of his rotations. The lane went far better than I think it had any right to, but again, I feel like that was a little bit on the back of Lone Druid not getting the Savage Roar. They took advantage of the mistakes that Lonely Rock and Roll made, so kudos to him for doing that.
Yes, very well done. And I'm now... If we take a look at both games, in particular Meteor in game 1, again with that 2 full sets of barracks advantage.
They didn't break them, at least. That's a plus.
Yes, they didn't break them. And if you just, in the team comms, if we're like, all right, lads, we 2 full sets of barracks advantage. Yes, we made a lot of mistakes afterwards and through the game. Let's just stop right there and say, we demolished them for the first 20 minutes. We should have won, couple of mistakes. And game 2, they pretty much did the same thing. I mean, they destroyed them in game 2 as well. So that's going to give a lot of confidence heading into game 3 with how they've been able to play a lot of the laning phase, the early games. If you're looking at game 1 and game 2, they've come out on top in both those areas.
They have indeed. And so it's just a matter of, I don't even know if it was a matter of late game shot calling or anything like that. I really think the only reason game 1 got out of control was Morphling got lucky. Got an arrow that hit him twice. That really turned the game against them. And so, sometimes it can be something as little as that when you've got teams that are as close as this. And there's a reason why we've both been finding it hard to predict, at least in terms of game quality going into the series, which team is going to pick up the win. But I mean, 92% kill participation on a position for Mirana. Incredible. With no guaranteed stun setup. Incredible.
Yep. So it puts us in a very exciting position where, again, heading into this tour, it's just a lot of seeing how the new team and new players and new blood are able to cement themselves, and we get to go the distance. So we get more Dota, we get teams playing a lot more games as well, which is always going to be exciting. Game 3, there's a lot more stakes on the line, so we'll see what we have in store for us. So far, it's been a exciting series, of course, favoring Meteor through a large portion of that, but we'll find out if it'll be a little bit different here in our Game 3 after the break.
Watch more. Earn more. Full TV.
Radiant's middle tower is Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, back-to-back series here to start out our Tour 2. We're going to be going the distance. Game 3 coming up very shortly. Media, of course, up against a lonely rock and roll. And we've seen, again, we were kind of setting the scene a little bit towards the end of the game before we sent over to break. Media, you take away half of game 1, which maybe sounds a bit awkward to say, but they looked incredible. In game 2, there really wasn't a big flaw in their plan or their gameplay at all. So I wonder how this puts us when we head into game 3.
Yeah. Beat the enemies one would, like the club that they go to, their plan A, their A plan. Sure, let's go with that. And then they're good, just don't throw. Simple, easy, just win forehead. It's Dota's a very simple game. And, we're going to see the Tiny coming through. Okay, and you reckon this Mirana's a bit of respect coming through? You're like, we can't let Marblue have it, man.
Maybe indeed. Bocchi did play it in game 1, right?
Yes, and he played it well. He was the big arrow lander.
Yes, that's right. So he was the big arrow lander. We see Meteor though back into what worked for them in the previous game as well with the Disruptor and the Doom. So
it's great
this
first
time,
pick as well, the Mirana.
Why do you like the Mirana as a first pick?
It's flexible, right? Like even with this Tiny, you don't know where exactly it's going to go. So I think it's very important to just keep as much of that possible as you can. And they obviously felt like they just didn't want to get. They don't want these heroes in the game that can completely not change how the game is played, but you need to address a Beastmaster. You need to address an Argus Siren. Death Prophet is approaching that territory. Batrider's the same. So Lonely Rock and Roll just wants to play a game of Dota, not a Beastmaster game, Does that make sense?
So you think Beastmaster just makes Dota a different game entirely than what
you need to put a lot more focus onto one hero if you're going up against honestly any of these 5 heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
At least we won't get a Beastmaster game. We won't get a Naga game as well. So a little bit different coming out. Media though, not too different with the Enchantress getting picked up for them. So still some supports that we've seen overall throughout the entire series.
Mm-hmm. Helps put a little bit of map pressure on, which is always a good thing. Also kind of means that
10 seconds remaining.
do you have to put this Tiny into the mid lane now? Because you don't really want to play it as a 4 up against the Enchantress. Enchantress is just going to body you. Go like an early Blightstone and then just look to get a lot of right-click harass off and basically make Tiny not a hero at all. But with this Shadow Fiend picked up, we have seen it played as mid, we've seen it played as position 1. I'm not sure if this is the game for it, Pos 1, unless they pick up a Treant right now. But it's not the worst Treant game, but again, that does reveal where the Tiny is going. But I think you're happy enough to do that.
I don't know, man. You like this Shadow Fiend hero? I don't like this hero.
I didn't say that.
I see it lose too often. No. I know
say
you
I
liked
it.
Yeah.
Treant
Asking,
Undying is
do
what I
you
like.
like it?
No, I don't. I think it's... Unless you base an entire draft around it, then it's doable. And somehow mask the fact that you've based the entire draft around it so you can somehow get away with getting to level 15 in a really dominant position and then just ending the game. And I feel
Seems
like that's not the case.
I kind of like some of the other range carries right now.
Drow's
I know
kind of
Nature's Prophet's banned out. Drow's kind of busted.
Ooh. Okay.
A hero that they like to pick up in the closed qualifiers for Lonely Rock and Roll. So back into the Dawnbreaker they go. Of course, it's going to have the matchup between the Disruptor can kind of go back and forth, dropping onto the Static Storm. Well, if the Static Storms are not used, then you've got a great setup onto 2 heroes. It could be nice as well to stop some of the damage early on versus the Doom target, but...
So, the Dawn can still be in, 3 different roles this game, right?
Yep.
It can be 3, it can be 1, it can be 5. Any of these fit. And I feel like it's going to be just as viable in any of them. So I think that's really what Lonely Rock and Roll are just thinking about. They're just saying, you know what, we can't give away our entire draft. Let's just pick something that's going to fit in anything. Of course, the Disruptor is going to feel pretty nice against it in terms of the ultimate, but they can't nix us. They can't, you know, pick these other heroes that just make things a little bit more difficult. And, well, Faceless into a Dawn feels kind of interesting, but maybe they're banking on forcing this Dawn to be a bit more of that, like, POS 1 role, and then they're going to go on to the Dawn instead.
10 seconds remaining.
It's kind of, again, the same thing like we were mentioning with the Disruptor. Like, if Chrono and Static Storm were already used, then the Dawn Ultimate can be kind of nice. But if they're not already used, then you just set up for an even better counter Ultimate for Meteor. So, it's got some play potential. It just kind of depends what sequence the abilities are used in. But regardless, I like Faceless Void against the Shadow Fiend. It's just an easy way to get on top of him, and it's always concerned about with the SF late game, like how are you going to be able to match up, and Void always will have that kill potential inside the Chrono, and Shadow Fiend won't really. Maybe if he goes Arcane Blink, then you'll have that scary threat.
You think they're going to sniper?
Oh, I don't.
I'm just thinking things that can go mid that aren't going to be crushed by Shadow
10
Fiend,
seconds
that can also do damage into Chrono, but then they have no strong team fight, really. Like, they don't have a strong way to start fights.
I think the beautiful thing is that they get to reveal what's going on, if it's a tiny mid, if it's a Shadow Fiend mid. So how about we look at Radiant instead? We get to see their 23rd. Well, what do we feel like they're currently lacking that they need to kind of address with their 23rd pick?
Could they... I'm still thinking it's Treant Protector, personally. Oh, the Dawn 5. And then that, and then maybe they just want to...
10 seconds remaining.
What the hell are they doing? The bans are confusing me. That's the thing that I'm, like, puzzled with. The Wraith King and the Lone Druid ban. If the Dawn is a 1, then it makes sense because you play a tiny little bit more sacrificial and it's generally okay into the with the Shadow Fiend backing him up. So then they probably need an offlaner to come. So what is that offlaner going to be? One that's good against the Faceless Void. Like, it's not a Venomancer game, is it?
Team pick.
Storm. Okay, completely wrong. So it's a Mirana 5, Dawn 3, Tiny 4?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
10
I think
seconds remaining.
Mirana 5. Mirana with the Shadow Fiend though seems...
Maybe they just want the Mirana in the lane that's got the Enchantress, and they're like, look, if you enchant any creeps, then I'll just arrow them. But I feel like you can just afford to go like Impetus, 1 point enchant for the slow, and then Nature's Attendance, and then just harass. Again, 2 Agi heroes. Pure damage. Love it.
So probably looking for a little bit of control coming out from Meteor with the position 2 for Echoes. Is there anything that stands out for you and maybe gets damage in Chrono as well?
Not really, to be honest. Like, Tiny's like playing against Storm, but they've got the Tiny. There's no Puck. There's no Bat Rider, which can kind of go back and forth. Leshrac doesn't feel the greatest. TA too far away, doesn't give control. I don't know, you thinking of anything?
I'm kind of thinking a Conquer, but the matchup versus Storm is okay in the... okay is the game goes on for Storm. So the reason... Yeah, look...
Sure.
I don't think they had a whole lot of options left. So Storm's got a pretty good matchup versus the Ember in the lane, which is really the big thing. But as the game goes on, Echoes, he should be pretty okay. I don't know, it's a very... this matchup can be very interesting. Like, I've seen Storm really come out on top. I've seen Embers do okay. It's going to come down to the individual play coming out from the Ember. At least overall, it provides them kind of what they need. They get change control versus the Storm, a little bit of damage inside the Chrono, someone who can make plays, which we're kind of lacking as well. So I don't hate the Ember.
This is a 5 Tiny. Winhouse playing it, and he played the Ench last game.
Yeah, I suppose so then. 5 Tiny. I mean, we've seen some teams attempt to run it, can be very greedy, but you might just put a little bit more farm priority on the Tiny and just want him into the Shadow Fiend lane.
Not a big fan. especially considering it's going to be Marblu playing the Ench in the position 4. So 4 Ench into 5 Tiny. Ench is licking her lips at this point, just saying, you know what, I'm just going to tear you a new one, basically, and completely ruin your life. If Ench is lucky, you might be able to dominate like a mana burn creep as well. Use that on the SF. Suddenly he's nowhere near as effective in the lane. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm favoring Meteor Gaming though.
Yeah, I too am giving them a bit of an edge. So we'll see how we get ourselves set up here. Of course, again, Meteor have looked very solid in a lot of the games, but do they have a lineup to be able to enable that though? We'll find out. That's the beautiful thing. At least we're going the distance here with game 3.
All right, so it looks like at least they're switching things around. Bocce, his item build suggests to me a lot more that it's going to be a Mirana in the safe lane. So you're not going to just get completely crushed. Marblu doesn't have that Blightstone available, but can still get a decent amount of harass off. Oh, is he going to walk up into this? Oh. Run.
Oh, it's nice knowing you. Very nice knowing you. First play,
Take back that MVP.
Sorry, that was last game. He still deserves the MVP. Come on, leave him.
That's
alone.
true. If there's any team that's shown that what happens in one game doesn't transition through to the next, it's me. You know, like I thought they would be tilted out of their mind after that game 1, but they came back and looked pretty dominant.
Well, the experience from macros, like we were saying. Come on, man.
The battle begins.
No?
Yes.
Wasn't the experience? I mean, he had a pretty good cuddle game, and we could see him on the Ember as well. It was 2-for-2 split with the bounties. One thing as well, the Doom was able to get a D ward as well. So I think that was the mid ward. It's already a sentry place. So we'll see how this is able to help out with the matchup between the two. Again, we were kind of mentioning that I think the matchup is a little bit more favored towards the Storm Spirit, but definitely can see the Ember a little bit more favored. Like, not by a lot. Echoes still would not be surprised if he has a pretty good time.
Marblu is just going to be able to out-trade Bocce, I think. Even though, you know, your attack damage is the same and everything else with that, you've got the impetus to be able to play around with, and Marblu is going to look to abuse that as much as possible. And, I mean, look, Bocce, he's already way back and even going to get a courier snipe in the meantime. It'll be a perfect synergy if he's able to block the small camp as well. Actually, Bocce's looking to do that. My bad, he's actually making the right play. Just can't afford to let either the Ench or the Doom look to move forward and get any sort of neutrals.
You have no right.
We might eventually see just some scouting going on over towards the camps by the outpost. How much priority they're going to put on trying to find these neutral creeps.
Getting a decent arrow off onto Marblu. I'm also thinking as well, Big Can's holding on to 3 mangoes, so clearly he's in a position where level 3 is probably the time that they're wanting to do it, but if they overextend, we've got the ability to turn around and make a play happen.
Which you... Do we feel like there's a lot of kill threats still even once they get that level 3 here? Because you don't really have the melee set up for the Shadow Fiend.
No, you don't really. Bocce's got to be a little careful here. Sorry. He's getting chunked down here by Marblu. Not wanting to reveal that observer ward is there. He's holding back on a few of these attacks. And, well, Bocce, very nicely done to avoid a lot of the vision that he's got on the Ench. Really nice, actually. Completely avoiding that salve from being cancelled out. But with a lot of that movement through, he wasn't able to block up this camp.
Oh, wow. All right. Disruptor's going to go down. Yeah, Dawnbreaker was able to find a full combo out. When Hao was able to drop the avalanche as well, which was just enough damage to find that Disruptor kill.
Look at Molasses just beelining towards this Stormcraft. He's like, live! Let me have you! And he just misses out.
Radiant's bottom tower is
That could have just completely turned this lane in Meteor's favor. 1 creep.
This is a really interesting read from Molasses. He's just going to rush the Arcane Boots. I know it's an item that we're really starting to see a lot as top lane. Yeah, Dawnbreaker. A lot of trouble. They're able to get the kill. Nice little time lock bash to the last attack as well. So This lane's already off to a good start. They've got great positioning here with the creeps, but
It's not even entirely from himself, right? It just enables Marblu to continuously harass with the impetus.
I think that's a big reason why he's rushing it as well. I know it's pretty common right now on the Doom, but like you said, it's just you've got a great position for who's going to love to expend that mana.
If they're spending money on regen instead of items that do things, you're going to be very happy as this Faceless Void.
Looking over at the mid lane at the moment, does look like Real's having a pretty good time. 23-6 compared to the 16-0. Echoes still got to be going into the Orb of Corrosion, even though... Yeah, see, it's going to be enough.
Oh, he's under the
chains at the
tail.
last second.
He'll be fine.
Do we like this Orb of Corrosion even to the Storm? Because he's got decent agi gain and his starting armor's very, very good.
I think it's something that you just need to be able to make plays around the map. It's just a really efficient item for anything, honestly. So, yeah, it's fine. I'm just... Well, what would you go instead? Just rush for the phase boots?
Yep, suppose so. But like you said, I mean, Orb of Corrosion is quite the item for the Ember overall. Even the bonus health is pretty nice considering his health pool, so... Echo's still going to that. I mean, there are some heroes that also are lacking the armor. Tiny being one of them. Orion, of course, being agi heroes okay, same with the Shadow Fiend, but Echo's is in a lot of trouble at the moment. Both supports from the boys on Radiant looking to get involved to enable Real, and they're going to do just that. Wenhao rewarded with the kill. Nicely done, though, that recognizing how tricky this matchup can be, especially with some supports rotating as well to help out with the Storm's damage. And not only that, but they also took away both the water runes for the Ember. So, yeah, really looking to slow down his game.
And yeah, a lot of this farm going underneath the tower as well. Real did a really nice thing in pulling the wave towards the side so that these creeps wouldn't meet each other. They would just hit the tower instead. This would be a big kill though. Real not quite yet level 6. Trying to get it with the range creeps, but he's not going to be fast enough.
Yeah, and with that attempt going on, we saw the duo supports from Lonely, Wenhao and Bocce. They tried to rotate down to bottom to catch out the Doom, but Molasses was just fast enough to TP out, so he TP'd back over towards the T1 tower, and then as a result of that, we saw what the duo supports on Dire was able to do. In fact, sorry, just TZ, so very nice rotations early on from the supports from both teams.
Look at this Shard Golem army that Marblu's got. You like being stunned, huh?
You also like
lot.
just 75 damage times 4. Get him going.
1, 2, 3. Hey, I mean, a little underwhelming to be honest, but I was expecting the Doom to be there as well, but I guess he's at the point, he's like, look, I'm level 4, I'm not killing anyone.
Wenhao in the rhythm is going to be in some trouble. Once again, DZ looking to hang around mid lane. Able to get the vision for the glimpse back. Echoes with a slide up in a couple of seconds. Real is going to prevent that. Let's look at the kill nonetheless on the Tiny. Echoes able to sidestep the arrow, but it will not matter. That gives enough experience for Real to hit the 6, but it looks like he's not going to try and zip onto TZ.
And it was also long enough from his death that he is going to be able to TP back towards this mid lane, but you can really tell that Lonely are going to look to put a little bit more pressure onto this one with the siege creep available. Mirana's hanging around as well, but yeah, even just getting the bottle refill, they're looking to play around each other for the next little bit. I mean, if they can look to make this dive happen straight away, then preventing it from getting onto his level 6, what can they make happen? Watch is in position.
Yeah, he's going to go down. Even with the Enchantress TPing, they got the Dawnbreaker ultimate as well. Great slide dodge, but Echoes still goes down for the 3rd time this game, and now even TZ, as soon as he shows up, Real is going to look to zip on over. Another kill given over the side of Lonely.
Felt like you would hope that there was some communication going on between these guys, because even just going as far back as that first kill, the support spent a long time in this mid lane, so you would hope that from the side lanes there was some sort of chatter like, hey, so-and-so hasn't showed up for quite some time, but, well, clearly not. He was just playing around as if there was no cares in the world. Oh, man, poor Molasses. He just pops the salve, he gets it cancelled, he gets hit by an Avatos arrow combo. And this is something great about this support duo. It has a lot of damage just on its own, not needing anything, and, well, you could probably afford to not give up.
Oh, hold that thought. Top outpost. Voices Void's dropping the Chrono when Real having no mana, he's going to be killed off. Marblu, yeah, you really want the Void to get it. It's a bit unfortunate, but not going to be the case in the end. So first Chronosphere of the game, at least able to get them a pretty big kill onto the Storm Spirit, who was starting to get out of control with his early start.
So Big Can can afford to be really greedy this game. Like, 3 heroes can constantly get kills. Mirana, Tiny, we know, low cooldown, they can always make stuff happen, right? Ooh, gonna even get a nice arrow onto this creep. But all they need is like a Solar Guardian if the Storm's not ready, or Storm to go in first if the Storm's ready, right? Like, there's so much that's going to enable them to get a lot of these kills. Not anymore onto the Ember Spirit unless you set up with the Storm, but there's certainly plenty of other heroes that are very vulnerable, and I would say Faceless Void's probably towards the top of that priority list while he doesn't have this Chronosphere available. In fact, going for a really long wraparound is Wenhao. He might be scouted out by the courier coming through, and, well, he's found the Doom. There we go. There's that trio.
Again, the Dawnbreaker. All right.
Oh, he actually got glimpsed back.
Okay. So they're going to be able to TP in, though. Let's see how many boys they want to try and show up top to keep the Dawnbreaker alive, and it looks like it's enough. They're going to be hesitant about diving too much further. Marblu, he's okay in the tree line, and simultaneously Real, he's not going to be able to find anyone off the back of the Zit. We'll finally run into the Faceless Void, but pretty hesitant with his position at the moment, so you get the kill into the Doom down bottom nonetheless, and this tower is going to go down as well, and he might die again. Molasses steps up too far forward. Big Ken lands the triple raise. The Shadow Fiend's off to a great start. 3 kills early on for the carry on Radiant. And now River we go. Fights continuing to break out, trying to get themselves set up for a power position for this next power room, but Macros is still got a DD, in fact. That's going to help out to maybe offset them.
Yeah. He should look to be able to claim this one real quickly, and well, he'll look to pick that one up. I mean, the thing that I love about Lonely Rock and Roll is they understand what their lineup has the potential for, and they're executing it, right? Like, I've been saying it since the start. This is a high damage lineup, and they might even be able to kill.
Ooh. Oh no, they couldn't get the angle for the arrow. So Echo's going to be okay. Is he going to go for this Real? He's going to be so cautious. His resources aren't that high. Echo's still got some bottle sips as well. Yeah. And how though?
Mirana was, when she made the jump, 5 mana short from being able to land that arrow. And she actually had 2 1 charges at the time as well. So just a little bit of a miscalculation. I'm sure he was spamming like, why isn't my arrow coming out? And we've all had those moments.
Regardless though, Lonely, what an incredible start for them. Fluctuating between a 2 and a 3,000 net worth lead at this 11-minute mark.
Oh, Wenhao. Open your eyes, brother.
Are they going to turn? Oh my lord, okay. It's not going to matter about the Static Storm getting laid down. We've got plenty of damage. That's a hell of a Chronosphere. 4-man at 11 minutes in, but where's the damage for the chains at the last second? It's enough to control for the Storm Spirit. And then with the Dawnbreaker as well, he's going to end up going down. Some worthwhile tips. What a chrono.
Oh,
beautifully done, getting involved early on.
4-man chrono. We got to give him props for that. I mean, that was looking like being such a clean fight for Lonely as well. They were almost able to get away. Wenhao, I'm not sure what he was doing. Like, he got handed over the Tome of Knowledge, just realizing how important it is for him to spike up his damage by getting a lot of those early levels. He's not going to be able to... I really wish the Storm would give this... Never mind, actually, he's going to look to get a kill onto the Enchantress, and it's not going to be too big of a concern. I want to see Tiny holding on to the Tumblr's toy. Is currently coming out to him on the courier. Okay, everything's right in the world.
A very nice item to help the Tiny, not needing...
I think TZ knows he's dead. Yeah, he knows he's dead. That is a I am popping smoke movement there.
Yeah, do you feel like for Meteor just looking to try and buy some time until the Chronosphere's back available for Dire, and then maybe you might feel content about taking another fight?
Yeah, and I mean, they're going to have the damage for that as well, like because of the big Chrono that he was able to land. You've got the Javelin now picked up for the Faceless Void. Obviously, you would want the Maelstrom, but even just that is going to be able to do plenty of damage with the Mask of Madness backing it up. And of course, it's a Doom with a Midas, right? So slow game, exactly what they want.
And Doom is getting towards his next item as well, so we'll see. We'll see if they're able to find that time though. But regardless, Radiant with the 2 towers being taken off the map and Dire yet to find their first tower. We might have another fight breaking up pretty shortly though, as Radiant trying to find the angle around, but the sentry lay it down with the creep is going to be able to scout them out.
Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's bottom
Still though, you've got this kind of big thing in the back of your mind about how far Big Ken's getting on the Shadow Fiend. Top of the net worth and starting to get further and further ahead of this Faceless Void.
4-0-0, pushing lanes out.
bottom tower.
He might be in a little bit of a dangerous position, but I feel like without the chrono, I guess they're not that scared, but it's up in another 3 seconds. Of course, he doesn't want to just TP back in the middle of the creep wave. Makes things way too obvious they're going to be able to back out or even set up for a potential counter.
Cautious mid lane, Marblu goes down, but still is able to set up for the chrono. Doom just not in range to land the ultimate, but regardless, Static Storm
Got it at the
will
end.
hold them all into place. It's going to be on Big Ken to turn the fight around off the back of the Requiem. The Fear, it's enough control for the Dawnbreaker to get in the middle. Now Wenhao as well, up to the high gun, drops the combo onto 2. Molasses, he's not dead just yet. One more right click, he's able to get away thanks to the mechanism. Bonus armor. The Doom, don't need the arrow. It's all right.
The armor and even just the passive regen as well. The 2.5 per second on the Doom gets him back to safety. Another great chrono coming out, but you got to respect this damage that the Dawnbreaker is able to do, not just from her ultimate, but pre-Desolator. She does a lot just off the back of that Celestial Hammer.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Never refuse good.
I don't
Oh, they
even
rushing.
remember. Oh,
Okay.
I don't remember. Is this a common skill build for 3 Dawn? Do you go 1-4-4?
I think it depends what the lane matchup is that you're going up against. And against the Faceless Void, he felt like he was going to be right-clicking a lot more. You know, kind of like with the Ember Spirit, you might put an extra point or 2 into the, whatever the counter-attack thing is called. Leave, get the Aegis! Okay, they're giving it to the
Hello?
Storm.
Okay. I didn't see him coming over. Like, guys, what's going on here?
You and I have cast plenty of games where it's just left in the pit. We're like, hello? What?
Hello, team? What? Right. Wenhao again. This Tiny's doing a lot, and my guy didn't even have a blink at the previous fight, so we saw how he was able to land the combo once they were trying to enter that high ground, but now he's got the blink, and he's a pretty
This is big.
high level as well. What do we got? Oh yeah, that is
Arcane
big.
Rune, Witchblade, Blink, able to dive TZ because of this Observer that they had set up previously. It'll glimpse him back, but you know what? He just gets him back to safety. It's fine, and they're going for more.
I like this now. At least you should be able to get another kill. I was going to say, now you reveal that ward, you pop the Arcane, and you only got the kill on the Disruptor, but now you're going to get the Doom as well as getting a decent amount of damage into the tier 2 tower. So
They got tier 2 top as well while all that was happening, because they know that the Doom that they're worried about, the Disruptor that they're worried about, and they know that Chronosphere wasn't up yet. So they used an offensive glyph there on the Radiant to enable that to happen. Really like it. And they're going to get a tier 2 most likely off the back of it. Not quite. But this is a Shadow Fiend that's not even level 15 yet. He's level 12. So the impact that this man's having. No ward down, so they're not going to be able to get a glimpse back onto this SF. They would absolutely love that. Instead, it's going to be the Disruptor that probably dies here.
very nicely done. I mean, Dire had some read that there was a ward there, of course, previously with the Storm Jump, and Radiant doing a really good job at just making sure they protect their vision. And they're probably not going to leave this area.
I mean, they used the glyph.
Oh, really?
They can look to go high ground.
This is pretty deep.
I think they were just trying to maybe bait back the Faceless Void. Okay,
Oh!
well, it's the Aegis.
It is indeed the Aegis. Looking for the toss back into the Requiem. Molasses is
here.
going to go down. Going to be cautious, though. Chrono does a clip on real. It's on the outskirts, but importantly, he still found the Shadow Fiend as well. Sets up for the Static Storm, and now Echoes. He's looking for the cleanup. They'll drag back the Mirana. And in the end, And we saw the deep attempt Doom used on the first life, and that was all they needed. Already looking for more though, Israel. Still doing a good job to protect their vision, but that is a fight that goes the way of Dire.
Little bit deep, I gotta say that. You know, I like a lot of the previous plays that they'd made, but that was with the understanding that this chrono was not available. They should have known, like that chrono had been up for a minute at that stage, so way too deep, and they didn't have the damage to be sieging that tower yet. Maybe if they were level 15, maybe if they were going for towers, they could afford to do that, but, you know, 18 minutes in without a full-on push lineup, that's a little bit of experience coming through from Lonely Rock and Roll.
Means that Faceless Void's going to be able to continue to keep up in farm. It's already decent chunk of a way towards the BKB, but they want to get straight back out of the map on raid. They still have these aggressive wards to play with. Even though off the back of that previous team fight, weren't able to deward any of the map, so a big reason why Lonely continuing to hunt.
You can't really afford to buy a gem at this stage, but you think, imagine if they had a gem, they would just clean up so much and give themselves an incredible amount of space. I mean, you can see the reason why the Void's gone for the BKB, right? He knows the MO of Lonely Rock and Roll. It's running.
Molasses might be in trouble. They're going to look for the tiny sit-up, and with the Dawnbreaker follow-up, he's just obliterated again, and another aggressive ward place as well. They just... MO is just make sure no one has an opportunity to find farm on the boys on Meteor.
And then they just make a rotation to the other side of the map. They know that they're not going to be top because they were just top. So Wenhao trying to find someone. I think he might have gotten a little bit too close to that tower. They know where the Tiny is. So they just, again, kind of hemmed back inside of the base.
Gonna try and drop the Static Storm. They're fighting without the Chronosphere. Gotta be cautious if this is a further fight that breaks out, because Wenhao with the combo! Oh my lord, what is that again? Wenhao somehow always finding the angle into multiple heroes, and that was the big kill as well in the Void.
It was, and it was right after he bought items as well. So he, not that you would want to buy back, but he can't join this fight.
They're gonna lose more members now off the back of him not being here. Tiny will trade his sniper now. Real, he's got nothing to worry about. A zip into the middle, help secure the
Level
triple
15.
kill for the Dawnbreaker. They've got that 15. They've got the Desolator as well. So the tower, it's going to fall pretty fast along with the catapult. It's all lining up for Radiant.
Took him a while to skill up that talent, but, well, now you have no glyphs left for the entire game that are going to be refreshed. So Faceless Void, he's looking for the mystery play, going in, lands a 3-man.
We got the... Oh, and I think with the BKB off, it actually might be enough to keep him alive.
Quick fingers.
Don't get a lot of the damage out of the Maelstrom or the time lock. Now they're going to look to zip in the middle with the extra feed control. Void goes down. Echo's in some trouble as well. Tried to get the finishing blow into the Storm, but Real survives on just under 50 health.
I think maybe he just went in a little bit too early. He had 3 team members respawning in about 5 to 10 seconds. So even if he waited a second, you would have been able to have that mechanism to be able to save him and allow him to get back to safety. I mean, the man's been hitting great chronos all throughout this game. And honestly, that one hitting it onto 3, but it was the quick fingers coming through from Big Can that allowed him to get off that, that BKB and prevent himself from dying.
And this, man, oh man, it's a 94% probability at this stage of the game. Echo's bottom lane, let's see. Are they gonna have enough? There is Solar Guardian at the ready. Is combo enough with Avatos to get the, how long's the airtime?
I don't think that you need the arrow with it.
It doesn't even say in the tour to Classic. Oh, never mind. Total flight, 1.7 seconds. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is attack.
I guess if you go for full control, right? With Avalanche, then toss the loss,
yeah.
maybe it would be enough. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower
Smoke up, though. Continue to sweep across the map. They're hugging his 4 at the moment. Still Chrono on the cooldown as well.
He needs this
The
BKB
backstab
so
though.
bad on Void. Everyone's
Molasses as
standing
well.
in the way. Oh, he just used the Time Walk as well. Can't get caught
Well,
here.
now it did blink, but the Dawnbreaker's got his own blink as well to help them close the
Arrow.
distance. But the Avalanche sets up for the Arrow tease here. It was a nice static storm to stop the fall, but tiny, but it didn't just matter in the end. He was at least able to find that stun, and now TZ, he'll be chased down as well. Radiant, I'm so impressed with how Lonely are playing. They built this net worth lead, and they are just hunting. Just unrelentless pressure across the map. Dai cannot get out on the map.
They've been hunting since level 5, since
Yep.
ultimates were first available on both Storm and Dawnbreaker. Like, they have been non-stop, and I love it.
And they're going to continue to hunt. One How again setting up for the Solar Guardian 700 crit. Blows up the Enchantress,
look
and
at
it is
that
a
Roche
instant
respawn.
Roche spawn.
Yeah.
Oh my. And he scouts it as well. Oh no. And this is also Daedalus completed too, so you're going to be able to pick up this Aegis and the Ag Shard and probably go high ground off the back of the solid pickoff.
You give everything to Storm, surely.
Shard as well? Okay.
No,
So Shard.
SF got both.
Yep. All right. Well, I guess he is your Sieger. So even though Storm
but
is a
you can't fear
incredible-
towers, unfortunately. But you can't crit
Cannot.
towers either.
He can.
Dire are scanning.
Pretty scary though with the DD. Die. Nice scan though.
Can you imagine if you could
Marks,
crit
they're gonna be able-
towers? How busted that would be.
Yeah. No, we're good. We don't need that. We already have so much crap that just obliterates objectives.
See you, Marblu.
Oh,
Yep.
what?
It's the
I
double
don't think
damage.
Big can't
Shadow
even
Fiend.
hit him. I
Nah,
don't think he hit him.
He hit it once, sure.
I don't know. No, he didn't. Dawnbreaker. Dawn did all the damage.
Oh. Well.
What?
I think it was the second
Oh my-
swipe as well. It wasn't even the smash damage from the
Oh
Starbreaker.
my.
I think that just procced the Luminosity.
Tower has fallen.
Well, he went for all the. He went the Starbreaker talent at 10, then the Luminosity talent at 15. So, oh boy. As that pickoff wasn't even a real big target, just a support, and they're going to doom the first life. When now's in with a counter initiation, they've got the chrono already on the respawn. Let's see if he's going to be able to pop the BKB beforehand. Faceless Void's going to make sure there's not an opportunity. Arrow does connect along with the Solar Guardian help. Big Hand's not dead, and with that, there's
They have
nothing
no
they can
damage.
do. They dropped everything on the respawn, and without having any abilities afterwards, there's just no rebuttal as Lonely. A full set of barracks top. They need some creeps, and that's where the Storm's able to come into play.
As I was seeing that TP in from the Faceless One, I'm like, all right, they're doing all the right things. They've got the Chronosphere available, but he was, before that fight, 150 gold short of that BKB. So if he was somehow able to like TP back to the fountain instead, sell a Wraith Band, buy the BKB, and then join the fight, that would have been ideal. But you just see how much impact a single arrow has.
Dire's
And that ward inside the base, when How just got a glimpse of the Ember, was able to blow him up, get the die back. You can't. What?
Don't tell this man what he can and
This
can't
is
do.
over. Oh my lord.
Now it's over.
It is. Man, alright. Alright. So I will. This is a incredibly impressive showing from Radiant. Mm-hmm. I mean, what a masterclass performance.
Yeah, honestly, after those first couple of games, I was like, man, how did these guys beat Cactus in 15 minutes in the closed qualifiers? I can see it now. I can see how they did it if this is how they played, because Meteor, they're not a bad team. We saw what they were able to do in the first 25, 30 minutes of both games 1 and 2, but this time around, they were just no match to the all-out aggression that Lin the Rock and Roll were throwing at them.
Wow. I mean, this is now a team that we've got a lot to look forward to as well, with some kind of comfort picks as well for them. I think Wenhao in particular was a standout performance. He has to get the MVP. I think what the Tiny was able to do overall, those early rotations, being able to set up the Storm Spirit early on, and then just it did not matter wherever they were going across the map. The Tiny was always there to set up for the Arrow, for the Dawnbreaker ultimate. And what a showing from him and all the boys on Radiant.
I'd give it to, honestly, any of Dawn, Tiny, or Mirana. They
Yeah.
did everything this game.
And you take a look at back of the replays, what we got. I mean, it's tough for Void as well, because honestly, everything considering, he had a pretty solid game with all these early chronos, and they are not easy to hit at that stage of the game.
He's TPing back right now. He doesn't have enough for the BKB. He lands a good one. They use the Static Storm in combination together with it as well, just for that little bit of extra damage. But there's that stun. Void's doing nothing inside of that Chronosphere, and yeah, he just is able to pop everything on Big Cam, get the turnaround. Maybe, I don't even know if you can come back into that game if you win that team fight, right? Like, you're already down a lane and a half of racks. So, well-deserved win for Lonely Rock and Roll.
Very well deserved. I know it's kind of saying as well for media, if you just look past that, you know, for game one in particular, speaking about how media, yes, the early game didn't look, the early game looked great, but then when there were 2 full sets of barracks down, just say to yourselves, that's all we need to look at. Don't worry about our mistakes, just go in with confidence. But for Lonely Rock and Roll, I mean, I didn't really give enough props to how they're able to come back in that game. And overall, this is a team now that I'm pretty excited to continue watching. I mean, this is maybe something that we need to consider with the Dawnbreaker as well. We saw it through the closed qualifiers with something they're comfortable, and they pull it out in a game 3. I mean, really, every series victory is still very important. And the fact they're able to find it off this strategy, 13, 2, and 14 here from the offlaner. So yeah, it's going to be very exciting to see if the Dawn is something that they want to continue to draft in their upcoming series.
Yeah, even just with how they drafted in general, right? When every single pick, it felt like, had some layer of flexibility to it. You know, the Mirana could be 4 or 5. The Dawn could be 1, 3, and 5. The Tiny could be 2 or 4. You know, the Shadow Fiend could be 1 or 2. Like, there was nothing that was just locked into a position, which is such a useful tool to have. And the only one that was Storm Spirit, and you picked that last. So you'd revealed your draft by that point. So I really need to give them kudos. We were thinking that just based off of the, first 30 or so minutes, we were both favoring Meteor, but we were not expecting that level of coordination to come through from Lonely Rock and Roll. Literally from like minute 8 onwards, it really felt like this game was completely in their control.
Yeah, that it was off the back of pretty much the supports taking the heavy lifting with those rotations. As we do take a look at the results, so from today so far, both sides on the right were able to get the dub. What are we doing?
Yes, they were.
Over there?
No,
right,
yeah, over there. Yeah, that's really interesting, as well as the fact that the teams that got the dub as well were 2 of the newbies, right? It was Cactus as well as Lonely Rock and Roll. So, you know, it goes to show these teams that, I don't want to say they're resting on their laurels, because they put through some pretty solid performances as well, but you gotta keep on your toes. You gotta make sure that you're always pushing forward, trying more stuff, because if you don't, someone else is gonna come and boot you out. Again, we've seen it in plenty of other, divisions. A lot of the mainstays of the Southeast Asian region, Fnatic, they're gone. TNC, they were gone previously. We've got Geek Slate, second qualified to the last major. They're not in Division 1 anymore and that's just Southeast Asia. Wildcard, they looked really impressive, and they didn't win a single game in NA. So it really just goes to Na'Vi. Poor Na'Vi, second roster, and they're also out of Division 1. Nigma out of Division 1. So it's more competitive than ever, and I love it.
Yep. And we get to see some more teams over in China in a couple of days as well. We got Team Bright up against IG Vitality, and then Piggy Killer versus Supernova. Piggy Killer really the one to look out for. That is 3 of the ex-outsiders for China boys, and then you have some
outsiders for China.
Yes, the old, and then you have the star power on Fly from Invictus Gaming, and Frisk as well, formerly known as Fade. So that is a very, very scary team. Excited to see how they're going to be able to perform in their first series, but those are in a couple days. So for China, we've had a very solid showing of our first couple of series here. Great to see them all going the distance, but we are going to be done for the night. Danog, any closing comments real quick?
No. Great to be casting some Dota again. Thanks for everyone for watching. And are we casting both of those games? I kind of feel like we are.
I cannot remember. Regardless.
Okay.
who cares? We'll find out. It's going to be a little surprise.
We'll be watching if
but
we're not casting it. That's the important thing.
Yes, we'll see you guys in chat. Regardless, so we are done for tonight. Some exciting Dota that we had in store for us. We appreciate everyone tuning in. We'll see you guys in a couple of days for some more China action.